How cliché. I've read so many novels where the hero is betrayed by his companions. But am I wrong for trusting my companions who have fought with me for nearly 6 decades? No, I am not wrong or foolish. There's no way I won't trust people I've bled, sweated, cried, laughed, and fought with for that long. What's wrong is why they chose to betray me. Why did they choose to do this to me despite spending so many years together? Where did it all go wrong? 6 figures encircled him in the air. The man they once loved, once followed, once revered, but now fallen and utterly alone. He was once a friend, once a lover, once a mentor, once a king. But now, he was surrounded by all those he trusted, awaiting his end. This man was Simon, the renowned hero of Earth who had saved all of mankind from the demons. A man who was treated like a god on Earth. But now, his body was riddled with injuries and burns, pierced by weapons that were slowly but surely taking his life. Simon, who was on his knees, shifted his gaze from the pool of blood around him to the 6 individuals he once believed to be his friends. No. Family. Why? Why would you ruin decades of friendship? We defeated the Demon King a month ago, and we were planning on entering the demon realm to wipe out every demon prince, demon princess, demon nobles, and even low-ranking demons. Why would you betray me after all we've gone through? Simon looked at his companions with a baffled and an utterly sad expression. There was not even a hint of anger on his face at the moment, since what he primarily felt was sadness. "We don't need you anymore to defeat the demons," one of the figures said, and Simon tilted his head with a baffled expression. "You don't need me anymore? Did you plan to betray me a long time ago? Was our decades of friendship nothing to you?" He looked at one of the figures who was a female. "Francesca, was our love meaningless? Everything we told ourselves about spending our lives together? Was it all a lie?" Francesca gave no response to Simon's words, and she only looked at him with an emotionless expression. Simon gave a bitter laugh when he saw that. "I guess it was. For what it's worth, know that we respect you," another individual said, and Simon scoffed with a sad smile. "Just end my miserable life, you bunch of hypocrites." The 6 figures looked at Simon in silence for a few moments, and then one of them pointed a gun at him. "Goodbye, Master." Bang! A bullet tore through the head of Simon, and the hero of Earth, the man who was mainly responsible for slaying the Demon King, the man of legends, the man who was regarded as a god in the hearts of many, fell and was no more. Laid to waste in a decrepit corner of the earth, by the hands of those he trusted. In a land where the sky had 2 shades of color, red and black. Where 2 moons, one black and one red, hovered in the sky. Constant unstable weather was a norm in this land. When rain fell, it wasn't water that dropped on the ground but fire. When lightning thundered, it shattered the space around it, causing fractures that most of the time healed, but sometimes did not heal. Storms were not only of wind, but of screaming souls and poisonous insects. This land was called the Demon Realm. And in this land, a female one-horned demon gave birth to a child in a roughly made small stone house. The demon baby cried out loud while waving his hands, and the mother looked at her child with a gaze that contained pity and exhaustion. She took her child from the arms of her friend. Then she gave a light, forced smile. "What a handsome little fellow. I'm sure you'd make a lot of money if you sold him, Lissa." Lissa shot her friend a glare the moment she heard those words. "I just gave birth to him, and you're telling me to sell my child? For what? Nothing more than 10 midbone coins? Let me enjoy my time with my son, and never say such a thing again, Mira." Mira raised her hands with a light smile. "Sheesh, calm down. I was just offering a suggestion. You know as well as I do that life is hard. You struggle to feed yourself every day. So how are you going to feed another mouth?" Lissa looked at Mira with a scowl, and Mira shrugged with a wry smile. Sorry. I'm just pitying you, that's all. If that bastard demon cat had not forced himself on you, you would not be in this situation." Lissa exhaled deeply, and then she looked at her crying son, whose eyes were like that of a cat despite having just a single horn like her. "At least he looks more like me than him," she thought with a bit of relief. "It is what it is, Mira. I'm not selling my son for some worthless bone coins. I'll find a way to survive and make him grow into a powerful warrior. Mira looked at her friend with a sad smile, and although she wanted to refute her friend's words, she chose not to, because she knew that Lissa also knew the truth. For bottom-rung species like them, their potential was severely limited. They were not destined for greatness, and to be born to this level of hierarchy was more of a curse than a blessing. At best, your son would be a guard of a tribal chief or a clan lord. As Mira had this thought, Lissa looked at her with a smile. I just realized I haven't given him a name. Mira blinked and then she looked at the baby. What name are you going to give him? Lissa pointed at the black moon through the window in the room. Black Moon, that's his name, she said with a smile. Myra's lips twitched, and she had the urge to facepalm herself. That's a terrible name. No, it's not. Lissa shook her head with a defiant look. See, even he knows that it's a terrible name. Mira gestured at the baby with an expression that said, I told you so. But Lissa scoffed. How can a baby know anything? He's just hungry. She opened her breasts and began feeding her child with a smile. His name is Black Moon, and that's final. Myra's lips twitched, but then she shrugged nonchalantly while looking at the baby boy with an expression of pity. I guess that's your name, little one. Both women had smiles on their faces as they watched Black Moon drinking milk from his mother's breast with hunger, not knowing that the child before them was responsible for the deaths of many demons. A legend that many demons feared. The hero. Why am I here? 2 days after the birth of Dark Moon, Simon asked himself this question once again. From the moment he was born in the demon realm, he was confused at first, but when he saw the 2 women who were with him, he was shocked because he knew they were demons. So many questions appeared in his mind as to why he was alive and in the midst of 2 female one-horned demons. Because of his experience and knowledge of demons, he knew that one-horned demons were not a threat to him in the slightest. He tried to speak, get up, and deal with the demons despite not understanding what was going on. He fully believed that he was given a second chance to live and find out why his once close friends and lover decided to betray him. But when he heard the sound that came out of his mouth and felt the difficulty he had in moving, he realized that he was a baby, and to his horror, he realized that he had been born as a demon baby. He vehemently refused to believe that he had been reborn as a demon baby to the point that while he was shaking his head and saying, No, 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 this cannot be true, he was actually crying in the real world. And even now, despite 2 days having gone by after his birth, he still could not believe it. He was the hero of Earth. The man who fought and killed thousands if not tens of thousands of demons. The man who killed the king of demons. The man whose very presence brought fear into the hearts of the strongest demons. But now, he was reborn as a demon? The irony of it all. If he was not a baby, he would have been laughing out loud while crying like he was mad. Unfortunately, he could not. All he could do was stare at the ceiling of the structure that was meant to be called a home, and then wait for his mother to breastfeed him. If he had been told by the gods he'll suck from the breasts of a demon, he would not have believed such a thing till the day he died. At first, he refused to suck from his mother's breasts due to how he viewed demons. But when he thought about how he was literally killing himself after getting a second chance, he relented. Also, there was no way he could hold his hunger as a baby. Even when he didn't want to, his body cried when he was a baby. Simon sighed as he recalled himself drinking from his mother's breast, his mother cleaning him up after he soiled himself, and his mother also bathing him. As a hero, he had lived for over 60 years, and to be treated in such a manner was extremely embarrassing for him. Sigh, why am I here? And how did I get here? And couldn't I have been given a second chance as a human? Why a demon? Simon had the urge to sigh out loud, but he stopped himself from doing so since he knew the sound he'd be making as a baby. He forced himself to turn the side, and he saw his mother's sleeping face as one arm was placed over his body. They were not sleeping on a proper bed or a makeshift bed, but on the bare floor. For the past 2 days, he had seen the state he and his mother were living in, and it was absolutely terrible. They barely had anything in their house, and if he was right, His mother was even finding it difficult to eat. Even the clothes she wore were made out of poorly made old beast skin, and they barely covered her private parts. Just great. I'm given a second chance against life, but in a dirt-poor family. Sigh. Did I use up all my luck in my past life? A light of reminiscence flashed in his eyes for a second, but then he pushed down those memories since he knew he had to focus on the present. Since I don't know why I'm here and how I get here, I'll have to focus on my current problems. I can do nothing as a baby right now, but I should have a plan for the near future. So, the first dash. Simon found his eyes closing and he yawned. He was sleepy, and despite his attempt to stay awake, it was all for naught. This body can't even stay awake for an hour. I just woke up not too long ago, damn it. Simon's eyes closed, and then he went to sleep with his mother beside him. 6 months passed, and Simon waved at his mother who was at the door with a smile. I'm going, Black Moon. I won't be long. Simon's baby lips twitched when he heard his name, but he didn't stop waving. Lissa waved with a bright smile, and then she walked out of the house and closed the door. I hate that name. Of all the names you could think of, why did you have to give me that name? Simon shook his head, and then he sat in a cross-legged position. After 6 months of patiently waiting to grow and have better mobility and control of his body, he was finally ready to start the first phase of his plan. Getting stronger. Although this sounded easy on paper, it was anything but easy because he had very limited knowledge on the way demons grew stronger. When it came to power, demons and humans were extremely different. Demons wielded chaos, or in simpler terms, magic. A demon could use magic like fire magic, shadow magic, dark magic, space magic, and the likes. Meanwhile, a human gained power through blessings. These blessings were gotten from gods who chose to help humans fight against demons, and as a hero in his past life, Simon definitely had a blessing. On Earth, demons were the enemies of mankind. Portals suddenly appeared all over the world one day, and these portals led to the demon realm. Also, on the day portals appeared, other beings arrived on their planet. They called themselves the Heralds. The Heralds had the strangest appearance humans had ever seen, and some even had nightmares because of their appearance. They wore masks on their faces, and they appeared like cracked marble statues with golden light seeping from fractures on their bodies. Whenever they spoke, the sound originated from their entire bodies and not their lips. Sometimes, a piece of their body chips off and reforms mid-conversation. They also had lanterns beside them that sometimes emitted screams and whispers that could harm mortal humans. Shadows from their lanterns formed shapes like claws, eyes, of wings behind them. Many had joked that if the heralds were said to be demonic beings, they would believe, but they were not. They were sent to Earth by gods who desired to help humans out of compassion. They brought a system to every human, and then they told the world what was going on and what they needed to do. Survive and fight the demons so that they can protect their world, Earth. They also gave them the ability to fight demons, and this ability was called a blessing. Every human received a blessing, and the type of blessing varied. There were 4 types of blessings: guardian blessings, elemental blessings, martial blessings, and divine blessings. Guardian blessings were gotten from beings that were demigods, a step below gods. Elemental blessings were gotten from elemental spirits. Martial blessings were gotten from martial spirits. And divine blessings were gotten from gods. One might think that all blessings were gotten from gods, but that was not true. There were billions of humans on Earth, and the number of gods was clearly not up to that. Although there was no official grading of blessings, it was widely accepted that divine blessings were most often stronger than guardian, elemental, and martial blessings. However, Simon knew that there were some guardian, elemental, and martial blessings that were stronger than some divine blessings, and also had higher potentials. Back in Earth, Simon had a divine blessing, and his divine blessing was a strange one. 7 stars. That was what his blessing was called, and it was a blessing that allowed him to become the strongest human on Earth. 7 stars was a blessing that allowed him to have only 7 abilities, unlike every other person that could gain several abilities either from their patrons or from other sources. However, His blessing allowed him to improve his proficiency of the abilities at a rapid pace while also allowing him to break past the limit of the ability. When he first got this ability, he thought it was an ability that would severely limit him, but as he progressed on the path of power, he realized just how powerful his ability was. The Nameless One. Simon thought with a slight frown as he recalled his patron god on Earth, and he wondered if he or she was the person responsible for his reincarnation. It has to be. I know nothing about my patron god since he doesn't communicate with me, and he's so mysterious to the point that no other god has ever spoken of him. Or they dared not to do because of fear. Simon exhaled softly, but his lips twitched slightly when he heard the cute sound he made. I'm still a baby. A demon baby to be precise. Simon shook his head, and then he focused on what he really wanted to do. Without blessings, there was no way humans could protect Earth from demons. Demons were physically stronger, faster, more durable, and they could also use chaos/magic. And those with powerful bloodlines also had bloodline skills and abilities. As a demon, Simon knew that if he wanted to survive and not die so quickly after being given a second chance, he needed to get stronger. However, he needed to get stronger using the methods of demons, and this was where the problem was. His knowledge on how demons progressed and became stronger was not sufficient. There was no system or translucent screen in front of him to show his progression and requirements to reach the next level. However, after spending 6 months as a baby in the demon realm, Simon had done one thing apart from observing his mother and taking peeks outside their house. He had been studying his body, and he noticed something he did not expect at all. He still had his blessing. He could feel it deep within in his soul, and he was extremely happy when he realized this. He had no idea why or how it was possible for a demon to have a blessing, but he guessed that it was related to his patron god. My patron god keeps on becoming more and more mysterious. Was this a mistake? Or was it intentional by my patron god? How powerful are gods anyway? I found myself asking this question numerous times in my past life, despite being so close to becoming a. Whatever. Let's leave the past to the past and move on. Simon closed his eyes, and then he delved deep into his consciousness. Because of his decades of experience in his past life, he was able to enter his sea of consciousness after some seconds. This is different. A lot more different. Simon thought as he looked at his sea of consciousness with a slight frown. As a human in his past life, his sea of consciousness looked like a normal blue sea that had no waves. It was always peaceful. But now, his sea of consciousness was completely black and heavy, and Simon could feel something sinister in his sea of consciousness. Simon looked around, and a few seconds later when he saw that nothing was wrong and he felt all right, he calmed down. I guess this is how the sea of consciousness of a demon looks like. He looked up, and then he saw 7 black stars hovering above him. The 7 black stars hovering above his head were extremely strange even to Simon. To his senses, they seemed unfathomably large, yet as small as a basketball at the same time. It was like he could hold the stars in his hands, and at the same time he could not. The distance between him and the stars also felt unfathomably far and impossibly close at the same time. It was a feeling that befuddled Simon even at the peak of his strength. The stars are not meant to be black, but I guess it's because I'm a demon now? As Simon looked at the 7 black stars which represented his blessing as a hero, his eyes flickered with surprise and confusion. 6 of the black stars had no visible runes in them, but one had a rune. One of my skills as a hero? Once a star was branded with runes, that meant he had a skill, and after observing the runes for a few seconds, he knew what the skill was. Fearless. Simon was surprised that he still had this skill after being reborn in the demon realm. He expected not to have any skill after realizing he still had his blessing. I don't have Indomitable Body, Starlight Sword, Phantom Step, Divine Flame, and Hero's Aura, and Hyper Regeneration. Well, those skills are good, but I struggled so much to improve my original skills to transform into all of that. Iron Body became Indomitable Body. Wind Slash became Starlight Sword, Echo Step became Phantom Step, and well, the rest transformed too. If I had all those skills with me, it would have been easy to quickly regain my power and survive in the demon realm. And in a way, it's a good thing I don't have those skills since I should be able to get better ones. Because I had no understanding of my blessing, and because I knew very little about the world and the path to power, I ended up choosing skills that I would not choose with my current knowledge. Although I wish I had hyper-regeneration and divine flame since both skills are what allowed me to kill the Demon King back then, it's a good thing I don't have any of those skills since they required divinity to be used. I can imagine how my life would end in a flash if I ever emitted an iota of divinity. Simon shuddered as he thought of countless demons, especially powerful ones surrounding him and tearing him to pieces if they ever discovered that he was the hero that had killed their demon king. Sigh. Oh well, fearless is very useful too. It was one of my earlier skills, and at first I thought it was useless, but whenever I faced extremely powerful beings whose very presence could make me tremble in fear and fall on my knees, the skill made me to feel none of it. I feared no one back then. Not even when a god challenged me and attempted to end my life out of anger. A slight smirk appeared on Simon's lips as he recalled the past. He looked at the black star that possessed the skill Fearless, and then he willed for the star to baptize his entire being with the skill. A thick beam of light fell upon Simon from the black star, and he closed his eyes as he felt his spirit and body experience changes because of the skill. He could feel his infant body becoming slightly stronger due to baptism, but it was not a significant increase in strength at all. It was extremely minor and was not noticeable by an outsider in the slightest. Although his infant had gotten slightly stronger, the biggest gain happened to his mind and spirit. He could feel an aura wash over his spirit and transform him, and although he had gone through this before, he had not felt such changes to his spirit with much clarity and detail before. And the reason for this was because he had all the knowledge of over 60 decades in him. After a minute, the black beam of light subsided, and Simon could feel himself feeling a lot different compared to before. I feel like I've gained a tiny fraction of my previous self. But it also feels different because I'm now a demon. Simon looked at the 6 black stars without runes, and a curious expression appeared on his face. I wonder, now that I'm a demon, how do I get skills? Unlike my past life where I gained skills from killing demons and completing quests through the system, I have no way to get skills. No, that's a lie. I do. Simon narrowed his eyes as a thought came to his head. Humans progress using the system, but the way demons progress is much different. I don't know much, but I know that their hearts are their source of power. There are 2 power rankings of demons: bloodline ranking and heart ranking. Both paths of power are important, but it's well known that the bloodline path is the most important, most vital, and most powerful path. Without a powerful bloodline, a demon cannot attain a high heart rank. There's more information, but what I want to know is if I'll have to start consuming a demon's heart to get their skill. Or does the demon realm have a way to store skills? Would my blessing allow me to possess 7 bloodlines? Or would it allow me to possess the skills of a bloodline or of the demon? Would I be able to have the skills of a human? Or I can only have demon skills? Well, it's most likely that I'll only be able to have demonic skills since I'm a demon. But who knows, my blessing might surprise me since it's clearly an anomaly like my patron god. I have so many questions but no answer. I need to get stronger. Simon exhaled softly, and then he left his sea of consciousness. Years went by after Simon obtained the fearless skill, and in the blink of an eye, he became 15 years old. And in the 15 years he spent in the demon realm, he realized just how terrible it was to live in the demon realm. Or to be more precise, how terrible it was to live at the bottom rung of the demon society. It was worse than anything he expected, and at some point Simon wondered if he had any hope of attaining a mere fraction of the strength he possessed in his past life. The demon realm was divided into tribes, clans, and kingdoms. There were 6 main tribes, 6 main clans, and 6 main kingdoms in the entire demon realm. The 6 main tribes were like the leaders of the bottom ladder of the demon society. The 6 main clans were the leaders of the middle ladder of the demon society. And the 6 main kingdoms were the leaders of the upper echelons of the demon society. These 18 groups were not the only groups that existed in the vast demon realm. There were many other groups that existed in the tribes, clans, and kingdoms, but they were all minor groups that someday wished to overthrow one of the main groups in hopes of attaining the powers and resources they once had. Simon and his mother were commoners of a minor tribe in the Wildlands. The Wildlands was a place where the tribes lived, and it was also one of the harshest places to survive. The weather was extremely terrible and unforgiving. It was extremely dry and scorching. Water was like gold. The ground was dry and broken like that of a desert. Powerful storms that could destroy people's homes were a norm, and the worst was the lack of food and resources to get stronger. Simon belonged to a minor tribe known as Duskfang tribe, and the Duskfang tribe was one of the many subordinate tribes of the Ashbourne tribe, one of the 6 main tribes. Before knowing anything about the demon realm, Simon planned on finding ways to quickly get stronger, even if it meant risking his life at a young age to fight demonic beasts. But he could not even do such a thing. Why? Because the Ashbourne tribe forbade it. The Ashbourne tribe set a rule that only the hunters of the Ashbourne tribe could hunt for demonic beasts in their region, and if anyone who was not a hunter of the Ashbourne tribe was found hunting demonic beasts in their region, their death would not be swift and quick but slow and gruesome. At first, Simon thought he could find a way to sneak into the Wildlands and find a demonic beast to kill and consume so that he could get stronger. He later realized that such a thing was not possible without the Ashbourne tribe knowing. The first obstacle was knowing where the demonic beasts even resided. Venturing into the Wildlands was not like going into a forest or into wildlife and expecting to find beasts or animals so easily. The Wildlands was unimaginably vast, and due to the unfavorable conditions of the Wildlands, the weather and environment could kill one before a demonic beast got its chance to sink its fangs into the unfortunate demon. Only those who were familiar with the Wildlands like the Ashbourne hunters could hunt with reduced danger for their lives, but even they lose their lives at times because the Wildlands was not a safe place in the slightest. It was a place so dangerous that it could kill even a clan lord, let alone a tribal chief or an average demonic warrior. Simon had seen how a demonic warrior of their tribe tried to sneak into the Wildlands, and 2 weeks later, hunters of the Ashbourne tribe brought his corpse back to the tribe. They could see the brutal torture he had gone through at the hands of the Ashbourne hunters, and in front of everybody in their tribe, they beheaded one of their warriors and even fined their tribe to the point that it affected them for 6 whole years. Because of the fine, the entire tribe suffered because food became exceedingly scarce. Money became more difficult to obtain, and everything became absurdly expensive. Some chose to migrate to nearby tribes, but such a decision was a risky one. The distance from their tribe to even the nearest tribe to them was not a day's journey, but an entire week on foot. And there was also the danger of running into a demonic beast or the environment becoming extremely harsh out of nowhere. However, these 2 scenarios were rare occurrences. Regardless, even if one got to the Hollowclaw tribe, which was the nearest tribe to the Duskfang tribe, the 2 tribes were not on good terms, and skirmishes and battles between the 2 tribes was not rare. If one chose to go to the Hollowclaw tribe, it was almost guaranteed that one would be treated as a slave or an outcast. Their lives would not be much better, but for some, it was more bearable than living in the Duskfang tribe after the fine. And Simon also agreed with those that left the tribe. The fine occurred when he was 7, and now that he was 15 years old, 2 years had passed since they paid the entire fine. However, the situation of the tribe had not gotten better. In fact, to Simon it had gotten worse. The fine had damaged the economic foundations of their tribe in a way that many could not imagine. With his experience as a king in his past life, he could see how the migrations of some of their strongest warriors, talented tailors and artisans severely affected their tribe. And his family. His mother had gotten considerably thin, and the previous smile she used to have was no more. He could always see the sadness, anxiety, frustration, confusion, and anger in her eyes. Although he never considered her his true mother since he had one as a human, he cared for her and he found himself growing genuinely attached to her due to how she took care of him and loved him unconditionally. Before the fine, they used to eat twice a day or sometimes once a day, but eating once a day was a rare occurrence. But after the fine, they ate only once a day, until it became that he ate only once a day. At age 10, when their tribe was at its lowest point, Simon's mother ate only once a week. Every food she obtained, She gave to him so that he could eat at least once a day. And this singular act was what touched Simon and made him treat Blackstar's mother like a mother figure as well. The love of a mother toward her child is prevalent even amongst demons. These were Simon's thoughts on a particular night when his mother slept almost like she was dead. He took note of her sunken cheeks, her skinny arms that were more bone than flesh, her hair losing its color due to stress, and the horrible, tattered clothes she wore. His mother, Lissa, was a tailor in their tribe. She had no talent in fighting, and although being a tailor in the Duskfang tribe was not a luxurious job, it had been able to put food on her table. Before the fine. However, with the state of their tribe, business had been extremely terrible for his mother, and Simon knew this. For his sake, and for that of his mother, he knew that he had to get a job despite his young age. If he didn't, it wouldn't be for long until he and his mother died of hunger. He needed to support his mother in whatever little way possible. So, from the age of 10, he began working. Or, at least, he tried. And that was when he realized just how absurd, brutal, and difficult the demonic realm, or, to be more precise, his tribe, was. There were several jobs one could do in the Duskfang tribe: gatherer, tailor, hunter, cook, guard, bonecrafter, blacksmith, and so many other jobs. Simon knew that the most lucrative amongst them in their tribe was the bonecrafter job. When Simon got this information from his mother, he was stunned because he never expected that a job that involved crafting using bones would be the most lucrative job in their tribe. He thought a blacksmith would be the most lucrative job, but he was wrong. In the Duskfang tribe, and especially during their period of decline, a bonecrafter made a lot of money. And for a good reason too. Blacksmiths used to be richer than bonecrafters since their equipment was superior and stronger. However, when metals used in blacksmithing became exceedingly scarce, blacksmiths had nothing to smith with. Meanwhile, bonecrafters could use the bones that were available in their tribe. Getting bones was easier than getting metals, and at some point, when bones were too expensive to buy and too difficult to get, they began using the bones of the dead in their tribe. They dug up the dead, and those whose bones had not turned to dust were used in the creation of weapons to arm the guards of the tribe. This was why bonecrafters became one of the most valuable people in their tribe. Simon tried to learn bonecrafting from one of the bonecrafters, and when he told his mother, she advised him not to do so. She told him that it would be better to wait till he was 16, when his bloodline and demonic heart would awaken. It was also the time he would learn the grade of his bloodline and his magical talents. Simon knew that his mother did not hold high hopes for him to have immense talent or, least of all, a powerful bloodline, since the likelihood of such a thing was extremely low. She did not have a powerful bloodline, and his father only had a slightly more powerful one. Simon knew that his mother wanted him to wait till he was 16, and when he finally awakened both his bloodline and his demonic heart, he could then apply to be a guard of the tribe, or both of them could leave the tribe and go to one of the 6 main tribes. However, Simon was 10 years old when he had this conversation with his mother, and he knew that there was no way he and his mother would last for 6 long years if there was no positive change in their lives. So, he ignored his mother's advice and tried to find a way to learn bonecrafting. However, he was ruthlessly denied by the bonecrafters in the tribe. Some even threatened to kill him and rip out his tongue for breakfast. One of the bonecrafters agreed to take him as his apprentice, but Simon was treated worse than a slave. He was asked to do tasks many would not do. For example, he was asked to always clean his house and workspace, to massage the bonecrafter, to go on errands in the tribe that would tire him out for the entire day, to dig holes in the ground where he could relieve himself, and to do every single task one could possibly imagine. Simon might not have minded doing all of these degrading jobs, but the bonecrafter was so cruel to the point that he sometimes only paid Simon once or twice a week. He would claim that business had not been good, and Simon's pay was nothing more than 5 low-grade bone coins. Meanwhile, his mother's pay before the decline of the tribe was 1 mid-grade bone coin per month. A single mid-grade bone coin was equivalent to 100 low-grade bone coins, and Simon only earned 5 or 10 low-grade bone coins per week of servitude. Simon persevered for a whole 6 months until he decided that he could not take it anymore. The bonecrafter always made sure he learned nothing or even got a glimpse of his work whenever he had a job, and Simon knew that the bonecrafter had no intention of teaching him. Maybe if he persevered for another 6 months, his master would grow a heart and choose to teach him. But Simon had no intention of waiting till that time. His life on earth had been a life of fame, glory, and riches, and there was no way he was going to keep on living a life that had no future. The main reason why every bonecrafter sent him out and refused him was because resources were scarce, and trying to waste them on an apprentice who would definitely waste the resources was a waste of money for them. Something they could not afford with the economic state of their tribe. It was the same for the blacksmiths. Tailors only accepted women. Men could not be tailors, and Simon knew that his mother would not even allow it because of the shame it would bring to her. He could not become a guard or a hunter because he was too weak. As for being a gatherer, kids were not allowed to become gatherers, and he also knew that becoming a gatherer meant he would be risking his life. He had no means of protecting himself, and Fearless could definitely not protect him against demonic beasts. So what could he do? How could he survive? He did something he never thought he would do. He became something a hero should never become. He became a thief. Becoming a thief. This was the only thing Simon could think of doing in the 11 years he had lived in the demon realm. There was nobody to teach him how to be a blacksmith or a bonecrafter. There was nobody to hire him because even those with money were barely surviving. They didn't have the resources to be paying him for working for them. He couldn't become a hunter, gatherer, or guard because he was too weak. His mother was suffering. He was suffering. He also knew that the lack of food was going to affect his growth and development. So, after thinking deeply about it, he chose to steal. There was nothing else he could do in a declining tribe like theirs. And a successful thief he became. Their tribe, the Duskfang tribe, was a small tribe even amongst the minor tribes. Before the fine and the migration of many residents from the tribe, their total population was between 1,000 demons and 1,200 demons. They mainly had mud houses or buildings that were crudely made out of stones, and nearly every demon knew one another in the tribe. With the decline of the tribe, their total population decreased to a mere 600 heads. To become a successful thief, Simon knew who the demons that were rich in their tribe were, and he targeted those people. And the first person he targeted was the demon who had worked him like a slave. Simon held a grudge against the man, and there was no way he was going to allow such a heartless demon to go scot-free. Another reason why he chose the man as his first target was because he knew a lot about the demon and his house. He knew where he kept his stash of money. He knew the personality and behavior of the demon, and he also knew the layout of the demon's house in great detail. He had worked there for months, after all. Despite knowing a lot about the demon, Simon knew that he had to be careful because the demon was a lot stronger than he was. There were 2 rankings of demons, and those 2 rankings were based on their bloodline and the level of their demonic heart. There were 4 bloodline rankings: lesser bloodline, common bloodline, noble bloodline, and royal bloodline. Each of these bloodlines was also divided into minor grade, greater grade, superior grade, and supreme grade. Each subgrade determined how close the bloodline was to the next stage. But that did not mean that a supreme common bloodline was greater than a minor noble bloodline. A common bloodline was always more powerful than a lesser bloodline, and a noble bloodline was always more powerful than a common bloodline. The second ranking system was based on the rank of a demon's heart, and this was the main ranking that was used in the demon realm and outside of it. Demons could use magic, and their source of magic was their demonic heart. Refining their heart allowed a demon to get stronger and wield more powerful magic that could cause immense destruction. There were 6 levels, and the first level was called a flickering heart. Demons who had a flickering heart were called lesser demons. The second level was called a burning heart. Demons with a burning heart were called fiends or awakened demons. The third level was called an infernal heart, and demons with an infernal heart were called archfiends. The fourth level was called a forged heart. Demons with a forged heart were called greater demons. The fifth level was called an abyssal heart, and demons with an abyssal heart were called demon lords. The sixth level, which was also the last level, was called a cataclysm heart, and demons with a cataclysm heart were called demon kings. There were also subdivisions for each level, and the subdivisions were similar to those of the bloodline rankings. Minor grade, prime grade, superior grade, supreme grade. So, A greater demon could be classified into a minor greater demon, a prime greater demon, a superior greater demon, and a supreme greater demon. These subdivisions were steps a demon would have to take before they could advance to the next demonic heart level. A demon's bloodline and their demonic heart seemed separate because of their rankings, but the progression of a demon's heart was completely dependent on the grade of their bloodline. The lower the grade of a demon's bloodline, the lower the potential of their demonic heart. It was one of the reasons why a demon's bloodline was usually the most important thing in the demon realm. Simon had no idea what the level of his bloodline was or what magical affinity his demonic heart would awaken, but he had a feeling that it was nothing special, unless his patron god gave him a surprise. His mother was a one-horned demon, a demon with a lesser bloodline at the minor grade, and though he had not seen his father at all, or even heard about him whenever he asked his mother, he had seen his reflection in a mirror before. With his knowledge about demons, he guessed that his father was a beastkin demon of the cat lineage. Most likely not a lion or tiger lineage, but a lesser cat lineage. And he knew that beastkin demons usually had low potential. However, all of these were just speculations on his part. He could only wait till he became 16 to know his fate. Moving on, there was a reason why stealing from the demon who used him as a slave was dangerous, and that was because the demon was a fiend. He had a burning heart at the minor grade, and that made him far stronger than Simon, who did not even have a flickering heart. If the demon caught him, he would definitely kill him, and his mother would not be able to fight for him because she was just a superior lesser demon. But at the end of the day, he successfully stole from the demon, and that was the day his heart as a hero was subtly, slowly, but surely being influenced by his environment. Simon had to make a plan to steal from a demon who was at the fiend level, and his plan was based on what he knew about the demon. He knew a lot about the man, his personality, behavior, habits, and even his normal day-to-day activities. And Simon knew that the third day of the week was when the demon usually went out to drink with his friends, and when he came back home, he was always a drunk mess. In the middle of the night, when it was completely dark, Simon chose to sneak out of the house while his mother was deeply asleep. Because of the stress, hunger, and weakness, her sleep was always so deep that people could be talking in their house and she would not know. That was how weak she had become. Simon left the house and then snuck his way to the demon's house. There was no source of light in the tribe, and complete darkness engulfed the entire tribe and beyond. And it was at times like this that Simon appreciated the fact that he had the demon cat lineage in him. He could see in the dark with his cat eyes, and the darkness did not affect him in the slightest. Reaching the demon's house, Simon found where the demon usually kept his spare bone key for the door, and then he opened it. He heard the loud snoring and mumbles of the demon in his drunken state, but he completely ignored him and did not bother to peek at the demon's current condition. He went to the demon's bathroom, and the stench from it blasted into his face. Fortunately for him, he came prepared, since he expected such a thing. Although he called it a bathroom, it was nothing like a human bathroom. It was literally just a closed space with a hole at the corner of the room and a bucket of water at the center. To his left was a makeshift curtain made out of beast skin, and Simon knew that no matter what, he must never enter that room. Why? Because that room was where the demon shat, and it was the source of the terrible smell in the house. Demons did not bathe, especially demons in a declining minor tribe like theirs. Water was like treasure, and wasting it on something like bathing was not something any demon would ever do. The terrible stench of low-ranking demons was something many hunters complained about back when he was a human, and Simon wondered how his previous self would react to the stench he was currently enduring. Fortunately for him, he was a demon now, and he had gotten used to the stench of demons to the point where he smelled nothing unless it was truly bad. And if a smell was truly bad to him, he wondered if it would be enough to kill an average human. It was an intriguing thought, but one he pushed to the back of his mind. His focus was on the bucket of water at the center of the bathroom. He approached it, removed the bucket, and then lifted the stone on which it had been standing. A pouch appeared before Simon's eyes, and his eyes glittered with relief and desire when he saw it. Without hesitation, he took it and hid it in his makeshift clothes. I wish I had an inventory like humans do. Humans really have a lot of advantages in some things compared to demons. That was Simon's thought back then, But it did not stop him from continuing his plan. After stealing the pouch of bone coins, he placed the stone back and returned the bucket of water to its original position. But he did not stop there. He brought out a bone the size of his finger. The bone had carvings on it, and he threw it into the bucket of water. With that, he left the demon's house, with nobody in the tribe knowing that he had just stolen from one of the richest individuals among them. The next day, the entire tribe woke up to the enraged roar of the demon, which later led to a fight between him and another demon who was a bone crafter. His mother later told him that the man who was his previous employer was accusing another bone crafter, his fiercest competitor, of stealing his money. According to his mother, there was concrete evidence against the bone crafter. A bone with the signature carvings of the bone crafter was found in the water bucket of his previous employer. This caused many demons to believe that he had stolen the money, since all evidence pointed toward the bone crafter, and many demons in the tribe began pressuring him to return the money. But he vehemently denied all accusations against him. This caused so much friction in the tribe because his previous employer threatened the tribal chief, telling everybody that he would migrate to another tribe since his hard-earned money was not safe there. He told everyone that unless his money was returned by his competitor within 3 days, he would leave the tribe. This was a major problem for the tribe because the loss of even a single bone crafter would further damage the economic state of the tribe, and the tribal chief tried to find a solution between the two bone crafters. But how could a solution be found when the real thief was somebody else? 3 days of intense negotiations, arguments, and fights passed, and both bone crafters left the tribe, further damaging its already fragile economy. But Simon did not care about this, since he knew he did what he had to do to survive. If his actions led the entire tribe to extinction, then he did not mind, as long as he and his mother survived. Besides, it was not like he had a soft spot for demons after all. He had seen firsthand the chaos and destruction they brought upon a world. What truly bothered him was whether he should tell his mother the truth, or keep it hidden from her. When it came to his mother, Simon was in a dilemma because he was not certain how to tell her about what he did. The option of hiding the money or his actions was completely absent because there was no way he could do such a thing. There was no way he could spend the money on food without his mother eventually noticing that something was wrong. Also, he knew that he did not have the heart to sneakily use the money only for himself while his mother suffered. His mother had sacrificed a lot for him, and it would be unfilial of him to keep watching her suffer while he enjoyed himself. What Simon was worried about was how to tell his mother so that she would not get the idea of reporting him to the village head. Although that would be a foolish thing to do, he knew that it was possible for his mother to do so. His previous employer had approximately 50 mid-grade bone coins in the pouch he stole, which was equivalent to 5,000 low-grade bone coins and also equivalent to 50 months of his mother's previous monthly salary. Such an amount would have been absurdly high before the economic crisis of their tribe, but the prices of so many things were now absurdly high, and Simon knew that the money would last them only a year if they ate like before. But Simon did not want to eat like they had been doing in the past. This was not out of greed but out of necessity. If he wanted to develop properly, he needed nutrients, enough nutrients to be able to develop properly. Although he was in the dark about the best path a demon should take if they wanted to reach the highest ranks in the demon realm, he had a feeling that proper nutrition at a young age was necessary. After deliberating for 3 days, Simon finally told his mother on a particular night when she came back late from work with sunken cheeks, hazy eyes, and a strained smile. As she stepped into their home, a slight frown appeared on his face when he saw her state. You're still awake, Black Moon? You should be sleeping so that you don't waste too much of your energy, his mother said, and Simon shook his head. I'm not tired. Lissa approached her son and then ruffled his hair. I know, but you know how difficult things are. If you don't minimize how much energy you use, you're going to end up suffering in the long run because food is now so expensive. This is also why I tell you to stop working out all the time. Simon gave a light smile to his mother. I'm working out to be stronger. I don't have to wait till I awaken my bloodline and demonic heart. Lissa gave a wry smile at Simon, and her eyes flickered with pride, concern, and anxiety as she looked at her son. Simon was a mixture of a one-horned demon and a beastkin demon of the cat lineage. He had pale gray skin with patches of white fur on his body. He also had a single tiny black horn on the right side of his head, along with midnight white hair. His messy hair was white with black tips that nearly covered half of his eyes. His pointed ears twitched slightly whenever he heard a sound from far away. Her son's build was not like that of many men among the one-horned demons. It leaned toward the slender side, and with all the strange exercises her son had been doing for years now, he had developed muscle on his lean body, making him appear attractive despite his age. His eyes were like that of a cat. His pupils were deep indigo, and his irises were golden with a tinge of gray at the edges. A short black tail swayed behind him, helping him balance when he moved, though his mother knew that her son often tried to hide his tail beneath his clothes, and she had no idea why. Her son's movements were always silent, almost too smooth, and there were times he had caught her unaware because of this cat-like trait of his. If one looked closely, they would notice his nails were slightly curved and darker than they should be. They were claws he could extend whenever he wished. Although it looked like Simon had taken more traits from his father, his face bore a striking resemblance to hers and nothing to his father, and this always eased her heart regarding the nature of his birth. He has the heart and will of a warrior. If things were not this bad, I'm sure my son would have been a great figure in the tribe, or maybe, just maybe, he would have been able to enter a clan. A smile of self-deprecation appeared on her lips as she had this thought. Her eyes flickered with exhaustion. "I'm tired." "Mother?" Simon called out, and Lissa looked at him with a curious expression. "What is it?" Simon inhaled deeply, then placed his hand inside his clothes and brought out the pouch. Lissa tilted her head slightly with a baffled expression, but then her eyes widened in shock and disbelief when Simon began pouring out the bone coins from the pouch. The sound of bone coins spilling onto the floor was like a massive thunderclap in her mind and soul. Where did you get all of that from?" "I stole it," Simon said simply as he stared at his mother, closely observing her reaction. You stole it? From where? From who? How? When?" His mother's expression was completely baffled as she asked so many questions. But then she froze as a bolt of realization struck her. "It was you, your precious employer. You were the one who stole from Roy." Simon nodded and gestured for his mother to sit in front of him. "Yes, I did." As Simon gestured for his mother to take a seat after admitting that he stole from his previous employer, Roy, his mother wobbled slightly while holding her head due to the headache the revelation caused. She had no choice but to sit, and then Simon began speaking. "The reason I stole this money is because we need it. I know how terribly we've been living, and I know that we can't continue living like this or we'll die. And I don't want to die anytime soon." Simon paused, then picked up a bone coin. "If you're worried about anybody finding out it was me, you don't have to be. As you know, a lot of time has passed, and nobody suspects me." Lissa glanced at the bone coin in Simon's hand before shifting her gaze to her son's face. Looking into her son's cat-like eyes, which were filled with calmness and not a single trace of fear, the fear and worry she had within her dissipated. A mixture of concern, pride, and relief could be seen in her eyes as she glanced at the bone coins in front of her. "I never knew a day would come where my son would have to resort to stealing just to put food on the table." Lissa looked down at her hands and legs, which were more bone than flesh, and a wry smile and soft chuckle escaped her lips. "I don't even know how I feel about this, but I strangely feel relieved, like a huge burden has been removed from my back." Simon smiled when he heard his mother's words. "I know it isn't the right thing to do, but—" His mother cut him off and gave him a strange look. "It isn't the right thing to do? There's no right or wrong here, especially in the wildlands, son. The only thing that matters is survival. If I had the courage and ability to steal from others and take more risks, I would have. What you did is not wrong. I'm proud that you were able to accomplish this feat. I'm just worried about the consequences. About the tribal chief and the others finding out that you're a thief. 2 bone crafters left the tribe, and the tribal chief is angry and frustrated. Many people have been talking about how losing 2 Bonecrafters is going to affect the tribe even more. If you're caught, they'll definitely kill you. And me too, since I'm your mother. They'll definitely suspect me. I'm proud of you, but I'm also concerned for you. I don't care if what you did hurt others. I just don't want you to hurt yourself in the process. If I were a better mother, I would have taken these risks myself instead of putting my son in danger. But I'm not. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped from Simon's mother, and then she slowly and affectionately rubbed his head. Just be careful, as always, Black Moon. Your life is worth more than some bone coins. Simon stared at his mother with a stunned and conflicted expression. His mother noticed his look and assumed that he wore such an expression because he had expected her to scold him, not encourage him. But how could she, when he was only trying to ensure that they survived in this brutal land? And she was right, but not completely. Simon looked this way because he had not expected her to encourage him at all. He had expected her to discourage him from stealing, to warn him of the consequences, and to tell him that it was better to endure hardship than suffer the dangers that came with theft. That was what a mother was meant to do for her child. A mother was meant to think of the future, to know that stealing only had immediate benefits, while the consequences in the future could be far more deadly than anything else. But Simon forgot one thing entirely. He was in the demon realm. He was not on Earth where humans lived. He was in the land of demons, beings of evil and wickedness. Evil was natural to them, and to his mother, who was a demon, there was no such thing as right or wrong. There was only survival. Even if their entire tribe had to die for the 2 of them to survive, it was acceptable to her. Survival was the ultimate goal for all demons, and 99.99999% of the time they would commit evil deeds to achieve it, because it was in their nature. Demons and humans are completely different. Although humans can also be evil, they have something called a conscience. Every human has a conscience that makes them feel something when they do something bad. But demons don't have that. Demons are fundamentally different. And I've become one of them. I've always suppressed the thought of being a demon, but how do I truly feel about becoming one? I can't go back to Earth to live like a human. I'll be killed and hunted. Heck, I don't even know how many years have passed since my death. Nobody in this tribe knows the date. Maybe higher-ranking organizations would, but the main point is that I can't live like a human. I'm a demon. I can only live and thrive in the demon realm. But do I really have to become a demon to thrive here? Do I have to become truly evil? Simon's eyes sharpened as he inwardly shook his head. No! I fought for Earth for over 6 decades. And there's no way I'll become the very enemy of Earth. Sure, I might be a demon, but my goal is to rise and become the strongest in the demon realm, and prevent the destruction of Earth by demons. If it hasn't already happened. Simon released a slow, inward sigh, then looked at his mother, who was counting the number of mid-grade bone coins in the pouch. Let's leave all of that for now. I don't have enough information to decide my future path. For now, I need to get stronger, leave this tribe for a better place. If possible, a clan, even if it's a minor one. After that, I'll gather information, grow stronger, and then save Earth. If it hasn't been destroyed. Simon and his mother spoke about how best to use the money he had stolen, and his mother wanted to use it sparingly due to the fear of not being able to obtain more money in the future and the fear of people noticing the sudden change in their living conditions. However, Simon rejected his mother's suggestions and told her that he wanted her to buy more food for the 2 of them. First of all, he did not like the way she looked, how malnourished she was, and how hungry he himself usually felt. Eating once every 2 days was terrible, and with his growing body, even eating twice a day did not cut it for him. With the money he stole, he wanted both himself and his mother to be eating 3 times a day. His mother argued that such reckless spending was foolish, but when Simon told her that he needed nutrients to develop a healthy body, at least enough to become a capable warrior in the future, she eventually agreed. Simon knew that his mother wished for him to become an extraordinary warrior, but she did not harbor unrealistic dreams like hoping he would become a powerful warrior in a minor clan, or, even more absurdly, one of the 6 major clans. Using his mother's modest dreams as justification to obtain better food, she complied. Though she asked how they were going to get money in the future, Simon replied with a nonchalant expression that he would steal from the rich in their tribe. That night, both he and his mother slept, though their minds were filled with a million thoughts. Time passed, and 4 years later, Simon, now 15 years old, stood behind his house with a wooden sword in his hand. His eyes were closed as he held the sword steady, its tip an inch from his nose. In front of him was a wooden tree riddled with scars and cuts, and a moment later, a leaf drifted down before him. His eyes snapped open, and he swung his sword at the leaf with lightning speed. However, the scene where the leaf was split in two did not occur. Instead, the leaf merely fluttered away as Simon's wooden sword brushed against it. Simon's lips twitched repeatedly before he let out a sigh. It seems I still have much more training to do with the sword. He lowered his stance and examined the wooden sword in his hand. I thought that with my knowledge and experience, I would be able to master the sword quickly, but it seems it'll still take time with this body. Besides, it's only been a year since I started training with a sword, and he turned the wooden sword to the side. Seeing its rough edges and crude craftsmanship, he could not help but sigh again. With such a poorly made sword, hoping to cut a leaf at his current strength was extremely difficult. Difficult? Yes. Impossible? No. One reason it took so long for him to begin sword training was because obtaining a sword was immensely difficult in their tribe. Unlike Earth, where trees were abundant, in their tribe, where water was scarce and precious, trees were exceedingly rare, which made wood extremely valuable. Nobody sold wooden swords in their tribe, and swords made of metal or bone were far too expensive for him to buy. Well, it wasn't that he didn't have the money. Buying a bone or metal sword would attract unwanted attention and suspicion. People would begin asking questions about how he acquired the money, and he didn't want that, at least not while he was still so weak. As for how he eventually obtained a wooden sword, he stole a large piece of wood from one of the richer demons in the tribe, along with a small stash of their wealth. He crafted the sword himself, and because of his current body and the lack of proper tools, the result was rather disappointing. Oh well, I guess I'll just keep practicing with this sword until I get a better one. Simon shrugged and began walking back toward his house. But as he approached, 2 demon patrol officers appeared from around the corner. Trargan, Arath. He greeted them with a nod and a smile. Black Moon, it seems you're getting better and better with the sword. I'm sure the tribal chief will be pleased. You'll definitely become a talented hunter in the future. Trargan said with a smile as he patted Simon's shoulder. I can't wait for your coming of age. It's in a week, right? Arath said as he glanced at the wooden sword in Simon's hand, then at the tree riddled with scars. The demon shook his head, a hint of pity in his eyes. Simon noticed Arath's expression but didn't mind. He knew the pity stemmed from being born in a minor, declining tribe. If he had been born into one of the 6 major tribes, he would have had far more opportunities to grow stronger. Yes, I'll be 16 in a week, and by then I'll finally be able to become a warrior, Simon replied, pulling Arath out of his thoughts. Arath blinked, then smiled. Not only me. Many people are waiting for your coming of age. Almost everyone in the village is curious about what grade of bloodline you'll have and what chaos affinity you'll awaken. Even the tribal chief is hopeful. Simon merely smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. We have great hope in you, Black Moon. Your talent with the sword is frightening. You might be the one who changes the fate of our tribe for the better, Trargan said as he patted Simon's shoulder once more before turning to leave. Just as they were about to depart, Arath stopped and turned back toward Simon. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I heard rumors that a big shot is coming to our tribe. Probably a merchant or maybe someone from a minor clan. I don't know for sure, but they should arrive by tomorrow morning. Just thought you should know. Simon's eyes flickered slightly at this information before he nodded. Thank you. One of the things Simon had done in the 5 years after he stole from Roy, his previous employer, was to plan his next heist. He obviously could not steal from somebody else so quickly since he was certain that it would put the tribe on high alert. He needed time for the tribe to relax and not expect another robbery. Besides, with the money he stole from Roy, he and his mother could eat 3 times a day for a whole year without problem. And they could also afford to buy some other things with the money. However, such reckless spending would definitely attract suspicion from other members of the tribe. So both he and his mother agreed on just eating better food. And that made living a whole lot easier for them. Eating 3 meals a day provided him with enough nutrients, and with that, he was able to work out more than normal. From the age of 5, he had begun working out, and though age 5 was an extremely young age for humans to start working out, he was a demon. And one-horned demons had thrice the physical strength of an average male. His constitution was one thing that stunned him in his earlier years, and although he already knew that demons were much stronger physically, being a demon and feeling the strength he had was an entirely different feeling. Moving on from that, Simon knew that he had to choose his next target and also plan carefully for his next heist, and that he did. For 5 years, Simon had carried out a total of 5 robberies. 1 per year. This was a small number, but in their tribe, his actions caused many to cough out mouthfuls of blood in anger and disbelief. Every single person he robbed was rich, and what he always did was to sometimes leave clues that hinted at another rich individual or an enemy of the victim being the culprit of the robbery. This caused tension and chaos in the tribe at first, but on his 3rd robbery, somebody saw a flicker of his figure in the middle of the night, and it was this person that dispelled the fight that would have occurred after the clues he left behind in the victim's house. News of a sneaky thief who always left behind clues to implicate another person in the victim's home spread across the tribe, and when Simon heard it, he was amused and intrigued. Being a thief was something he did not fancy because of his status on Earth in his previous life, but if he was been honest with himself, he enjoyed every night where he robbed an unsuspecting demon. There was a thrill to it that made his demon heart beat with excitement every time he performed a heist, especially when it was successful. There were various reasons for his successful heists: subtly observing the victim for a long period of time, careful planning, and his cat-like traits. Even at a young age, he instinctively knew how to make his steps silent, and he also knew how to control his heartbeat. His instincts were high, and his reflexes and agility were extremely high. All of these and several other physical capabilities he possessed allowed him to be able to successfully rob people. Even after word got out that a thief was robbing the rich, Simon attempted his 4th heist, and he succeeded. When he did, chaos and disorder welcomed their tribe with opened arms, as the rich formed a group that was hellbent on catching the thief. A bounty was placed on Simon's head, but a year passed and nobody was able to catch the thief. For people who were suffering, waiting a whole year just to be lucky enough to catch a thief was absurd. The rich of their tribe gnashed their teeth in anger, and the tribe entered a state of peace. Or at least peace in the sense that the entire tribe was not looking for a single thief. Because of Simon's acts against the rich, it gave more demons the courage to try and do what he did. But every demon that tried failed. Stealing from the rich, especially when they were alert and filled with rage, was stupid. But starving and suffering people with no hope would do anything to survive. Anything. However, Simon was patient. He observed without caring about the consequences of his actions on the tribe. He had no feelings for the tribe in the slightest, and the only person he cared about was his mother, who had suffered a lot for him. This was evident by the fact that Simon did not bother to make any friends his age despite being so young. Some had tried, especially after seeing him practicing with the sword, but Simon's coldness and unwillingness to relate caused nearly every kid and adult in the tribe to label him a loner. A boy whose only friend was a wooden sword. And then Simon robbed the 5th unlucky individual, the son of the tribal chief. His act of successfully robbing the son of the tribal chief was what made there to be patrol guards in the tribe, and Simon knew that he had to put a pause on the heists. Although he was smarter and careful than many of the demons here, he was not stronger in the slightest. If he had to fight one of the patrol guards, he would lose without a doubt. They were all at least lesser demons, and Simon had not awakened his demon heart, attaining a flickering heart. So Simon knew he had to stop. Besides, he had gathered enough money for him and his mother to be able to sneak out of the tribe and enter a clan. That was the main reason he continued robbing over the years, and when he heard that a clan member or a merchant was coming to their declining tribe, He knew it was an opportunity for him. And the following day, a merchant arrived in their tribe. But it was not what he expected in the slightest. Although Simon had been looking forward to the appearance of a merchant or better, a member of a clan in their tribe. He had no idea what reason the merchant or clan members had, but he didn't think too much of it. The tribe was calm despite knowing that they were going to have guests or a guest who was most likely stronger than them. So, the chances of them being in danger was low. To Simon, if it was a merchant, he hoped to be able to purchase something, anything from the merchant. Even if it was a normal steel sword. Although he might raise eyebrows if he was able to produce the money for such a thing, he believed that as long as he did not spend too much money, he would be able to avoid suspicion. Especially after making everybody in the village to believe he was their hope with his talent in swordsmanship. If it was a clan member instead of a merchant, Simon's plan would depend on the personality and goal of the clan member. If possible, he would want to leave with the clan member to obtain better opportunities, but he knew that the chances of such a thing happening was low, especially in the demon realm. After making several contingency plans and simulations as to how the following day might go, their special guest arrived. The merchant. In the demon realm, there were demons who wandered the demon realm and sold their treasures to anybody that could buy them. They had no fixed location, and finding one without appropriate means was as difficult as increasing one's bloodline talents. These demons were called merchants, and they were usually of one race. The Daegrin. The merchant had ash-gray skin that was covered with faint red runic veins that pulsed slowly as though his blood was molten. His eyes were like old glass that was marred with veins of ink, and the scent of burned parchment and blood was exuded from his body. He had long, straight, and silver-gray hair that was tied loosely behind his neck. On his head were two short, curved ash-gray horns pointing backward. He wore a layered dark robe stitched from beast leather and demon spider silk, a typical merchant's attire that was definitely too clean for the wildlands. A bone-carved necklace that hummed faintly with mana hung from his neck, and multiple rings with eyes carved into them adorned 6 of his fingers. The moment Simon laid his eyes on the merchant, his body shivered uncontrollably because he could sense the immense power the demon possessed. If he was not wrong, the demon was either an archfiend or a greater demon. The merchant either had an infernal heart or a forged heart, and this was far stronger than even their tribal chief, who was the strongest individual in the group. Their tribal chief was a demon with a burning heart. A fiend at the supreme grade to be exact. Compared to the merchant who was either an archfiend or a greater demon, the tribal chief was nothing. If he wants to wipe out the entire tribe, he can do it in less than a minute if he was an archfiend. But if he was a greater demon, then a wave of his hand was more than enough to disintegrate their entire tribe to dust. For the first time since he was born in the demon realm, Simon felt frustrated by his weaknesses. Because he had not even awakened his demon heart. He was not certain what stage of demonic heart the merchant had attained. This lack of information was dangerous, or was it? Whether he's an archfiend or a greater demon does not matter. Both are extremely dangerous to the tribe and to me. Simon had this thought as he observed the merchant who was being approached by the tribal chief and the head of security of the tribe. My tribal chief. The merchant greeted with a smile that did not reach his eyes, and Varkaman, the tribal chief, was taken aback by the merchant's greeting. You jest, Sir Zagler. Varkaman chuckled with a forced smile at the merchant. Zagler. Inwardly, his heart was beating far faster than normal because of Zagler's aura. It was not only because Zagler had a more powerful demonic heart. Varkaman felt an instinctive fear toward Zagler. It was mainly because of Zagler's bloodline. The bloodline of the Daegrins was far more powerful than the inferior bloodline Varkaman had. Even if they had the same grade of demonic heart, Zagler's bloodline, which was a noble bloodline, was far too powerful for a demon like Varkaman to withstand. With his bloodline alone, he can make me kneel without lifting a finger. Varkaman's eyes flashed with fear and reverence as he looked at the ever-present smile on Zagler's lips. The goods. Where are they? I'll make sure to offer a good price for them. Zagler's words caused Varkaman to recall that they were actually here on a rather important business. Forgive my manners, Sir Zagler. I'll get them. He bowed, and then he looked at the head of security. Bring them out. The demon nodded, and then he whistled at a nearby building. To the surprise of Simon and the other demons that were watching, several guards held chains and dragged forward dozens of demons. The moment they saw the demons that were being dragged out, Simon's eyes widened in disbelief, and so did the eyes of the several demons of their tribe. Wait, aren't they from our tribe? Is the chief selling them to the merchant? Is the chief selling our people to the merchant? That can't be, right? Murmurs and whispers flowed across the tribe as they watched members of their tribe being dragged toward the merchant. Simon had a stunned expression as he watched all of these unfold. A part of him wished to rush out and decapitate the tribal chief and the merchant because of his past experience with slave traders and human traffickers. But he was too weak to change anything. He was just too weak. Despite the fact that it was not humans but demons that were being traded as slaves, it still left a bad taste in Simon's mouth as he watched members of their tribe being given to the merchant like worthless beings. The traded demons were either orphans, homeless demons, or demons that had a terminal illness. None of the demons were healthy or had a family member that came out to protest and try to save their family. Simon could also beatings on some demons, and he knew that some of the demons had not agreed to be traded willingly. Because of the economic state of our tribe, the chief decided to take a more extreme measure by trading members of the tribe that are basically useless to the tribe. The state of the tribe is what makes those demons useless, but the chief decides to discard them like worthless garbage. And for how much? Is doing such a thing worth it? If the amount he's selling them for is able to help get the tribe out of this economic state, it's all good. But trading of your kin is something that would always revolt me. I doubt these demons, these kids and elderly people would be treated right or would even survive. Demons are heartless individuals, and I'm fairly certain that the merchant does not want so many low-ranking and wretched demons so to help them. He has no reason to help them, which means that he either wants to devour them for himself or he wants to use them as an experiment. Images of scenes on Earth where he encountered slave traders and human traffickers smuggling children and several other humans to demons and demons in human skin. It was something he could not forget even after reincarnation. All of them are demons. All human traffickers and slave traders are demons and completely evil. Simon looked around, and he could see the hesitation on the faces of some demons. After listening and observing for a few seconds, he knew that there were some demons that wished to fight and confront the chief because of what he was doing, but the sheer presence of the merchant was a massive deterrent. Just the fact that he had a much more powerful demon heart was one that caused nearly all the demons to almost fall on their knees. His bloodline was worse, and if not for the fact that the merchant was not releasing his aura on purpose, many demons in their tribe would be gasping for air while on their knees. Although everybody felt immense pressure from the merchant, Simon felt none of that. Not because he had the mental fortitude of his past life, but because of the skill Fearless. With Fearless, he did not have that instinctual fear and suppression of higher-ranking demons, which was why he was extremely calm unlike the others. It is what it is. Simon decided to just watch what was going on. If the merchant just came here to buy other demons from the tribal chief, then all of his planning and thinking overnight were all for naught. Minutes went by, and after the merchant and the tribal chief concluded the transaction of the merchant, the guards brought the chained demons close to the entrance of their tribe. Simon was about to leave, but then the merchant looked at the crowd of demons that were looking at him with fear, reverence, and also a bit of anger. Zagler gave a light smile when he saw the crowd. "My tribal chief, surely you don't mind if I try to sell some of my goods to them." He looked at Varkaman with the same smile he had from the moment he stepped foot in the tribe. "It won't be good if I don't try to make back some of my money as a merchant." Varkaman nodded with a forced smile and sweat appearing on his forehead. He had no idea why Zagler kept on referring to him as "my tribal chief." It was absolutely putting him on the edge. If possible, he wanted Zagler, who was basically a walking disaster to their tribe, to leave as quickly as possible. "Of course you can sell some of your products, Sir Zagler." Zagler nodded, and then he approached the crowd of demons. "Hello there, my people." Zagler greeted with the same smile. "I know some of you may wonder why I'm taking those young ones, but let me tell you that they're going to serve a greater good. They would finally get the rewards they deserve for all the suffering they've suffered. Zagler paused, and then he waved his hand. A black table covered with a red cloth appeared in front of the merchant. He snapped his fingers, and then an array of multiple items appeared on the table. The eyes of everybody, including Simon, glittered with surprise and desire the moment they laid their eyes upon the items. I am but a humble trader of curiosities. Curiosities that whisper, that hunger, that change their owners. So, who wants to trade with me? Everybody looked at Zagler for a second before approaching the merchant. Although they were poor, the items Zagler was selling caused their hearts to quiver in awe. Because of his cat-like agility and body that was extremely flexible, he was able to weave through the crowd to get a front-row view of the items. When he did, his eyes flashed with an unknown light. Crimson Fong powder? Soul ink? Gloomweed extract? Ashheart charms? Blood crystals? Whispering skull? Shard of a fallen rune? Night glass dagger? Eye of the forgotten? Simon had a slightly baffled expression as he saw the items the demon was selling, and although he had the urge to ask the demon about their uses and descriptions, when he saw the price on them, his lips twitched. Infernal shards? Not bone coins? Is this demon trying to make fun of us? Simon was about to look at the demon with a frown, but then his eyes landed on a particular object. A blood essence? Simon stared at the vial that contained the blood essence. The blood essence in the vial was completely black, and Simon could have sworn he saw a maw appear on it for a brief moment. Am I seeing things? Simon rubbed his eyes with a baffled expression, but he didn't see the maw in the blood essence anymore, making him to believe he had seen wrong. That blood essence. I wonder what bloodline it contains. I've never seen it before. Simon looked at the tag on the vial, and when he saw the name of the blood essence, his eyes flickered with a curious and calculating glint. A devourer's blood essence? I never encountered a devourer in my 6 decades of being Earth's hero. What type of demon is a devourer? Simon tried to find the price of the blood essence, but he found nothing. Simon was not the only demon that noticed the presence of the vial of black blood essence. Other demons noticed it, and they asked about the price of the blood essence. How much is that blood essence? A demon in his 30s asked, and Zagler looked at the demon with his ever-present smile. You can't afford it, young one. The demon was taken aback when he heard the merchant refer to him as a young one. As a demon in his 30s, he was definitely not young. But when he thought about the immense power the merchant possessed, every thought of correcting the merchant's words vanished from his mind. At least tell us the price, Sir Merchant. Who knows, one of us might be able to purchase it. Another demon said, and Simon recognized this demon. He was one of the rich demons in their tribe, and Simon had made him one of his potential victims in the future. Zagler looked at the rich demon, and a light of disdain flashed in his eyes. All right, since you're so curious, the price of this blood essence is 1 low-grade infernal crystal. Everywhere became completely silent the moment they heard this, and even Simon was left stunned. The reason for this reaction was because of how absurdly expensive the blood essence was. In the demon realm, there were 6 main kingdoms, and these kingdoms each had their currencies. The 6 main kingdoms were the Infernal Kingdom, the Abyssal Kingdom, the Obsidian Kingdom, the Crimson Kingdom, the Umbral Kingdom, and the Nether Kingdom. The Duskfang tribe was in the region of the Infernal Kingdom, and the currencies used in the Infernal Kingdom were bone coins, infernal shards, and infernal crystals. The currencies also had subgrades, but the exchange rate of each currency were: a single low-grade infernal shard was equivalent to 1,000,000 peak-grade bone coins, and a single infernal crystal was equivalent to 1,000 peak-grade infernal shards. This meant that 1 low-grade infernal crystal was equal to 1,000,000,000 peak-grade bone coins. This was an amount of money that was worth more than their entire tribe. It was an amount many could not even fathom. Even Simon, who was secretly one of the richest in the entire tribe, did not even have up to a single % of such a money. I only have about 1,000 mid-grade bone coins. Buying this item or any item on this table is not possible in the slightest. Simon glanced at the merchant, and when he saw the hidden disdain and disgust in his eyes, He was not surprised. Who knows, the blood essence might be more expensive than what he said. He probably said it because he knows that none of us could afford it even if he called a lower price than normal. Simon gazed at the vial of blood essence in intrigue, and he wondered what abilities the blood essence had. From the knowledge I have of demons, if I'm able to absorb the blood essence and absorb it fully, my bloodline would experience an evolution and completely change. It'll enhance my talent. My useless bloodline would have far more potential. Simon's eyes shone with a calculating and dangerous glint as he looked at the vial of blood essence. I wish I could steal it from the merchant. I need it to improve my chances of survival in the demon realm. Despite having this thought and several other thoughts of how to steal the vial of Devourer's blood essence without getting caught, he decided to push down all those thoughts since he knew that the chances of him coming out without getting caught was very low. He looked at the merchant. Do you have a sword made out of metal? Can be the cheapest sword you have. I just need a sword that's made out of metal. Zagler looked at Simon with a raised brow hearing his request. He had noticed the way Simon stared at the Devourer's blood essence with desire, but Simon was not the only person to have such a heated gaze. There were many other demons that stared at the vial without blinking once, and Zagler knew that it was only because of his presence. A brutal fight was not ongoing right now. Of course, I have what you need, young one. Zagler snapped his fingers, and a dozen swords appeared in front of him. Choose one. Simon looked at each of the dozen swords with slightly furrowed brows. He tried to use his knowledge of the swords to try and see if he would be lucky to find a sword that seemed normal, but was not. Just like how some main characters in some novels were usually lucky. Unfortunately, all the swords were normal swords. There was nothing special about them. He picked a long sword made out of black iron, and then he looked at Zagler. How much is it? He asked with a slightly cautious expression. Zagler smiled when he saw Simon's expression. Normally, it's meant to cost a single infernal shard, but for you, young one, I'll sell it for a single mid-grade bone coin. If you do, I'll sell it to you. And if you want to buy the scabbard, you'll have to pay another mid-grade bone coin. So 2 mid-grade bone coins in total, young one. Simon's eyes widened, and then he quickly fished out a mid-grade bone coin from his pocket and gave it to the merchant before he changed his mind. Zagler smiled as he collected the bone coin from Simon. Nice doing business with you, young one. Zagler gestured with his finger, and Simon's black sword slowly landed in his hands. Here, this is its scabbard. Zagler gave Simon a black scabbard, and Simon took both of his items with relief and happiness. Getting happy over a common sword was something he never knew he would feel, but only he knew how much he suffered not having a proper sword. With this, my training with the sword would experience a drastic increase. Simon placed the sword in the scabbard, ignoring the looks of jealousy and greed in the eyes of others. Just as he did this, a commotion happened in the direction of Varkaman, the tribal chief. One of the chained captives that was sold to the merchant killed an unsuspecting guard by stabbing him in the neck with a hidden knife. The man tried a desperate attempt to escape, but how could he escape with so many guards around? The guard stopped him in anger, and some even beat the hell out of him due to the fact that he killed one of their own. One of the guards, who was a close friend of the dead demon guard, attempted to decapitate the captive, and the captive's plea for help was what alerted everybody, including Simon and Zagler. Simon looked at the scene with baffled eyes, and the moment he looked at the demon who was about to be decapitated, he saw Zagler appearing before the guard. Simon furrowed his brows, and then he looked in front of him, where the merchant was supposed to be. But the merchant was not there. In the blink of an eye, the merchant had moved from his front to the chained captive in the distance. Fast. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movement at all. It felt like he teleported when he didn't. Just as Simon had this thought, he frowned as he caught an image from the corner of his eye. He saw a hooded demon taking the Devourer's blood essence from the table while everybody was distracted by the commotion that was going on. How bold! Simon had the urge to stop the demon because he would rather allow the merchant to have the blood essence since it was his, rather than allowing a demon from their tribe to obtain the blood essence. But when he recalled the possible power level the merchant possessed, he paused, and a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. A few seconds later, he moved. He waved in and out of the crowd, completely ignoring what was happening between the merchant and the tribal chief. His eyes were completely on the demon who stole the blood essence. And he was not the only one that had his eyes set on the demon. The merchant himself also glanced at the demon with the same ever-present smile. As Simon weaved in and out of the crowd with cat-like agility and grace, he shortened the distance between him and the thief in less than 10 seconds. He completely ignored the curses that were thrown at him from the people he pushed aside, and when he was close to the thief, he stayed by his side the moment the thief moved his arm in an attempt to push a demon away. "Ah!" he exclaimed as he fell due to the demon pushing him. The demon took a glance at him with his brain not even fully registering Simon's face in the slightest. "Watch it, kid." A gruff voice escaped the lips of the hooded demon, and then without even wasting a single second, the hooded demon quickly walked away. Some demons tried to help Simon since they knew him as one of the potential talents of their tribe, but Simon politely declined them with a smile, and then he left with his newly purchased sword and the vial of Devourer's blood essence hidden within his clothes. With calm, steady, but not slow steps, he left the crowd with a smile, and the merchant's gaze remained on the hooded demon who had created some distance between him and the crowd. Meanwhile, Simon remained calm without looking back, looking worried, looking afraid, or looking suspicious in the slightest. And the reason for this was because of his skill, Fearless. Without the skill, Simon had a feeling that he would not be so calm, and somebody might have noticed his anxious state. Stealing from an archfiend or a greater demon without even having a flickering heart was an extremely dangerous and bold feat, and Simon would never have done this without the favorable conditions that were put in place. And the moment he got home and calmly closed the door, he released the biggest exhale he had ever released in his 2 lifetimes. His heart began beating like a horse on steroids, and after a few seconds, Fearless kicked in, causing him to become calm. "Damn it! I thought I was going to die of a heart attack or something." Simon shook his head slightly, and then the door that led to the back of their house opened. His mother walked in, and compared to how she looked 6 years ago, her current self was extremely better looking. No longer was she all bones and skin without muscles and fat, and no longer did she wear rags and dirty clothes made out of poor-quality beast skin. She looked far more healthy, far more jovial, and far more beautiful. The money Simon stole was more than enough to have this effect on her. When Lissa saw the sword in Simon's hands and the faint flicker of joy and fear in her son's eyes, her eyes flashed with worry. "Black Moon, did you steal that sword? It looks expensive. Who did you steal it from? I thought you said you were not going to steal anything again until things died down." His mother bombarded him with questions, and Simon smiled at his mother, fully expecting her to ask all those questions. "I didn't steal the sword, Mother. I bought it from the merchant." Lissa looked at Simon with wide eyes, and in her mind, she already assumed that Simon had used all of their money to buy the sword. "Don't tell me you used all of our money to buy the sword? Because if you did, I'd be very disappointed in you, Black Moon." Lissa folded her arms and looked at Simon with narrowed eyes, causing Simon to chuckle softly with a tinge of fear in his eyes. Despite having the fearless skill, he still felt a little bit of fear toward his mother after she had disciplined him a few times in the past. A scene he promised to never tell anybody. "The merchant sold the sword and scabbard to me for 2 mid-grade bone coins." The moment Simon said this, his mother gave him a skeptical look, and Simon quickly continued before she asked him questions. With a light smile, he brought out the vial of Devourer's blood essence. "I didn't steal the sword, but I did steal this." In the entire demon realm, the only demon Simon loved and trusted with his life was his mother. The past 15 years he had lived with his mother was like a ray of light that pierced the darkness he had chained in the depths of his heart. She was his best friend, his only family, and the one person he spoke to about nearly everything that happened to him in the demon realm. What he stole. The kids that tried to bully him at age 6 but ended up having their asses hooped by him. The kids that tried to befriend him. The young girls that asked him out. What he did during the day. What he saw while taking a stroll throughout their tribe. what his plans for the next heist were, and so many more topics to converse about. Simon literally told his mother everything, and it was a no-brainer for him to tell her about the Devourer's blood essence he stole. Although some might say it was better not to tell her since the less people that knew, the better. Who knew what methods the merchant had in locating the vial of Devourer's blood essence? But Simon's trust in his mother was strong. Which son wouldn't trust his mother naturally? I didn't steal the sword, but I did steal this. Lissa was at first confused when she saw the vial in Simon's hands. But then her blood throbbed as it instantly realized what was in the vial before Lissa's brain could. Assess that a blood essence? Simon nodded. Yeah, a Devourer's blood essence. Lissa frowned. A Devourer? I've never heard of a demonic race with that name. Simon shrugged. Same here. He walked past his mother and placed his sword on the makeshift table made out of stone. We might not know what a Devourer is, but if I'm able to absorb it, my bloodline talents would drastically increase since this blood essence is definitely of a high grade. Lissa looked at her son with a worried expression. Are you sure about this? A blood essence like this definitely costs a lot of money, and the merchant would definitely look for it. What if he finds out it's you? Simon smiled at his mother. Don't worry about that. I took precautions to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll try to absorb the blood essence very quickly so that there would be no trace of it. Lissa furrowed her brows and tried to speak, but Simon went to the only room they had in the house, not allowing his mother to speak. I'll see you later, mother. Your son's future is about to look much more bright than it was. You'll soon become the mother of the next Demon King. Lissa's mouth was left open, and all the words of caution and anxiety she wanted to say dissipated after Simon entered the room without waiting for her response. Just be safe, Black Moon. That's all I want. She gave one last glance at the room Simon was in, and then she went outside. She sat in front of their house and decided to keep watch in case somebody ended up at their doorstep. Meanwhile, Simon had a pondering expression as he looked at the vial in his hands. At the moment, he was facing a bit of a dilemma. Should he absorb the Devourer's blood essence directly and use it to improve or change his bloodline's grade? Or should he allow his blessing to absorb the skill of the blood essence? If I directly absorb the blood essence of the Devourer's blood essence, my lesser-grade bloodline would either be devoured or completely changed by this blood essence, since it's looking like the Devourer's blood essence is most likely a noble-grade bloodline. I doubt it's a common-grade bloodline. Probably a royal grade. Simon had slightly furrowed brows as he observed the Devourer's blood essence. If my bloodline completely becomes that of a Devourer, there would be visible changes to my physical appearance and aura. I don't know what it would be, but if anybody sees me, especially the merchant who is familiar with both my aura and that of the Devourer's aura, he would most likely know that I stole it and absorbed it. Simon frowned deeply as he thought of this problem. This was something he had thought of while he was talking to his mother. Directly absorbing the Devourer's blood essence was dangerous, and that left him with only one other choice: to use his 7 stars blessing. Simon had used some members of the Duskfang tribe, mainly his mother and some unfortunate bullies, to figure out how his 7 stars blessing worked now that he was a demon. And he realized that his blessing still worked the same way it had always worked when he was a hero. He could only have 7 skills, and when it came to bloodlines, he could not have the bloodlines themselves but a skill from the bloodline. Simon had hoped that his blessing would allow him to become a demon who could have 6 bloodlines, but unfortunately, he could not. He could only obtain the skills of a bloodline, and Simon knew that he needed his blessing to get the skill of the Devourer's blood essence. Although I would not be able to increase my talent and gain the physical benefits of absorbing a bloodline of such a high grade, getting the skill of a noble grade bloodline or a royal grade bloodline at my current level is not bad in the slightest. With this skill, at least I'll be stronger. Simon opened his right hand, and a dense black smoke began radiating from his hand as he activated his blessing. I don't know which one I prefer, the white light or this black smoke, whenever I activate my blessing. A soft chuckle escaped Simon's lips, and then he uncorked the vial and poured the blood onto his right hand. The moment he did, his vision changed, and he appeared in his sea of consciousness. The moment Simon appeared in his sea of consciousness, his eyes were instantly drawn toward one of the black stars that represented his 7 stars blessing. And then, he saw a scene he would never forget. At first, inside the star was a drop of black blood, the blood essence of the devourer. In the next moment, the blood began to expand and contract violently, and with every passing second, the blood got bigger and began changing. Before Simon knew it, the blood transformed into a humanoid being. The humanoid being had white, porcelain-like skin with cracks running across its body. From the cracks, faint dark light seeped out. It had only a pair of hollow, empty sockets filled with black flame on its face. There was no mouth, nose, or ears. On its back was a pair of wings that constantly transformed from flesh to smoke. The moment Simon saw this demon, he felt 2 things. An instinctive fear that threatened to destroy him in both body and soul. But the black star with the fearless skill shone brightly, causing the immense fear he felt to recede instantly. Simon inhaled and exhaled deeply with his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell is that? The moment Simon asked this question, he felt the second thing from the demon. An emotion, pride and sadness. A strange understanding flooded his entire being, and he realized that this demon was the source of the devourer's blood essence. And it was cursed. This demon devoured not out of malice, but hunger. It was a being cursed to consume endlessly to exist, but its pride was strong to the point that he could hear the curse's whispers and screams being emitted from the demon's body. Wait, what's happening again? Simon watched with wide eyes and a baffled expression as the being began to morph and change. What the? A massive serpentine demonic beast with smooth, obsidian skin that rippled like liquid shadow appeared in the black star. Its massive size nearly filled up about 30% of the space in the black star, and this was a massive size considering the immense size of the black star. Simon thought for a moment that the serpent would shatter the black star with its size, but it could not. The serpent had faint constellations glowing under its surface, as if the night sky were trapped inside it. It roared to the skies in anger, and when it did, Simon saw what was inside of the serpent's jaw. Serrated teeth filled the edges of its jaws, and at the center was a black void that bent light, matter, and every single thing in existence. It devoured everything. Simon could feel his spirit body and physical body trembling violently as he saw the demonic serpent. The black star with the fearless skill was shining brightly as it protected Simon from dying due to the fear he instinctively felt toward the serpent and the previous strange humanoid demon. As Simon looked at the serpent that was roaring at the skies in rage and anger, he found his blood boiling with a primal fury that nearly threatened to overwhelm his mind. And this was shocking to him because his mind was not that of a 15-year-old child but of a 60-year-old man with countless life experiences. What sort of a demon is this? Just as Simon had this thought, the serpentine demon began to change, and in less than a minute, a new demon appeared. This demon was colossal, twice the size of the serpent. It was humanoid and had 6 arms with a cracked exoskeleton that was like molten rock. On its back were 6 massive black wings, and on its chest was a circular mouth filled with endless rotating teeth. 6 golden eyes were on its massive face, and its every breath was like a black hole that devoured everything, even light, without giving anything back. When Simon looked at this creature, all he felt was hunger, greed, and pride. It was extremely baffling to the point that Simon groaned as he felt his entire being experiencing a strange transformation. As he held his head while groaning, the colossal demon looked at Simon, unnoticed by him, and then the demon attempted to glance at the black star with the fearless rune on it, but it exploded into an ocean of black blood before it could. The black star suddenly became darker, and the blood began to swirl rapidly and violently like a turbulent ocean that was placed in a planetary washing machine. Simon's groan of pain increased as he felt something in him beginning to change, and as the ocean of black blood suddenly became a tiny dot, Simon fell on his knees. He gasped heavily, and when he looked at the tiny black dot in the black star, the dot suddenly exploded, shocking Simon. Before Simon could comprehend what was happening, a black rune appeared at the center of the black star, and Simon felt a refreshing energy wash over him when he saw this black rune. Depending on how Simon wanted it to be, the black rune could appear as a colossal rune the size of the colossal demon he saw, or it could be as tiny as a dot. Simon gazed at the rune for a few seconds, and although he had a lot of questions, he knew that this rune gave him the skill. Devour. Simon went through the skill, and his eyes flashed when he absorbed information about the skill. This has to be the skill with the largest amount of information I have ever encountered. Only divine skills have this level of information, but for some reason, I feel like this skill has far more information in it than a divine skill. Although I might not understand much of it, I believe I can surpass my previous self with Devour. Devour, just like its name, was a skill that allowed Simon to consume things, but with extreme efficiency and with a terrifying result. Simon suddenly recalled something he had forgotten due to the strangeness of everything in the last few minutes. What about the baptism? The moment he said this, the black star lit up. A thick beam of light fell from the black star containing the skill, Devour, and the moment Simon was baptized by this black light, he instantly lost consciousness. He didn't know it, but both his body and spirit were undergoing a transformation that would begin his path toward becoming the demon god. He slept for 3 whole days, and a lot happened in these 3 days. The first was his mother's concern and worry for his life. At first, she thought that the absorption of the blood essence would only take 6 hours at most. Because her knowledge was very limited and because she had never encountered or seen somebody absorbing a higher-grade bloodline before, she didn't know what to expect. She could only hope that Simon was all right. But after 24 hours, she had no choice but to check up on Simon, and when she saw him lying on the ground without making a single movement, she feared the worst. Fortunately, she saw that he was still breathing, although very faintly, or she would have asked for help, and this would have increased the chances of people figuring out that Simon had stolen the vial of Devourer's blood essence. Seeing that Simon was unconscious but still alive, she decided to wait and have faith. She took care of his body, bathed him, and massaged his body so that he would not end up stiff. She did all she could as a mother, but she was still worried and scared that Simon would not wake up. Meanwhile, another frightening scene was going on in another part of the Duskfang tribe. Inside the tribal chief's house was a demon who was chained upside down. His hands were spread apart, chained to 2 pillars that were in the room, and his legs were spread far apart while also being chained to the pillars in the room. The demon was bloodied all over with cuts, bruises, and burns covering his body and face. One of his eyes was missing, and he was missing 3 fingers and 3 toes on each hand and leg. On his back was a series of marks caused by excessive whipping. This demon was the thief that had stolen the Devourer's blood essence, and he had been in this position for 3 days now. Seated a few meters in front of the demon was the merchant, Zagler, who was holding a book in his hand with an indifferent expression. His ever-present smile was nowhere to be seen, and although he did not have an expression of anger, his current indifferent expression was terrifying to behold. Kneeling beside the merchant was the tribal chief, Varkaman. Immense sweat along with an expression filled with dread could be seen on his face as he bowed before the merchant's feet. "Lord Zagler, please give us more time. I'm sure we'll be able to make him talk very soon. He'll definitely tell us where he hid the blood essence or who he gave it to. So please, just give us a little bit more time." Zagler slowly turned over to the next page of the book, and he continued reading for 10 slow and arduous minutes in front of Varkaman. However, Varkaman did not dare look up, move, or say a word. He remained in his position without saying a word. Zagler finally looked away from the book and looked at Varkaman, but he didn't say anything at first. He looked at the chained and bloodied demon, and then he shook his head. "He doesn't know where the blood essence is. You've been torturing him for days now, and he's not the type of demon that has the mental fortitude to withhold information when he's being tortured. He wasn't brought up or trained like that. If he knew where the blood essence was, he would have said so." Varkaman trembled when he heard this, and although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that the merchant was right. He and his guards had been torturing the demon in the most brutal manner they knew without caring for his life, and this had been going on for days. In fact, Varkaman would confidently say that the most creative and vicious methods of torture appeared in his mind these past 3 days. But despite trying so much, the demon never told them where the vial of blood essence was. He admitted stealing the blood essence, and he also admitted wanting to escape the tribe as quickly as possible so that he could absorb it. He planned on abandoning his wife and 2 daughters since he knew that every second wasted increased his chances of being caught, but never did he know that from the moment he took the vial, Zagler knew he was the thief. The demon had even admitted crimes he had committed in the past, crimes neither of them cared about. The demon had begged so much, admitting every single detail about his entire life without hesitation, and he continuously said that he didn't know where the Devourer's blood essence was. According to him, he thought he had it, but when he left the tribe, he realized that he did not. He believed that it was either stolen from him or it fell from his clothes when he was attempting to escape. The demon had told them everything he knew, and Varkaman knew that the demon was not withholding any information about the blood essence. But this was what terrified Varkaman, because if the demon was not with the blood essence, who was with it? Was the person still in the tribe? Or had the person escaped with the blood essence? If at the end of the day they could not find the blood essence, Varkaman knew that his life and that of the entire tribe would be over. The merchant would wipe out the entire tribe, and his life as he knew it would be over. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die, especially when he had suffered so much at the hands of those above him. "Please, Lord," Zagler cut him off. "Enough. You can't expect me to remain here until he spills out something he doesn't know, right?" To Varkaman's horror, Zagler stood. "If you want something done, you better do it yourself. Please, Lord Zagler, please wait. Please have mercy on us. I beg of you." Varkaman stumbled as he pleaded while stretching out his hands in fear. Zagler looked at Varkaman with contempt and total indifference. "A demon shows no mercy. You disgust me." Zagler waved his hand, and Varkaman combusted into flames. His screams of terror and pain echoed throughout the entire tribe as Zagler calmly and indifferently walked out of the building. As Varkaman's screams of pain and terror resounded across the entire tribe, demons gathered at his home to figure out what was going on. But the words they wanted to speak became stuck in their throats as they saw their tribal chief's house in flames, with the merchant seated on an exquisitely crafted wooden chair in front of the burning building. His expression was one of pure indifference as he seemed entirely unbothered by the flames behind him, and those who were used to seeing the merchant's smile knew that a calamity was very nearly upon them. With silence engulfing the surroundings of the burning tribal chief's house, every demon knew that their lives were currently at stake, and their tribe could very well become extinct at that very moment. Zagler had his head placed on his fist, and he indifferently gazed at the dozens of demons gathered before him. The pressure of his gaze made some demons cower and tremble in fear. After what seemed like an eternity to the demons of the Duskfang tribe, Zagler spoke. "One of you took something from me, and despite my attempts, I've unfortunately not been able to get it back." The expressions of several demons changed drastically, and many of them could not believe what they heard. Who would be so bold to steal from a demon who was most likely an archfiend or a greater demon? And worst of all, who was so bold to steal from a Daegrin? Daegrins were a race of wandering merchants who were popular in the demon realm for having rare treasures that many shops and stable merchants would never find. And the reason for this was because Daegrins always explored places that very few demon merchants would choose to explore. The majority of the Daegrins were known to possess a lot of treasures and wealth, and if one became an enemy of a Daegrin, they would potentially become the enemy of the entire Daegrin race. This was one of the reasons why Daegrins were one of the races that few demons dared to harm. Despite the urge I have in me to simply wipe out your entire tribe off the face of the demon realm, I've chosen not to do that because I'm a merchant, not a brute. Zagler paused and looked at the demons before him with a malicious light in his eyes. Anybody that can bring me the vial containing the Devourer's blood essence will be awarded with 10 low-grade infernal crystals. Silence. Pure, utter silence engulfed the entire tribe as Zagler's last words traveled across the entire tribe. Zagler had used a voice amplification technique so that his words could be heard by everybody in the Duskfang tribe, and those who were in their homes or performing whatever tasks it was that they were performing heard Zagler's words. Another individual who heard it was Lissa, who was in her home with Simon resting on her lap. Even she had a stunned expression when she heard Zagler's words. 10 low-grade infernal crystals. 10 low-grade infernal crystals? 10 low-grade infernal crystals. 10 low-grade infernal crystals was equivalent to 10 billion peak-grade bone coins. That was an amount none of them in the entire tribe had ever thought of possessing in a million lifetimes. To every single tribe member, it was the same as the merchant offering to make one of them a billionaire. It was an absurd amount of money to them, and they wanted it. To people like the merchant and those who lived in the main cities of the Infernal Kingdom and other kingdoms, such an amount was nothing to them, but to the tribe members of the impoverished Duskfang tribe, this was an unfathomable amount of money. And it was a large amount of money even to some of the 6 major clans. You did not hear me wrong. I swear by my name that if anybody is able to bring me back the blood essence, I'll give them 10 low-grade infernal crystals. And if anybody is able to bring me the thief who stole what is mine, I'll give them an extra 10 low-grade infernal crystals. But if you bring back his corpse, your reward will be reduced to 5 low-grade infernal crystals. The eyes of every single individual in the tribe became heated, and seeing their gazes, Zagler's expression flashed with disdain. And, for the first time in the past 2 days, his lips curled into a smile. You all may leave and begin the demon hunt. Without hesitation and with no questions asked, every single demon of the Duskfang tribe dispersed in a frenzy. In fact, some demons began questioning suspicious demons, and some fights and battles broke out less than a minute after Zagler spoke. Many demons were extremely anxious and in a rush to be the first person to find the Devourer's blood essence and the thief. This was their chance, their opportunity to escape their lives of suffering and poverty, and they wanted to grab that opportunity at all costs. Screams, battles, tears, pleas, death, chaos, and destruction occurred throughout the Duskfang tribe as many broke into every house and building in an attempt to find the thief and the Devourer's blood essence. Many had no idea, but the Duskfang tribe was being destroyed by the hands of its members and not an outsider. And Zagler loved what he was seeing. The destruction his mere words caused, the act of causing hundreds of demons to die without lifting a finger, was intoxicating to both him and his demonic heart. A truly wonderful scene. Zagler's lips curled up even more. Meanwhile, four demons approached Simon's house, and without hesitation, they broke into it by smashing the door into pieces. When they entered, they began ransacking the home, and to their frustration, they found nothing of value, let alone the Devourer's blood essence. Aside from trying to find the Devourer's blood essence, they wanted to find the thief. One of the demons pointed at the door that led to Lissa and Simon, and the four demons quickly barged into the room. However, they found nothing in the room except for an open window. The sound of heavy panting traveled softly inside a room of one of the untouched buildings of the Duskfang tribe. Lissa quickly covered her mouth when she realized that her breathing was too loud. Shadows moved beneath the open space of the door, and the sounds of rapid footsteps outside the house resounded in her ears. Her eyes were wide open in fear, and she could not help but look at Simon, who was still unconscious. She had been lucky to escape their house without getting caught, but she knew that it was just a matter of time before somebody decided to enter the house and look for the blood essence. This house was once owned by a hero of the Duskfang tribe. There was a time in the past when dozens of demon beasts attacked their tribe, and a single hunter of theirs was the demon who commanded the guards, hunters, and even normal civilians to band together to kill the demon beasts and protect their village. The hunter died while fighting against 3 of the demon beasts. He won, but his injuries were far too severe for him to survive. His sacrifice, leadership, and skill were what helped the Duskfang tribe to persevere on that dreadful day, and because of that, the tribal chief announced that his house, his family, and all his properties should remain untouched by anyone. The hunter was a hero and legend of the Duskfang tribe, and everybody respected him to this day. It was also the reason why none had taken a step inside his decrepit house, but Lissa knew that it would not remain that way. Who would choose to respect a dead person over a ridiculous amount of money? 10 low-grade infernal crystals and the possibility of getting 15 or 20 low-grade infernal crystals. Billions of peak-grade bone coins. That was more than enough for one to live comfortably in a clan. Sure, they might not be rich in a clan, but they would not suffer. Who wouldn't chase such an opportunity after suffering so much in the dying Duskfang tribe? Lissa closed her eyes and released a soft sigh. She looked at Simon and affectionately stroked his hair with a light smile. Meanwhile, Zagler sat on an elegant and expensive-looking wooden chair in front of Varkaman's house. It was completely burnt, along with the corpses in it. It was a sorry sight to see. Zagler had his head resting on his right fist. In his left hand was a book, and he would calmly turn the pages after a few seconds with an indifferent expression. Screams, laughter, battles, and the sounds of buildings and dozens of demons burning flowed into his ears, but his expression was completely indifferent. Flip. If one was observant enough, they would realize that the sound of Zagler turning the pages was subtly and slightly louder than the chaos that was occurring in front of him. He was about to flip open another page, but he stopped and slowly looked in front of him with a raised brow. Now, what do we have here? Zagler closed the book and chuckled softly with a light smile as he looked at the approaching figures. As all of these were going on, Simon was going through several random dreams and visions. Some of these dreams and visions were about his past life. Scenes of how he and his friends defeated powerful demons and even humans that wanted to stand in their way. Scenes of all of them laughing and having fun. Scenes of him falling in love with several women in his teens and early 20s, then falling out of love, going through a breakup, being cheated on, and so on and so forth. Scenes of him training, breaking through his limits, defeating demons and humans that were stronger than him. He also saw many scenes of his past life, and these scenes were like flashes in his mind. He did not only see memories of his past life, but he also saw strange memories he did not recognize. These memories were strange, horrifying, broken, and even distorted. They were scenes of demonic beasts devouring each other, scenes of a humanoid demon facing armies with his own army, scenes of a colossal demon beast sleeping, scenes of a humanoid demon sleeping on a throne. Many of these scenes were chaotic, incomprehensible, and even incomplete. Simon understood none of them, and he could not even see a lot of these scenes because they were moving so fast. However, Simon understood that these visions were because of the Devourer's blood essence he consumed. He just couldn't make sense of any of them. An unknown amount of time later, the dreams and visions stopped, and Simon's eyes fluttered open. It took him a few seconds for his senses to come back to him, and when he did, he slowly looked around. He saw that he was looking at the floor, and it looked unfamiliar to him. It was not the floor of his home. He slowly and groggily looked to the left, and he saw a scene that instantly wiped away all the grogginess in him. Fire, bodies, and blood. Buildings were on fire around him, and corpses with broken heads, stabbed stomachs and hearts, and split necks were to his left. What's going on? Simon looked to his right and tried to stand, but he couldn't. He instantly looked at his body, and his brows shot up. He saw that he was in chains. What? Simon was confused, and then a soft chuckle drifted into his ears. He looked up, and he blinked in confusion for a second before his eyes slowly widened in disbelief. In front of him was the familiar smiling face of Zagler, and beside Zagler was another familiar face. So familiar that it shook him to the core. His mother. And in her hands was a pouch, and on her face was a guilty expression. "Mother!" Simon called out in confusion and disbelief. The moment Simon saw Zagler giving his mother a pouch, coupled with the fact that he was chained and also his mother's guilty expression, Simon could not help but think of the worst. Such a sight was very familiar to him, and he had seen it many times in his past life, where slave traders or human traffickers sell off their fellow humans to other humans and even demons. Had his mother betrayed him? Was he being betrayed? Again? For the second time? It looked like it, but Simon did not want to jump to conclusions. Maybe, just maybe, there was a different reason why he was chained up and his mother was clearly receiving a pouch filled with money. Right? A second after Simon called out to his mother, Lissa jolted in shock and snapped her head toward Simon. "Black Moon, you're finally awake." Simon did not reply and just kept on looking at his mother with an expression that could not be described. His mind was completely chaotic, and he didn't even know what to say. He wanted to say 1,000 things, but the words just couldn't come out. He could only stare at his mother and the pouch in her hands, and his mother felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. Lissa also wanted to speak. She wanted to say something, to explain, to lie, to deceive, to cry, to do anything. But she couldn't. A big part of her felt ashamed, and her heart also felt broken as she looked at Simon's obviously shaken expression. Why had he woken up right now of all times? Why had he not woken up after she left? Why had he not woken up before she met with Zagler? Why now? Why did he have to wake up now? She didn't want to deal with this. If he had woken up before she met with Zagler, she would have changed her mind. And if he had woken up after she left, it would be easier for her and she would not have to deal with this shame and pain. It was extremely uncomfortable. As these thoughts and many other thoughts on what to say and what to do flashed in Lissa's mind, Zagler suddenly chuckled and approached Simon. He crouched before him and looked into his eyes with a smile. "Do you want to know how much your mother betrayed and sold you for?" Simon's pupils shook violently when he heard this, and the last hope in his heart that was trying to convince him that there was another reason for this scene instantly dissipated like smoke. He had been betrayed. Again, Zagler's smile widened when he saw the shaken expression of Simon and also his turbulent aura. 10 low-grade infernal crystals. And an extra 10 low-grade infernal crystals for bringing you to me alive. Simon's eyes widened in utter disbelief, and he could not help but look at his mother with even more disbelief and shock. 20 low-grade infernal crystals? 20 low-grade infernal crystals. All it took for his mother to sell him out and betray him was just 20 low-grade infernal crystals. Although Simon knew that this wealth was immense to people like his mother, who had lived their lives in a rundown tribe like the Duskfang tribe, Simon knew that 20 low-grade infernal crystals were nothing in the grand scheme of things. Utterly nothing. Even if they were mid-grade, high-grade, or peak-grade infernal crystals, they were nothing in the grand scheme of things. Simon, who had been a king and a hero of Earth in his past life, knew what true wealth and treasures were. 20 low-grade infernal crystals were absolutely nothing in terms of wealth, and Simon was utterly disappointed with his mother. He just could not believe it. And how could a mother sell out her child for some money? His mother, who always gave him a smile when they talked. His mother, who he confided nearly everything with. His mother, who chose not to eat and instead allowed him to eat when the situation was extremely terrible. His mother, who became skinnier before he became a thief, and his mother, who knew all about everything he did as a thief. His mother, who he trusted, betrayed him for a mere 20 low-grade infernal crystals. Simon just could not believe it. Q. A strange sound escaped Simon's lips, and Zagler raised a brow. He was about to speak, but Simon began chuckling until it became a full-blown laughter of madness, disbelief, and anger. And this anger was not mainly directed at his mother, but at himself. "You betrayed me for just 20 infernal crystals? For just 20 low-grade infernal crystals?" Simon shouted and stared at his mother with a gaze of madness and rage. "What is 20 infernal crystals to what I could have given you in the future? I could have given you as many tribes as you want. I could have given you as many clans as you want. I could have given you a kingdom and many kingdoms. I could have even given you the entire demon realm. You could have become the mother of a demon king, the mother of the king of demons, the mother of the emperor of demons, the mother of the god of demons. I could have given you everything you ever dreamed of and more. But you chose all of that over a mere 20 low-grade infernal crystals? You will regret this. I promise you, you will regret this." Lissa subconsciously took several steps back as Simon spoke, because a pressure, which she could not describe, was being released by Simon subconsciously. This pressure was partly because of his past life as a demigod, and it was mainly because of the Devourer's blood essence in him. The aura he emitted in his anger caused the air around him to become dark and demonic, and even the energy and air around Simon were being devoured by Simon, and he had no idea. His eyes turned black, and black veins were slowly appearing on his arms. Zagler frowned deeply when he saw this. Then he shook his head. He really absorbed the blood essence. Simon had no knowledge or idea of what his aura was doing to the surroundings, or how his body was devouring the energy in the air. His mind was completely clouded by anger and disbelief. One might think that this anger was completely directed at his mother, but it wasn't. The majority of the anger was directed at himself. He was furious at himself. The second time. This was the second time he was being betrayed by somebody he trusted. In his past life, it was his so-called comrades and lover who betrayed him. And in this life, it was his mother who betrayed him. Since he had been betrayed in his past life, shouldn't he have been more careful in his current life? Shouldn't he have been suspicious of everybody? How pathetic was he that he fell for the same trick in such a short period after gaining a second chance? All these thoughts and many other thoughts appeared in Simon's head as he stared at his mother with a completely furious expression. Despite these thoughts, a part of Simon knew that it was not his fault in the slightest. He had not been foolish. He had not trusted just anybody. Heck, he was not friends with anybody in the tribe. The only person he truly interacted with was his mother. A part of Simon knew that trusting his mother was not his fault in the slightest. She had given birth to him. He was conscious when she gave birth to him, and though he had the soul and memories of an adult, he was still her child. His mother never maltreated him. She always gave him a truly happy smile whenever she was around him, and she sacrificed a lot for him. His mother had acted like how a caring and loving mother should act, and she was the last person Simon had his guard up against. He trusted her, and he was stabbed in the back. She betrayed him for some cheap change? Even till now, Simon could not believe it. He would let out strange chuckles once in a while, causing Lissa and Zagler to have different expressions. Zagler looked at Simon for a few seconds before he stood and dusted his hands. He looked at Lissa, who had a complicated expression as she stared at Simon. "I'll be taking my leave with him. You did well bringing him to me." Lissa's lips opened and closed multiple times as the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat and heart. It felt like a dagger was cruelly twisting her heart, and she should have felt immense sadness and pain when she looked at Simon. But whenever she felt the pouch in her hands and looked at how her life was going to change for the better with this decision she made, the sorrow in her heart slowly dissipated. Clang! Zagler did not bother waiting anymore for Lissa to say her last words to her son. He had waited for a minute, but she said nothing. Time was money to the wandering merchant, and every second was precious to him. He pulled on Simon's chains, but Simon was unresponsive. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, then he yanked his hand, causing Simon to fall forward with his face slamming into the ground. "I can drag you like a dog, or you can get up and walk. To waste less time and energy, I'll prefer it if you walk." Zagler's cold voice drifted into Simon's ears, and Simon could not help but gnash his teeth in anger. He wanted to say a billion words, but he chose to keep quiet and get to his feet. His arms were chained to his back, and only his legs were free, so he had to use only his feet to get up. When he stood, he did not even bother sparing his mother a glance. No. She does not deserve to be called my mother. A true mother would never sell their child for money. I know that there are mothers on earth who can do such a thing, but I doubt any mother would do it after sacrificing so much for the child, laughing with the child, not maltreating the child in the slightest, and suffering so much for the child. Only a demon can do something like this, and that's my mistake. I'm in the demon realm, so I need to completely understand how demons think, and I also need to start thinking like a demon if I want to survive and thrive. Demons. I need to truly become a demon to survive. I can't think or see things like how I used to think and see things on Earth. Simon looked at Zagler and said with a cold voice, "We can start moving." Zagler's lips curled up slightly. "What an interesting lad. You've become so calm after shouting at your mother. Learning how to control your emotions is a very important skill many demons neglect." Simon said nothing and just stared at Zagler with a cold, calm, and indifferent gaze. Zagler chuckled softly, then he turned while holding Simon's chain. "Let's go. We have a rather long journey ahead of us." Simon followed Zagler from behind, but before he took his 10th step, his mother spoke. "You said I could have gotten so much more from you if I didn't betray you. You claimed that you would become the Demon King and the Demon God. You said I've missed out on a lot because I betrayed you, but what if you die or you're not able to reach the high ranks? What if both of us were captured by the remaining members of the tribe? What if you died an unfortunate and ridiculous death? Or what if I was the one that died? What if you couldn't bring me back to life? What if I died of old age and I was not able to reap the fruits of my labor? So many things could have gone wrong, and I did the smart thing by betraying you. The pay is worth it. And you might die at the merchant's hand. Who says you'll survive? Simon paused, and his shoulders trembled in disbelief, shock, and fury. He wanted to say a million words and to erupt in anger, but his many years of experience allowed him to stay calm. He inhaled and exhaled softly, then without looking at Lissa, he replied with an extremely cold voice and expression. Believe me when I say that you'll greatly regret your words. After saying those words to his mother, Simon followed Zagler without saying any other thing or making any other sound. Lissa watched him leave with a complicated expression and pain in her heart. Despite all that she had said, Simon was still her child. Everything she did before selling him out was done out of love. The days of hunger, the days of working extra hard, and the nights she chose to get him the best food for his growth were done out of love. She loved him, but she was tired of the life she was living. This was an opportunity for her to live a much better life. This was an opportunity for her life to experience a drastic change. No more days of constant thinking about what she would eat the following day. No more nights where she shed tears as she slept on extremely hard beds with the harsh cold of the wildlands striking her. No longer was she going to keep on wearing tattered and old clothes. This was her opportunity, and since she might die at any point in time, she would be a fool not to grab the opportunity. Forgive me, son. I also want to enjoy my life before I die, she muttered quietly before taking one last look at Simon. She shifted her gaze to her tribe, to her home that was now engulfed in flames, blood, and screams. She could hear the familiar screams of demons she once knew, of demons she once laughed and joked with. Funny how a single demon with riches destroyed the tribe without lifting a single finger. All he used was words. Lissa looked at the pouch in her hand. Then she placed it inside her clothes and walked to the gates of the tribe. She stepped out of the tribe and began a new journey of hers. Meanwhile, in another location that was not too far away from the Duskfang tribe, Simon and Zagler walked in the wildlands with calm, steady steps. Simon had his head hung low as his mind was still on the fact that he had been betrayed by his mother. Despite all he said back then, he was extremely hurt by his mother. No, by Lissa's betrayal. He was not only hurt, he was also extremely confused. How could a mother sell their child for some money? Although he knew that such things occurred even on Earth, and he had seen such things, what Lissa had done was extremely different. If their condition was still as terrible as it was when the economic situation of their tribe became unsalvageable, he'd understand. But their situation had become a lot better. All the money he had successfully stolen made their lives a lot better and easier. They could eat 3 times a day, and they even had the money to live lavishly for a while. Because living like that would attract the attention of the entire tribe and questions would be asked, they obviously could not do such. They were one of the richest in their tribe, and both of them were even planning on leaving the tribe for a clan or one of the 6 major tribes. Their lives were getting better, and this made it even more baffling to Simon that his mother chose to betray him. If their lives were still terrible, he would understand, but for her to make such a decision when they were progressing in life, he just could not. It was utter foolishness and a clear definition of short-sightedness. He understood that 20 low-grade infernal crystals were a lot of money. It was enough for her to live comfortably in a minor clan, but was it enough to sell out your own child? He had never heard of a human mother or father selling their child when the child was starting to bring money into the household and was making everybody's lives better. And that was when Simon understood. Demons. Demons were not like humans. The nature and the way a demon thinks were vastly different from how a human would think. Demons were an inherently evil and wicked race. They were a race known for chaos, bloodshed, and death. Simon had dealt with demons for over 6 decades, so he knew how dangerous demons were. They could not be good. Good was not in their nature. Evil and chaos were all they knew. A demon might be all smiles, charming, and friendly, but at some point, that same demon could become a bloodthirsty creature that would slaughter hundreds and thousands without remorse. It had happened in his past life when one of his companions trusted a demon. At the end of the day, the demon ended up killing his companion and countless other humans without remorse. Because Lissa was his mother, he had not put his guard up against her. He had trusted her and believed that she wouldn't harm him, that she wanted the best for him. But it turned out that demons had no true love even for their children or those connected to them by blood. Humans were evil, but demons were truly evil. It was because of everything he had experienced in the past that he never made friends with any demon child in the tribe despite their insistence on wanting to be friends with him. Despite so many decades, he could vividly recall the scene of a demon killing and devouring his parents, siblings, and girlfriend when he was much younger. It was why he hated demons so much and was the reason he started on his demon-slaying journey. He thought he had been playing it safe and was cautious, but his mother had proven him wrong. Humans were evil, but demons were truly evil. His companions of over 60 decades betrayed him for reasons unknown to him, and his demon mother betrayed him for a middling sum of money. He could not even begin to comprehend which was worse. But what he knew was that never again would he be stabbed in the back like this. Whether it was a human or a demon, he would never fully trust anybody. "Hey, kid!" As Simon was lost in his thoughts, Zagler's voice drifted into his ears, forcing him to come out of his thoughts. He looked at the merchant, and he saw the ever-present smile on the lips of the merchant. His gaze slowly lowered to Zagler's right hand, and he saw an open metallic collar in his hand. His brows instantly became furrowed. He didn't recognize what it was, but he had an idea about what it could do. When Zagler saw Simon's frown, his lips curled up slightly, and with a soft chuckle, he took a step towards Simon. He placed the metallic collar around Simon's neck, and with a clank, the collar shut closed and tightened around his neck. Simon did not try to fight or resist since he knew that it was not possible. Zagler was either an archfiend or a greater demon, and he had not even awakened his demonic heart. There was no way he could defeat Zagler despite his experience and knowledge. The gap between them was just too wide. Instead, what he did was touch the collar. He touched the exterior of the collar and the interior. When he touched the interior, his eyes flashed with a pondering glint. "There are rune engravings on it, and I can also feel 6 holes in the collar. What are those holes for? Electricity?" As Simon pondered on the metallic collar around his neck, Zagler tilted his head slightly with an expression of slight intrigue. "You're oddly too calm, and I can't help but wonder why. I can't believe that the first thing you did when I placed that slave collar on you was to inspect it. You didn't even try to resist." Simon glanced at Zagler, then he stopped inspecting the collar. "And what would happen if I was not calm? I might just get myself killed or hurt." Zagler's smile widened slightly. "I see. I guess it's probably because of the Devourer's bloodline that's flowing through your veins that you're so calm. There's no way such a bloodline would not give you immense benefits, especially one that's related to your mind." Simon noticed that when Zagler talked about the Devourer's bloodline flowing through his veins, there was a flicker of confusion and uncertainty in his eyes, and he knew why. "He cannot sense that I have a high-grade bloodline flowing in me. If I truly had the Devourer's bloodline in me, even Zagler might feel his bloodline trembling or giving off a reaction because of how close he is to me. But I don't have the bloodline of the Devourer in me. I only have his skill, and I unconsciously used the skill in a state of anger back in the tribe. That must have been proof to him that I absorbed the Devourer's blood essence. But what would happen to me when he finds out that I don't have the Devourer's bloodline? Would he be more suspicious and curious about how I can use the Devour skill, that is, if he has extensive knowledge on Devourers? Or would he decide to kill me once he believes that I have no use and I'm just a talentless demon child? Would he kill me out of anger because he has lost a very precious blood essence? I guess my situation is worse than it seems. Approximately 5 seconds had gone by as Simon was lost in his thoughts, and after the 3rd second when he didn't reply, Zagler continued walking towards his unknown destination. Simon subconsciously followed. Then he looked at Zagler and asked calmly, "What's going to happen to me?" Zagler glanced at Simon with the same light smile. "Are you sure you want to know that? You know that ignorance is bliss at times, right? And ignorance can be what also gets you killed." Zagler chuckled. Then he shook his head with a wide grin. "Very true. What's your name, boy?" "Black Moon." Simon answered simply, obviously giving out the name his mother gave him. Unsurprisingly, Zagler had a strange expression when he heard his name, and he subconsciously glanced at the black moon in the sky of their world. "What a name. It's obvious your mother has been lazy and irresponsible from the time you were born. No wonder she sold you so cheaply and made such a foolish decision," Zagler said without even trying to hide or mix his words in front of Simon. Simon instinctively had the urge to refute Zagler's words, to tell the demon merchant that his mother had actually not been irresponsible and lazy, but he instantly suppressed the urge. His mother sold him for money. How could he ever think of defending her? Zagler shifted his gaze to Simon. Then he smiled. "You asked what would happen to you, right?" Simon nodded slightly. "First of all, you're my slave from now on." Zagler pointed at the black metallic collar on Simon's neck. "If you ever try to hurt me or harm me in any way, that collar would automatically cause you immense pain. It would either release a powerful bolt of electricity or those little holes you see would release spikes that would pierce through your neck. And I can also kill you with a thought." Simon frowned slightly. "Do you really believe that I can hurt you or harm you? I've not even awakened my demon heart." Zagler shrugged nonchalantly. "I didn't create the slave collar. I found it in the ruins of a destroyed clan." Simon touched the collar with a finger with a pondering expression. Then Zagler spoke once again. "As for what would happen to you, well, I'm going to have to remove the Devourer's bloodline from your body. You see, that blood essence you devoured is actually meant for one of the 6 main clans. I'm meant to sell it to them for a ridiculous amount of money, honestly." Simon had a slightly baffled expression when he heard this. "Won't you rather absorb the blood essence and get more power instead of money?" "No," Zagler instantly answered. Simon was taken aback by the sudden response of Zagler. When he looked at Zagler, he saw him making an irritated expression, and he was slightly confused. Fortunately, Zagler enlightened him. "There is a rule that all Dagryns like me follow. Wealth over everything, even power." Simon furrowed his brows slightly in thought. Dagryns would always choose wealth over power. In fact, if we could live without worrying about the dangers of the demon realm and life itself, we wouldn't even care about power. We only care about wealth, amassing as much wealth as possible before we die. Every Dagryn would always choose to have more wealth than power. It is in our blood. Simon looked at Zagler and he recalled what he knew about the Dagryns. On Earth, he and every other human who knew about the Dagryns considered them as treasure troves. They were like golden goblins in a game where once you killed a golden goblin, you get far more coins and more item drops than killing a normal goblin. That was what Dagryns were to him and every other human. Once somebody was able to kill a Dagryn, the items and rewards they received in their system storage would be beyond one's imagination. If one was lucky, they would even find extremely rare items that would boost their talents or power level. He had killed a Dagryn as a hero, and he knew just how many priceless treasures a Dagryn possessed. Although it looked like killing a Dagryn came with so many benefits, it also came with its fair share of dangers. The first was that every Dagryn that was found on Earth or in a bridge between both worlds was always at least an archfiend. Dagryns were powerful, and with the treasures they had, they were even more dangerous because of their unpredictability. A greater demon would always be wary of an archfiend Dagryn. But that was not all. Once a human killed a Dagryn, they would become enemies of the entire Dagryn race. The killer of the Dagryn would be marked, and the entire Dagryn race would place a bounty on the Dagryn killer. This would make the human or demon wanted by every demon because the rewards on the Dagryn bounty list could even make certain demon kingdoms move. A light smile appeared on Simon's lips as he recalled how more demons and even some humans who had sided with demons wanted to kill him because he killed a Dagryn. Good times. However, despite living over 6 decades killing demons, He knew very little about their culture, tradition, and so on. And if he was being honest, he didn't care one bit about the traditions of demons. He hated them to the core. They killed his family and his girlfriend when their worlds first collided. They had taken so much from him, and all he wanted was to wipe them out of existence. The only reason why he had not released his killing intent, innate disgust, and anger at every single demon around him is because of how long he had lived. He knew that if he could not control his emotions, he would die. So, Dagryns would always choose wealth over power, huh? Simon mumbled softly as he pondered on a few things, and Zagler replied to him. Yes, every Dagryn would always choose wealth over power. We don't engage in the power struggle all of you participate in. We just want wealth. Simon nodded slightly, then he looked to the side. They had been walking ever since they left the Duskfang tribe, and he could finally see the wildlands which the Ashbourne tribe forbade any lower tribe from exploring. It's like a wilderness, a dead zone. I can't see any demon beast because of him. The demon beasts can surely sense his aura, and it's not a surprise no demon beasts are here. Simon inhaled deeply, then he asked another question without looking at Zagler. Would the process of you removing the Devourer's bloodline from my body kill me? Zagler chuckled softly with a smile. Most likely, but you have a chance of surviving. It's better than you being eaten alive by another demon of the clan who wants the bloodline you stole. Zagler glanced at him. Aren't I merciful? Simon glanced at him and scoffed. Merciful? You're lying. Zagler's eyes flickered with a curious and surprised light. And why do you say so? Because the reason why you want to use whatever method you have to extract the Devourer's bloodline from me is not so that I have a small chance of surviving. You don't care about my life or death at all. Zagler shook his head. Oh, no. I do care about your life and death, Black Moon. You see, if you die, that means I've made a tremendous loss. Getting the Devourer's bloodline cost me a lot. So, I do care about your life and death by a great deal, Black Moon. Simon gave a fake smile. Sure. Thanks. Zagler smiled back. As I was saying, the reason why you want to extract the bloodline from me is because you don't want the demon from whatever stupid clan to taste my inferior bloodline, dirty and poorly developed body. And the fact that I'm extremely weak. You don't want him or her to be dissatisfied so that your profit would still be the same and would not be reduced. Both Simon and Zagler had stopped walking a few seconds ago, and Simon stared straight into Zagler's eyes as he spoke. Zagler also stared straight into Simon's eyes, and a flicker of surprise could be seen in Zagler's gaze when he saw that there was no hint of fear in Simon's eyes. You really are an intriguing little kid, Black Moon. It's too bad that you might die. Simon rolled his eyes, then he continued walking ahead of Zagler. By the way, where are we walking to? Do you Dagryns not have a better method of traveling? Or are you just poor? Zagler's lips twitched when he heard Simon calling him poor, and he had the urge to strangle Simon to death. Insulting a Dagryn's wealth was a big blow to their pride, and what hurt Zagler the most was that Simon was right in a way. Obtaining the Devourer's essence had cost him so much money, about 90% of his total assets. He could not refute Simon's words that he was poor, and he could not kill Simon for his insolence because Simon was just too valuable to be killed. If Simon died, he could still extract the Devourer's blood essence from his corpse, but it would be mixed with Simon's original lesser-grade bloodline, thereby reducing the profit he should receive.
Brat. Kropka.
Zagler clicked his tongue in annoyance, but he said nothing. Simon rolled his eyes. Guess I was right. He is poor. Well, poor for a Dagryn. I'm worth less than a church mouse compared to him. Simon released a soft sigh. Then he took another look around him as they walked. Hopefully we won't have to trek for days, since I'm still a hungry demon kid who has not awakened his demon heart. Simon sighed inwardly. Then he asked another question a few seconds later. Since you don't want to tell me about our destination, can you at least tell me about the Devourer's blood essence? What is a Devourer? I've never heard of a demon called the Devourer. Zagler remained silent as he walked, and just as Simon was about to release a frustrated sigh, Zagler spoke. I don't know much about devourers, but what I do know is that devourers are one of the most ancient of demons. They date all the way back to tens of thousands of years in the past. From what I discovered, they were amongst the ancient demons who fought in the first ever great war between good and evil. Simon furrowed his brows slightly in confusion. The first ever great war between good and evil? Zagler nodded. Yes, many demons nowadays only know of two great wars. The first great war between the hero of Earth and the sole demon king of the demon realm. Simon's eyes flickered. And then the second great war between Earth and the demon realm. But for demons like me who have more information compared to the masses, we call the second great war the Great War of Demon Princes and Earth's demigods. Simon looked at Zagler in confusion. The demon princes and Earth's demigods? I thought only the hero of Earth was a demigod? There were more demigods on Earth. Zagler looked at Simon with surprise evident in his eyes. And how do you know that? You live in the wildlands, and information is known to never reach you. Your tribe doesn't even have a library, books, or a source of knowledge and information. Despite the fact that all Zagler said was true, Simon's expression remained calm and his gaze did not so much as ripple. One of the old demons used to tell me and the other kids fairy tales and stories. Simon lied with a straight face. Zagler still looked at Simon suspiciously, but then he let it go and answered Simon's question. You're right. Back when the hero of Earth and the demon king of death were the rulers of Earth and the demon realm, they were the only two demigods present. The demon princes and the hero's subordinates were all below the demigod realm. But after the death of the demon king of death and the death of the hero, there was a strange period of peace as both the demon realm and Earth decided to recuperate from their losses. I obviously don't know the intricate details, but I know that there were only minor battles and skirmishes. There was no major war until 300 years later. 300 years? Simon's eyes widened slightly. 300 years after the death of the hero, the Second Great War began, and the demon princes, the demon princesses, and the subordinates of the hero were all demigods. There was another great war and many fell. From 18 demon princes we had only 6 after the Great War. And for those humans, I heard they lost about 7 demigods, but the main demigods, the main subordinates of the hero did not die. All 6 of them. They all lived due to the help of those disgusting gods. Zagler scowled and spat on the ground in disgust the moment he mentioned the word gods. Meanwhile, Simon's mind was in chaos as he was slightly overwhelmed by what he just heard.
13 demigods?
Earth had 13 demigods after my death, and all my past friends also became demigods. Not only that, the demon realm had 18 demigods. How could Earth or the demon realm handle a war of 18 demigods? Maybe the demon realm could, but I doubt they fought in the demon realm because the power of a demigod is enough to utterly ruin a continent of Earth. I know just how terrifying it was to fight the demon king of death in the demon realm. Despite the fact that the demon king of death was stronger in the demon realm, I had to fight him here because fighting him on Earth would lead to so many deaths of humans. It would be like an apocalypse all over again. But the Second Great War consisted of over 30 demigods? How could the gods have allowed such a thing to happen? How could they have allowed the demons to have 18 demigods? What the hell happened after I died? Right now, 700 years have passed after the Second Great War, making it over 1,000 years after the First Great War. The bridges between Earth and the demon realm still exist, and unlike the time of the demon king of death and the hero, now we have 6 demon kings who are demigods. But the humans still have more demigods due to the support of the damned gods. Every demon is waiting for the next demigod, and every demon hopes that the 6 demon kings can become gods. But that's just wishful thinking on my own part. Zagler clicked his tongue in frustration and disappointment as he spoke. But Simon's mind was on something else entirely. 1,000 years? I reincarnated 1,000 years after my death. Ever since Simon learned how to speak, walk, and write as a demon child, the first thing he tried to do was to get information. Although he had reincarnated, there was nothing that said he had reincarnated into the present and not the past. Just because many main characters always reincarnated into the future did not mean he was in the future. Simon had tried to know what time it was, what the state of the demon realm and earth was, what the news about his past friends was, what people were saying about him. He wanted all these pieces of information and more, but to his disbelief, his mother and nobody in his tribe had the answers to these questions. When he asked his mother about the hero of Earth, she was confused. When he also asked his mother and any other demon in their tribe about Earth, the current rulers of Earth, and the current situation of Earth, none of them had any idea. They knew about Earth and humans, but they had no knowledge of him as the hero of Earth and the current situation of Earth. To them, the battles between Earth and the demon realm were not their concern. They were in the wildlands. They were in one of the harshest and most difficult lands to live in, where survival was difficult. They were more concerned about seeing the next day than Earth or any heroes of Earth. It was extremely frustrating to Simon that he could not get the answers to the questions he had, but he decided to live with it until he left the tribe. It was another reason why he wanted to leave the tribe so badly. There was no library or place where they stored knowledge and information. It was such a backward place, and Simon was truly disgusted and annoyed by the conditions of the tribe. Fortunately and unfortunately for him, he met Zagler, who was more knowledgeable about history than even some demons who lived in any of the 6 major clans. But if it's been over 1,000 years since I died, what of those bastards who betrayed me? Are they still alive? Well, they should still be alive since the lifespan of a demigod is over 10,000 years. 12,000 years to be exact. Simon looked down with a pondering expression. Could it be that the reason why they betrayed me is so that they could become demigods? No. With their talents, they could still become demigods, but it would not have been easy in the slightest because of their patron gods. But still, it's strange that so many people became demigods after my death. I'll find out why they betrayed me at the end of the day. However, that means I'll still have to become stronger than my past life to be able to have my revenge. I need to get stronger. A slight smile appeared on his lips along with a light of determination flashing in his eyes. But then he looked at Zagler. But first, I have to find a way to survive. The gears in Simon's mind spun as he thought of ways to get out of this situation. You still haven't told me about the Devourers. All you've told me is about the 3 great wars that have happened in the demon realm. Zagler glanced at Simon. Then he shook his head slightly. You're a curious one, aren't you? I'm pretty sure anybody would want to know as much as possible about the blood that's flowing through their veins if they could. Zagler scoffed. Then he spoke. As I said, I don't know much because much about the Devourers has been obscured. But from what I know, the Devourers were one of the most terrifying, if not the most terrifying demon races in existence. Unlike other ancient demons in the past who evolved their demonic heart by absorbing chaos or through battles, Devourers got stronger by devouring other demons and even other non-demon races. Whenever they devoured a demon, they could get the demon's bloodline, and they could also get some skills from other living creatures they devoured. They were truly a menace to not only the non-demon races, but also to even the demon race itself because they were always hungry. That was their curse. Hunger. No matter how much they devoured, they would always want more and more. I'm not certain, but I believe that the first Great War was against the Devourers and some other demons that sided with the Devourers. It was the Devourers against gods and other demons. And I believe that the first Great War was what led to our current state. From what I know now, we're a far cry from the ancient demons. We're too weak. Zagler shook his head as he nonchalantly kicked a stone in disgust. Simon had a slight frown as he listened to Zagler. Also, if I'm not wrong, every demon gained a fraction of the Devourer's ability, because unlike ancient times where demons progressed by battle and chaos, demons can now progress by devouring another demon's heart. Every demon sees it as a normal thing, but after gaining knowledge about the history of Devourers, I know it's not. Every demon is related to the Devourers in a strange way. Zagler then looked at Simon with a light smile. And you, Black Moon, have the blood of an ancient demon in you. Simon looked at Zagler calmly. Then he released a soft sigh. I see now. The clan that paid for the Devourer's blood essence wants to use it to nurture and grow one of their own to become a future demigod or even a potential demon god. They plan on either becoming the 7th demon kingdom or they plan on taking the place of one of the demon kingdoms. A war would sweep the entire demon realm if that should happen. Zagler's eyes flickered with slight surprise and intrigue. You're too smart for a kid your age and a kid who was in a backwater tribe. It's a shame you'll most likely die before your coming-of-age ceremony. The more Zagler observed Simon, the more he found him enigmatic. Simon was not even 16 years old. He had not awakened his demonic heart, but he was still so calm and smart. Zagler had never seen a child from the Wildlands, a child from a dying and utterly impoverished tribe, to be this calm and smart. Zagler would not have been surprised if Simon cried, begged, panicked, or tried something foolish to save his life. Although he would have been annoyed if Simon did all of these, he would not have been surprised. However, Simon had been nothing but calm, and he asked questions a normal 15-year-old kid who grew up in the slums of the Wildlands should not know to ask. He acts like a boy with years of experience, and that is not the only strange thing about this kid. Zagler glanced at Simon's feet with slightly furrowed brows. The way he walks, his steps make it seem like he has years of fighting experience. Every step he takes makes it easier for him to react to attacks. And his eyes, they're always scanning his surroundings even when he's not aware of it. It's like he was born with it. He has the bloodline of a one-horned demon and a lesser beastkin demon, a demon cat. Could that be why he has these traits? He could be trained into a useful guard, but he might die. And if he doesn't die, his future would be ruined once I take back the Devourer's blood essence from him. It would permanently ruin his foundation and even his demonic heart if he doesn't die. I'm also lucky that he has not awakened his demonic heart. This means that the Devourer's blood essence has not fully assimilated into his heart. It would make it easier to extract, and the chances of his lesser bloodline mixing, contaminating the Devourer's blood essence would drastically decrease. Zagler suddenly had a thought, and he nearly had the urge to facepalm himself. He looked at Simon. When are you turning 16, by the way? Simon glanced at Zagler before he looked to the side with a wry smile. In 2 weeks' time. Simon lied with a straight face. Zagler hummed softly while stroking his chin. Then he nodded. I guess we can make it to our abode before that day then. We should meet up with the others. Simon looked at Zagler with a raised brow. The others? Zagler only gave him a mysterious smile, and Simon clicked his tongue in annoyance. Let's pick up the pace. I don't want to stay in this desolate land anymore. I've stayed long enough. Simon said nothing, but inwardly, he was thinking of several things he could do to survive. There was no proper plan laid out in his mind yet, but the first step was to deceive Zagler about his coming of age. He was going to turn 16 in 6 days' time, but he was not going to tell Zagler this because he had a feeling that Zagler would want to extract the Devourer's blood essence from him before his coming of age. He was not certain, but he could make a few guesses as to how it would be easier to extract the Devourer's blood essence from him before it fused with his demonic heart. But that was if he had the Devourer's bloodline in him. Knowing that he did not possess the Devourer's bloodline, but the Devour skill made him realize that his situation was in fact more grim than it seemed. He needed to give himself more time, and he would be a fool if he ever told Zagler that his coming of age was in 6 days' time. If I can at least awaken my demonic heart, it would increase my chances of survival. Though it won't be much, an increase is still an increase. As Simon had these thoughts, his mind went back to everything Zagler told him about the Devourers. Despite being the hero of Earth and the most terrifying demon slayer, he knew nothing about ancient demons. To him back then, his greatest concern and the most dangerous demon was the Demon King of Death who could summon and control millions of undeads. The Demon King of Death was an extremely terrifying demon, and Simon was more concerned about the Demon King than any other demon. But now, he was hearing of ancient demons like the Devourers and a first great war where even demons and gods allied together to battle the Devourers. How fearsome and terrifying were the Devourers, and how powerful were the ancient demons back then. How would his past self compare to them? How would the Demon King of Death compare to them? Simon was curious, but he was more concerned about the clan that knew about this history and the clan that hired a Daegrin to search for the blood essence of a Devourer. If not because of him and Zagler's arrogance, the clan would most likely have gotten this blood essence, and there would be a reemergence of an ancient demon race. And this would mean a lot of things for both the demon race and the human race. Although he was now a demon and was betrayed by his friends, that did not mean he suddenly hated all humans. He lived for over 6 decades fighting for the human race. He was the protector and hero of the human race, and he still had a little bit of care for Earth. Besides, his human parents never betrayed him or treated him badly. How could he suddenly hate or be nonchalant about Earth? Humans, Earth, demons, ancient demons. Who would have known that I'd be in such a situation? Life sure is funny. Simon released an inward sigh. Then he looked at Zagler. Can you tell me the clan that paid you to look for the Devourer's blood essence? He asked calmly. Can you tell me the clan that paid you to look for the Devourer's blood essence? Zagler looked at Simon with a raised brow, and he could not help but shake his head. Kid, there are some things you should not know. Simon furrowed his brows. Why can't you tell me? Zagler scoffed. I don't know. Maybe it's because the clan wants to become a kingdom, which would shake the entire demon realm. Or maybe it's because the clan is trying to revive the most terrifying ancient demon race. Tell me, Black Moon, in all your wiseness and calmness, should a kid from the slums of the Wildlands know the clan that's about to send immense waves throughout the entire demon realm and beyond? What good will come out from that? I'll be able to know what clan I should avoid in the future. That is if I'm able to escape, though. Although Simon had this thought, he didn't dare to say it out loud. He only looked at Zagler with a neutral expression. Have you heard of the saying that the less you know, the better? Well, that saying applies here. The less you know, the better. It's for your own good, Zagler said, and Simon scoffed. That's a lie. It's most likely for your own good for whatever reason. Stop acting like you care about my well-being. Zagler chuckled softly with a smile. His lips parted open to speak, but he froze on the spot, and his smile slowly receded. Simon was the same, and his expression was one of immense gravity. Some meters in front of them was a scene of carnage. Over a dozen corpses could be seen on the floor, and these corpses were of demons and demon beasts. Simon's cat eyes scanned every single thing, and his brows were furrowed in contemplation. 14 have weapons and armors. They might be guards, hunters, or warriors, for seem to be scouts, and there are 3 demon beasts. 3 demonic beasts that have the appearance of a rhino and a steed mixed together. It also has demonic scales, 6 legs, and glowing hooves. Gloomsteeds, a broken carriage, and some boxes. Was this a transport group, or? Simon suddenly looked at Zagler. Are these the others you were talking about back then? When he asked this question, he could not help himself from speaking with a bit of sarcasm and schadenfreude. Shut up, kid, Zagler said coldly and with a dark gaze, and Simon scoffed, but he said nothing. He continued his observation of the corpses. They were not killed by beasts, but by other demons. The slits on their throats and the stabs to their hearts signify that they were ambushed from behind. It was quick and so sudden. Maybe an assassin? Or assassins? From what I can also see, the Gloomsteeds tried to run, but they were stopped by one of the demons. Their instincts warned them that something was wrong, but the others couldn't sense it or were too late to react. Unfortunately, I'm not certain of their levels because I've not awakened my demonic heart, but if I'm not wrong, they should all be archfiends. No. The aura 2 demons are emitting is stronger than the rest combined, so those 2 might be greater demons? Damn it. I really need to awaken my demonic heart so that I can accurately sense the levels of others. I can't keep on depending on my experience. Simon clicked his tongue in frustration. Then he looked around, but he saw nothing. I don't see any sign of somebody waiting to ambush us. But this is concerning. Simon's frown deepened. If a group attacked the guards of a Daegrin, then that means the group does not fear the Daegrin, or they have a way to ensure that the Daegrins as a whole don't find out that they killed a Daegrin. Or, they want to rob him. He glanced at Zagler, who was biting the nail on his thumb with extremely cold eyes. But a Daegrin would definitely take revenge if they were robbed. And Dagryns are treasure finders, they can get rich easily. So, for somebody to do this, they most likely want to kill the Dagryn. They most likely want to kill Zagler. But who would do such a thing? A kingdom that knows about Zagler possessing the Devourer's blood essence? Or another clan? There should be one more. Zagler suddenly said softly, and Simon looked at him. What? There should be one more corpse. I hired 30 mercenaries to help me get the blood essence. Half of them died. But I can only see 14 of them. One of them is missing. Simon frowned. There are more than 14 demons over there. Aren't you wrong? Simon made sure to not call the other scouts since a kid his age should not know the difference between warriors and scouts. It would just deepen the suspicions of Zagler. The others are scouts. I hired those scouts separately. Zagler took a step forward and began approaching the corpses and broken carriage. Damn it! These bastards were one of the reasons I became broke. How could they die like this? Simon frowned. Then he followed Zagler. He couldn't stay too far from Zagler because the sad truth is that he needed Zagler to live. If there were enemies watching them, only Zagler could protect him. He was still weak, and anybody that could kill these mercenaries could surely kill him with ease. I still don't sense anything. Maybe they've gone. Simon looked around one more time with a frown. Then he looked at Zagler, who was walking around the corpses. Seems he's looking for the last demon. Simon also approached the corpses. Then he went to the corpse that emitted the strongest aura. The demon was thrice the size of Zagler, and it had 2 long horns. He was wearing a bronze armor that covered his entire body, so Simon could not see his body. But he recognized what type of demon this demon was. A horned giant. Simon stared at the demon, who was most likely the captain of the mercenary group, and his mind drifted to a thought. Can I devour him? The light in Simon's eyes was intense, but before he could even come to a decision, a jolt ran through his entire body, and he instantly jumped back with cat-like agility and speed. A dagger swiped through where he stood. All Simon heard was the sound of the wind being sliced, and his instincts as a feline demon beastkin warning him of an incoming threat. He saw nothing, but his brain and body instantly reacted to the threat. He jumped back at a speed a normal human would never be able to accomplish, and the moment he did, a dagger swiped at his previous location. To be more precise, it swiped where his neck was. You dodged that. Simon's cat-like eyes constricted into pinholes as the air in front of him rippled, and a demon appeared. Because it was his instincts as a demonic cat that took over and allowed him to react to the attack, he crouched like a cat after dodging the dagger. But as he looked at the demon before him, Fearless instantly worked its magic, and he became calm. He slowly and calmly got to his feet. Then he observed the demon. The demon wore a cloak with a hoodie that covered his head to their ankles. Simon tried to see the demon's face, but all he saw was darkness. There was a power that prevented him from seeing the demon's face, and since he had not awakened his demonic heart, he had no power to pierce through the veil. He looked at the demon's feet, and he saw that the demon was barefooted. The only thing he could see were bandages around the demon's ankles. Simon's gaze then shifted to the demon's dagger, and then their shadow. A second later, the shadow rippled, and Simon's gaze sharpened. A Volari demon. This is bad. You're not talking. The demon tilted its head with a tinge of intrigue in their voice. Simon noticed something else, something he was not surprised by. The demon's voice was distorted and neutral. Simon could not infer if the demon was a male or a female. Are you scared? The demon asked, but Simon did not answer. The gears in his mind were running at full speed as he thought of ways to survive. Then he looked at Zagler, and his expression became more grave. Zagler was clutching his stomach, which was bleeding profusely, and a few meters in front of him were 3 demons with the same outfit as the demon in front of him. Completely black cloaks with nothing else on them and bandages on their bare feet, and daggers. These should be Velaris, but why are they attacking Zagler? Velaris are demons who can control shadows. They are assassins who mainly kill for money, and Dagryns should not be their target because Dagryns are one of the main clients of the Velaris. In fact, whenever a Daegrin is killed or the entire Daegrin race wants to kill an individual or a group, the Valaris are usually the first demons they pay. But now, for Valaris are attacking Zagler, who is a Daegrin? Simon's eyes suddenly landed on one of the Valaris whose shadow suddenly rose, and when he stretched out his hand into the shadow, he brought out a severed head from his shadow. Could that be the last demon Zagler said was missing from his mercenary group? Simon frowned slightly in contemplation, but then his ears suddenly straightened as he heard the sound of the wind being disturbed. His head snapped to the front, and his pupils constricted once again. "Are you really ignoring me?" The Valari in front of him stretched out his hand to grab his neck, but Simon's reflexes, which were off the charts, allowed him to react. His heart rate spiked, his blood flow drastically increased, and the movement of the hand became slow in his eyes. It was not too slow, but it was also not so fast that he couldn't see it. Then, his body moved, but this time he did not jump back. Instead, he took a step to the side, utilizing his decades of experience as a hero. For a moment, he had the urge to attack because he had taken the Valari by surprise, but he knew that doing such a thing would be foolish. His current state was because of his demonic cat bloodline, which allowed him to have absurd reflexes along with a few other things. But neither of his bloodlines could give him the speed or the power to combat a Valari who was 1,000 times more powerful than he was. Even if he managed to touch the Valari, he would not cause it any harm. He would only anger the demon and put himself in more danger. So what he did was to perform a backward jump using his cat-like abilities. But he did not just jump to any location, he jumped to the horned giant demon who was the captain of the mercenary group. Beside the corpse was a sword that was not too big for him to use, but not perfect. "It'll have to do." Simon picked it up, then he swung it a few times before looking at the Valari, who was silently staring at him. Simon could not see his face, but he could feel the anger radiating out of the demon. "I guess I'm not worthy of his killing intent. He still sees me as an ant. Good. Do you mind waiting for me to arm myself and find a way to also protect myself? You want me to give you time to search that corpse for something that can save you?" The Valari asked with an extremely baffled tone as he wondered if he heard correctly. But to his surprise, Simon nodded. "Yes, as you can see, I have not awakened my demonic heart, but I have a little bit of talent. I would not feel at ease if I die without at least putting up a fight." The Valari remained silent, and Simon shook his head with a disappointed expression. "And here I thought you weren't a coward. You can search for whatever you want, but I promise you, nothing would save you from my blade." Simon's lips curled up slightly. "I know that." Without wasting any more time, he crouched, touched the horned giant, and acted like he was searching for something in the demon's clothes. Meanwhile, what he was truly doing was devour. While Simon and a Valari were conversing and battling, Zagler was facing a predicament which he never expected. Just like Simon, he had been ambushed. But unlike Simon, he was not able to dodge the attack. No, the attacks. The main reason Simon was alive and was able to dodge the attacks of the Valari was because the Valari was not even using up to a quarter of his power. The Valari was an archfiend, and there was no way Simon could dodge the attacks of an archfiend even with his absurdly fast reflexes. Meanwhile, Zagler was not so lucky. Although Simon was not certain, the Valaris knew Zagler's true power level, and they did not treat him lightly in the slightest. When they attacked with the intent to kill, and they did not dare to underestimate him. Zagler was a greater demon 2 levels below a demon king. As for the 3 Valaris that attacked Zagler, all 3 were also greater demons. It was no wonder Zagler's mercenary group died at the hands of 4 demons. However, none of this information bothered Zagler. What truly bothered Zagler was, Why the fuck are you guys betraying me? I thought we had a deal." No longer did Zagler have his ever-present smile. On his face was an expression of pure and utter fury as he looked at the 3 Valaris. "Is the Shadowgrave clan planning on ending the partnership between the Daegrins and the Valaris?" The Valaris remained silent. Then the Valari in the middle spoke. "Where is the Devourer's blood essence?" Zagler's teeth gnashed in anger and fury the moment he heard this. He clenched his fists tightly to the point that veins appeared on his arms and his neck. He was so furious to the point that he wanted to kill everything. Where is the Devourer's blood essence? Where is the Devourer's blood essence? I was obviously going to give it to you as per our agreement, you stupid bastards. There was no need for you to do this. You know how we Daygrins are. Wealth over power. I don't give a shit about the Devourer's blood essence. I would have given it to you and I would have gotten paid. Fucking simple. Zagler huffed with blood-red eyes and a dense, billowing killing intent that could drown an entire football stadium. The Valaris remained silent and just stared at him. Then the one in the middle spoke again. Where is the Devourer's blood essence? Zagler chuckled with a wide smile. Can you fucking believe these pieces of shit? Fine. Zagler spat out blood to the side. Then he looked at the three Valaris. Will you let me live if I tell you where it is? Not if you tell us where it is, but if you give it to us. The Valari to the right spoke, and Zagler scoffed. And what about my payment? Our agreement? Huh? I spent a lot just to get the damned blood essence, and now, guess fucking what? I'm fucking broke. All thanks to you bitches. The Valaris remained silent, and Zagler shook his head with a chuckle of disbelief, anger, and madness. Sons, daughters, fathers, and mothers of bitches. You guys are the worst of the worst. Where is the Devourer's blood essence? The Valari on the left asked, and Zagler smiled widely. His smile was one of madness and pure rage. In my fucking asshole, fools. You think I'm going to tell you? If I tell you, you're going to kill me because you know that I won't let this slide after everything you've done. The Daygrins and every other demon would come for you. Your clan and entire race would cease to exist, and I'll personally slit the throat of whoever gave you the orders to stab me in the back. So, if you think I'm going to tell you where the Devourer's blood essence is, then you're fools. You should have gotten the Devourer's blood essence before betraying me. Zagler removed his hand from his bleeding stomach, and the Valaris saw that Zagler was no longer bleeding. It seems you have an artifact that can heal you. Zagler spat the last blood in his mouth. Then he wiped his mouth. Obviously, you might have destroyed my life-saving artifact, but I'm a Daygrin. Zagler raised his right hand, which had 5 rings with closed eyes on them. The eyes snapped open, then they released dark and crimson light. I have many artifacts I can use to kill you 3 cowards. The Valaris remained calm despite the rise in Zagler's demonic energy. The Valari in the middle looked at Zagler's necklace, which was a bone fong. When he saw the cracks on its surface and the lack of demonic energy in it, he nodded slightly. We've destroyed the main artifact. We can kill him now. Zagler's left eye twitched when he heard this. His necklace was an artifact that could form a very powerful defensive shield around him. This shield could only be destroyed by the attacks of at least a dozen greater demons or an attack of a demon lord. It was the main concern of the Valaris, because if Zagler was protected by the shield, he could call for reinforcements and it would put the Valaris and the Shadowgrave clan in a dangerous position. It's unfortunate that it has come to this, the Valari in the middle said while raising his dagger and taking an attacking stance. The other Valaris did the same thing. Meanwhile, Zagler scoffed at the Valari's words. Make your last prayers, bastards, because today will be your last. The Valaris said nothing, and Zagler stared at them coldly. A few moments later, the Valaris on the right and left moved. One of the rings glowed, and Zagler took a step back. In the blink of an eye, the distance between him and the Valaris increased by hundreds of meters. Another ring glowed, and a crimson bow appeared in his hand. Another ring glowed, and when Zagler pulled the string, a flaming arrow appeared. Zagler let go of it, and the flaming arrow flew at a speed some fighter jets could not reach. Despite the speed and the sudden increase in distance between them and Zagler, the Valaris were not taken off guard. They were about to use their defensive skills, but then another ring on Zagler's right hand glowed. The space between the flaming arrow and the Valaris folded, and to the disbelief of the Valaris, the flaming arrow appeared right in front of them. Boom! There was a reason why the Shadowgrave clan sent 3 greater demons to kill Zagler, who was just a merchant. Although the Dagryns were not particularly known for their battle prowess, they were known and feared for one thing: artifacts and treasures. Possession of numerous artifacts and treasures. Dagryns were treasure and artifact seekers, and their bloodline allowed them to find artifacts and treasures other demons or humans would normally not find. Their instincts towards the locations of treasures and artifacts is unmatched in the 3 realms. And this made the Dagryns dangerous. While a human might only possess 5 artifacts, a Dagryn of a similar power level could possess 20 or even more artifacts. Although the Dagryns were not exceptional in combat, the numerous treasures in their possession made each and every one of them a force to be reckoned with. A lack of information about a Dagryn's artifacts, and a lack of preparation against those artifacts could lead to the death of those who dared to kill a Dagryn. Dagryns only desired wealth over everything else, even power. But every knowledgeable demon knows that even wealth was power. This was also why there were so few deaths of Dagryns, and the death of a Dagryn usually sent waves across the upper echelons of the demon society. In Simon's time, many humans had tried hunting for Dagryns once it was known that they were walking treasure chests. But 99% of the hunts against Dagryns ended up in massive failures and an immense number of deaths. The Dagryns were one of the few races in the demon realm with a foundation that was so solid not even the demon king of death could shake in Simon's past life. The Dagryns were dangerous, but because they were neutral and had no desire to be involved in politics and the power struggle of humans and demons, they were left untouched. Also, the stronger a Dagryn, the more treasures the Dagryn was more likely to have. Zagler was a reputable greater demon amongst the Dagryns and the upper echelons of the demon society, and the Shadowgrave clan knew that to kill him they would need to be thoroughly prepared. However, preparation was not the only thing that gave them the confidence to try and kill Zagler. They also knew that Zagler was broke because of the deal he made with them. Many of his artifacts which could unleash attacks at the level of a demon lord were no more, and the 3 greater demons just had to make sure they killed him in his current state. A broke Dagryn was a vulnerable Dagryn. However, Zagler was proving rather difficult for the Valaris to fight. As a massive whirlwind of flames roared and crackled into the sky, the 3 Valaris who were caught off guard by Zagler's attacks struggled to protect themselves. They screamed as their bodies were burned by the flames, but a few seconds later, their shadows moved and covered them in a spherical barrier. Tisk! Zagler clicked his tongue when he saw this. Then he pulled the string of the bow and the eye of one of his rings emitted a fiery crimson light. Another flaming arrow appeared in his fingers, and he aimed it at the flaming tornado. I told you that you'll regret betraying me. He closed a single eye, and as he was aiming for the 3 burning spheres of shadows that were struggling in his attack, his own shadow suddenly rippled. A figure clad in black cloak slowly rose from Zagler's shadow. This figure was one of the 3 Valaris. Zagler remained ignorant of the Valari behind him, but when the Valari was about to stab him from behind, one of Zagler's rings suddenly emitted a glow and time slowed down. The Valari's dagger, which was mere inches from piercing the back of Zagler, seemingly froze, and Zagler calmly took a step forward and turned with the flaming arrow in his hand. On his face was the calm and harmless smile he usually had before he got betrayed. The world's time was slowed down, but Zagler's time was not. He could move normally while everything in 100 meters radius around him could not. This was the power of an artifact. Fool! Without saying anything else, he shot the arrow at the Valari's heart. The flaming arrow pierced the demon's heart, shattered it, then combusted the heart and the demon altogether. The demon could not even make a sound before his life was burnt out of him. Zagler killed one of the 2 Valaris, and a few moments later, the flaming tornado receded. The 2 shadow spheres also receded, revealing the appearance of the Valaris. Their cloaks were burnt, revealing parts of their bodies which were bandaged. One of the Valaris looked at the burning corpse of their partner, and though Zagler could not see his facial expression, he could clearly perceive the killing intent of not just the Valari but of both Valaris. I warned you that you'll pay the price for betraying me, Zagler said with a light smile filled with confidence. Then he held his bow with his left hand and lowered it. He raised his right hand, which was filled with rings. Then he pointed at the Valaris. Die for me. An egg-sized fireball was formed at the tip of his fingers, and a second later, Zagler released it at the stunned and shaken Valaris. The fireball moved at lightning-fast speed. Then it exploded when it was a meter away from touching the Valaris. But when it exploded, dozens of bullet-sized fireballs shot at the Valaris at a much faster speed. Boom! The Valaris were bombarded by the dozens of fireballs which were like grenades, but only more powerful. Dense smoke and a powerful dust cloud erupted as a result of the attack, and Zagler's smile remained when he saw this. His breathing was uneven, and sweat could be seen dripping from his chin, but other than that, he was okay. Damn. Even with the miser's ring, my demonic energy is nearly depleted. Fighting is not meant for Dagrins, honestly. Zagler wiped away the sweat from his face, and just as he lowered his hand, Poochie, a dagger that was emitting a golden glow pierced his heart from the front, and when Zagler saw the dagger, and most especially the golden glow, his eyes widened in disbelief. A divine weapon? Some minutes prior, while Zagler was fighting 3 Valaris who were greater demons, Simon was also facing his own share of problems. However, unlike Zagler, who had the power to battle his problems, Simon did not. So, Simon intended on increasing his chances of survival, even if it was just by 1%. When Simon first obtained Devour, he was bombarded with so much information about the power. And funny enough, he still did not know much about Devour. However, what he knew was enough to leave him stunned. Because he did not absorb the blood essence of the Devourer but used his 7 stars blessing to obtain Devour, he was not able to get the full power of Devour, or to be more precise, the full power of a Devourer. If he had absorbed the blood essence and survived, he would have become a Devourer. But he was not. A Devourer could devour the bloodlines of other demons and make it theirs. But Simon could not absorb another bloodline with Devour. For him, Devour worked differently. Whenever he used Devour, he could absorb the physical attributes of a demon or human, and even the skills of a demon or human. For instance, he could absorb the strength, speed, dexterity, constitution, and several other physical attributes the demon or possessed. It was like a human adding free stat points to their physical stats. However, what he gained was dependent on his proficiency of Devour, the physical attributes the demon or human possessed, and how much Simon's body and mind could take. Simon was using Devour on a greater demon, and the physical attributes he gained made him to be 5 times stronger in that moment. This was a massive boost, and it made him to be as powerful as a lesser demon with a common demonic bloodline. And it also made him to be on par with fiends who possessed a lesser demonic bloodline. Simon was even shocked by this improvement because he had still not awakened his demonic heart. He still did not possess a flickering heart, but he was already as powerful as a fiend, all because of a single skill. Although there would still be differences between him and a fiend or a lesser demon. Differences like the weapons the enemy had, the enemy's skills, and even the abilities of their bloodline. But the core of the matter is that Simon was suddenly a lot more powerful than before. This is still not enough to defeat the Valari. I should have gotten a lot more from devouring a greater demon, but my physical body cannot handle so much, especially my unawakened demon heart. It's also a shame that I couldn't absorb a skill of his because of my unawakened demon heart. Absorbing a skill places immense strain on my demonic heart, and the stronger my heart, the more skills I can devour. Anyway, my chances of survival have increased, but I might still die. Hopefully, Zagler wins his battle and saves me before I die. If not, then, sigh. Simon observed the mercenary captain's corpse, which was now desiccated. It looked like all the moisture in it had been absorbed by him, and this made Simon frown. I'll have to be careful whenever I use Devour. It's too obvious. Simon decided not to think too much about the obvious signs Devour left behind. His main concern was the Valari, who was staring at the corpse with immense intensity. Simon stood with the sword in his hand. Then he looked at the Valari with a light smile. Sorry for making you wait. He took a stance. We can begin. The Valari remained silent, and his gaze was entirely on the desiccated corpse of the mercenary captain. A few moments later, the Valari looked at Simon. Although Simon could not see his face, he knew that the Valari had a frown. "What did you do? Why does he look like that?" Simon shrugged. "Who knows?" The Valari remained silent and looked at the desiccated corpse once again. Simon shook his head disappointedly. "I thought we were going to fight?" The Valari looked at Simon. "If you tell me what you did, I'll consider sparing your life." Simon scoffed. "I'd rather fight." The moment Simon said this, his pupils constricted when he saw the Valaris standing mere inches from his face. "Fuck! So fast. I'm giving you an opportunity to live, Ant. Don't be foolish and take it," the Valari said coldly, and Simon's gaze also became cold. "Now tell me, what did you do to that corpse?" Simon's lips curled up slightly, and his grip on the sword tightened. "You talk too much for an assassin." Simon felt an extremely deadly killing intent slam into him, and a chill went through his spine. "So be it." Simon's instincts screamed at him, and his body moved before the Valari even finished speaking. He took a step back. His vertical pupils constricted as he saw a bandaged hand coming for his neck. When he took a step back, he dodged the hand, but the Valari scoffed when he saw this. "And you think I won't get used to your reflexes? Don't think you're my match just because I'm going easy on you." The Valari's bandaged hand suddenly shot forward and its speed increased. And Simon no longer held back. His gaze became cold and sharp, and he dodged the Valari's hand with his new speed and power. "What?" The Valari was shocked to the core at Simon's new speed and power, but Simon did not give him the time to react. As soon as he dodged, his sword moved in tandem with his years of experience killing demons. He swung his sword at the stunned Valari's neck with an utterly cold gaze, and for a moment, the Valari was even more shaken by the killing intent Simon emitted. This was a killing intent he had honed for decades as the greatest demon slayer on earth. It was a killing intent an archfiend could not even fathom. And he stood there, stunned. Simon's sword edge reached the neck of the Valari. However, clang. "Oh, fuck me." Simon cursed loudly. There was one thing Simon forgot to consider when he attacked the Valari. Artifacts, or to be more specific, armors. Simon had not considered that the robe the Valari wore had defensive capabilities, and he would not even be able to cut through it with his power. He could not be blamed for this despite his experience because robes were mere clothes to him in his past life. Even though a robe possessed defensive capabilities, it was never sturdy enough to prevent his sword from cutting it. Because of this mentality, and also because of his weak strength, he could not even cut through the robe. A dark light flashed at the point of contact between his sword and the robe, and he was even forced to take several steps back in the end. Demonic energy. Simon's gaze was extremely dark as he stared at the flickering dark light that was slowly going out. The dark light was the Valari's demonic energy he had imbued in the robe, and aside from the high quality of the robe, the demonic energy was the main reason Simon could not cut through it. "I need demonic energy to be able to cut through demonic energy, and that was what I was trying to avoid. This guy is not even bothering to coat himself with demonic energy because I'm an unawakened demon kid, and although cutting through his neck might be difficult, I should be able to do it with my new strength and my skills with the sword. But once he coats his body with demonic energy, I won't be able to cut him or deal a lot of damage to him unless I have demonic energy or I increase my physical strength to a higher degree again. This is bad. Very bad. I couldn't kill him while he was caught off guard. Now he's going to be wary of me." As Simon had these thoughts, explosions rocked the ground he stood on and then hot gusts of wind blew into his face. He quickly looked at the source of the explosions, and his eyes widened slightly. "Zagler has this much power?" Simon muttered as he stared at the massive flaming tornado that was dangerously close to him. "I need to distance myself." But the moment Simon had this thought, a chill spread across his back, and his absurd reflexes instantly reacted. "However, where do you think you're going, Ant?" An extremely cold voice drifted into Simon's ears, and Simon instantly looked at his shoulder, which was being held by the Valari. He was about to move, but the Valari instantly grabbed his neck and lifted him off the ground with immense ease. Simon's eyes bulged and he kicked the air while clawing at the Valari's hand with veins on his neck. He could not breathe, and he was dying. In the next moment, he landed 4 rapid successive kicks on the Valari's chest. But it did nothing. The Valari's robe emitted a dark light as the Valari's demonic energy blocked all of Simon's kicks. Simon groaned with cold eyes. Then he swung his sword at the Valari's hand. However, "Ant," the Valari said coldly, and before Simon knew it, the Valari's shadow suddenly moved. Hands shot out of the shadow and grabbed his right arm, and in the next moment, crack, snap, clang. Simon kicked and writhed in the Valari's grip, and his sword fell to the ground. His right arm was a shadow of what it was. It was now broken and bent backward, and his flesh was also twisted. Simon was in so much pain that he wanted to scream out loud, but he couldn't. The Valari was holding his neck too tight, and Simon could barely make a sound. As Simon struggled to get used to the pain in this new body, a strange and unexplainable emotion washed over him. For some reason, he thought he would be able to kill the Valari in some way and survive. Back on Earth, he always found a way even in the most precarious situations. He always had that belief, but now, it seemed he was going to die. His dominant sword-wielding arm was no more, and he was being held by a greater demon while his only other hope was a broke merchant who was also facing 3 assassins in the same realm. How could he win? How did he even expect to defeat a greater demons as an unawakened demon? This is the demon world. I'm a demon. This is just like an insanely higher difficulty game where survival would be an achievement. I need to stop believing that there would always be a way to survive when there might not be. This is the demon realm, not Earth. I'm a nobody in the demon realm, and I don't have the support of a demon king, a demon god, or the support of the world. When I gained the hero class on Earth, I was favored by the world. There is no such thing for me in the demon realm. I might actually die. Simon was beginning to lose consciousness, and there was no more fight in him. But before he could completely lose consciousness, the Valari let go of Simon, causing him to fall on the ground with a loud thud. Gasp! Cough! 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 Simon coughed out blood mixed with spit as he struggled to gasp for air. His vision was blurry, but then a slap resounded in his ear, causing his head to nearly perform a 360 degrees. Answer me, Ant. Did you absorb the Devourer's blood essence? Who are you? And why do you have so much killing intent for a kid your age? Simon struggled for breath while having to bear the sting on his face. He subconsciously tried to raise his right hand to touch his cheek, but immense pain shot through his body and he jolted. Pa! Answer me, Ant. Another slap landed on Simon's cheek, exactly on the same spot, and Simon coughed out a mouthful of blood. Simon's vision blurred and wobbled, and just as he was finally able to breathe and his vision became clearer, he sensed something that shook him. His head snapped in the direction of Zagler. Divinity! Zagler had an expression of disbelief as he stared at the dagger emitting a golden glow. It had pierced his heart, and in a few moments, the divinity of the dagger would run rampage in his body and heart. It would completely destroy his heart and his chaos pathways. He would die, and he would die with lingering regrets. How? Why? Zagler asked these 2 questions to no one in particular, but his gaze remained on the glowing dagger despite the sound of footsteps drifting into his ears. Without looking away from the dagger, he spoke with a surprisingly calm tone. What have you guys done? Why do you have a divine weapon with you? A single Valari stopped in front of Zagler, and when there was no response from the Valari, Zagler looked up. His eyes flickered slightly when he saw the state of the Valari. The Valari's robe were torn, tattered, burnt, and could no longer be called an artifact but rags. The body of the Valari was revealed, and Zagler was not surprised when he saw that the Valari's body was covered in bandages. Some of the bandages were burnt and cut, and dark smoke could be seen emitting from the openings of the bandage. As for the Valari's face, Zagler scoffed when he saw that the Valari was wearing a mask. The mask was completely black with nothing but eye holes which showed the black eyes of the Valari. Zagler shifted his gaze to the other Valaris, who was on the shattered and burnt ground. Zagler had no idea whether his last attack had killed the Valari or whether it had just incapacitated the Valari. He wasn't certain, but what he was looking at was the Valari's face. When he saw that the fallen Valari was also wearing a mask, he clicked his tongue. Bastards, roaches. The moment he said this, his heart stopped beating for a second, and his expression drastically changed. Copious amount of blood poured out of his mouth, and he could not help but fall to his knees. Damn it, I'm really going to die. Zagler's pupils shook, but when a bandaged feet appeared before his eyes, he looked up with the same light smile he usually had. Since I'm going to die, can you at least tell me why you guys have a divine weapon with you? The Valari merely stared at him with an emotionless gaze. Then he spoke. The Devourer's blood essence. Where is it? Zagler looked down. Then he chuckled softly. If you wanted the blood essence, you shouldn't have attacked me. And you definitely shouldn't have stabbed me with a divine weapon. Cough. Zagler coughed out a mouthful of blood, and he clenched his mouth in pain. He was trying his best to live, but the divinity in the dagger was like poison in his heart. It was like he had flowing magma running throughout his body. He was in so much pain, but he was trying to live and survive a little bit longer. Where is the Devourer's blood essence? The Valari asked emotionlessly once again, and Zagler scoffed. Tell me why you betrayed me and I'll tell you. The Valari remained silent, and Zagler chuckled while shaking his head. You don't have to tell me how you have a divine weapon. You don't have to tell me why you actually want the Devourer's blood essence. You don't have to tell me what the Shadowgrave clan really plans on doing in the future. You don't have to tell me any of that. The only thing I want to know before I die is why you betrayed me. Cough. Tell me that, and I'll tell you where the Devourer's blood essence is. The Valari stared at him with the same emotionless gaze, and after a few seconds of silence, Zagler released a sigh of frustration, believing that the Valari would not give him what he wanted. We're killing everybody that knows we want the Devourer's blood essence. The Valari said calmly, and Zagler's left eye twitched. You fucking bastards. But I... Cough. I made an oath. A heart-binding oath. Cough. Zagler coughed out a mouthful of blood, and the Valari stared at him emotionlessly. Zagler was getting closer and closer to death, and both of them knew it. Where is the Devourer's blood essence? Keep your end of the deal. Zagler instantly laughed despite the pain, his current state, and the blood on his lips, chin, and neck. Great words coming from you bastards. Without waiting for a response from the Valari, one of Zagler's rings glowed and a lantern appeared in front of him. The lantern emitted a dim white light, but the moment Zagler grabbed it, the white light became as bright as a star. The Valari's pupils constricted fiercely, and disbelief and shock erupted in his gaze. He moved back, hoping to distance himself from Zagler, but it was too late. The white light spread and caught up with the Valari, and the Valari released a pained groan the moment the light touched him. The white light kept on spreading until it covered a kilometer-wide radius, and the Valari that was with Simon also fell on his knees in pain. Their shadows were dissipating at a visible pace, and dark smoke was being emitted from their bodies. I believed I won't have to use this artifact on you guys, but since you guys have a divine artifact, then I suppose it's not surprising that I have an artifact that is particularly suppressive against bastards like you who love darkness. It's not a divine artifact, but it is extremely effective against bastards like you. Zagler did not wait for a response from the groaning Valari. Instead, he looked at Simon. When he saw Simon's condition, especially his right arm, he clicked his tongue. At least you're not dead. He wanted to get up, but then he looked at the dagger in his heart and shook his head. Shit, I'm really going to die. One of Zagler's rings glowed, and a silver bead appeared in Zagler's hand. He looked at the bead for a moment before throwing it in Simon's direction. In the next moment, a spatial crack appeared where the bead struck, and it was mere steps from Simon. Hey kid. When Simon perceived the familiar aura of divinity, he was shocked to the core. He should not be perceiving such an aura. This was the demon realm, and demons could not wield divinity. Anything that possessed a divine aura was like poison to them, and if a demon was too weak to handle the aura, they would end up in pain while getting weakened at the same time. Although it was 1,000 years since his death, he was certain that no demon would want to have anything to do with a divine weapon or anything divine. But when he saw the dagger in Zagler's chest emitting a golden glow, the gears in his mind could not help but spin rapidly. His ears, which were far more better than an average human's ears, picked up the conversation between Zagler and the Volari. Despite a Volari standing in front of him, he was still calm and he ignored the Volari while focusing on Zagler. He was more concerned about the presence of the divine weapon than the Volari radiating a murderous intent. He couldn't do anything about the Volari, but he could at least obtain a little bit of information. He listened to everything Zagler and the Volari said, up to the point where Zagler brought out the lantern which heavily suppressed the Volaris. The lantern piqued Simon's curiosity because it was not a divine artifact, but its ability to erase every single shadow in a 1-kilometer radius made it seem like a divine artifact. Simon was curious about its origins. When Zagler threw the silver bead and space cracked close to him, he was stunned because only demigods could shatter space. They were the only ones that could shatter space, and for Zagler to have an artifact that could perform the same feat meant that it was an extraordinary artifact. Simon stared at the spatial crack with a strange light in his eyes. He completely ignored the writhing and screaming Volari a few meters before him. "Hey kid!" Zagler's voice drifted into his ears, and he looked at the Daegrin. "Get out of here before I die. I never should have made a deal with these backstabbing bastards." Simon furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at Zagler. Then he looked at the spatial crack. "Why are you helping me escape?" Zagler chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? I can't be the only one that's on the losing end." Simon could already guess why Zagler was helping him to escape, and it seemed he was right. He doesn't want the Volaris to get the Devourer's blood essence from me because they betrayed him. Simon exhaled softly. Then he got to his feet with a pained expression. He glanced at his broken and twisted right arm. He was in so much pain with every slight movement he made, and it was only his mental fortitude that prevented him from screaming in pain. This kind of reminds me of my life as a hero, how I used to suffer grievous injuries from dangerous missions. Simon took one last glance at Zagler before turning toward the spatial crack. But before he moved, Zagler spoke. "I can't help you with your arm, but I can increase your chances of survival so that you won't die so quickly." Simon raised a brow. Then he saw Zagler remove the lone ring on his left hand. Zagler looked at the ring for a few seconds before he took it off and flicked it toward Simon. Simon caught it with wide eyes, and he looked at Zagler with a baffled expression. "I call that ring the Miser's Ring. I don't know its true name, but it has the ability to reduce how much demonic energy you use by half." Simon's eyes widened in disbelief. The ring could reduce his usage of demonic energy by half. What sort of ring was this? "I've severed my connection with the ring, so just drop your blood on it and it would be yours." Simon looked at Zagler with a suspicious expression, and Zagler smiled despite blood dripping out of the corners of his mouth. "Boy, I know you probably have trust issues after what your mother did to you, but I'm dying and the last thing I want is for those bastards to win over me at the end of the day. I'm honestly trying to help you stay alive so that these bastards can't sleep at night." Simon shifted his gaze to the Miser's Ring. Then, after a few moments, he placed the ring on his bloodied right arm, and the ring emitted a black light. He immediately felt a connection with the ring, and he felt no other thing. "No trap," Simon thought with a slight furrow of his brows. "Good. Now go, kid. Go and make sure not to get caught by these bastards." Simon glanced at Zagler, then he glanced at the Miser's Ring. "Thank you." To the immense surprise of Zagler, Simon thanked him, but Simon truly meant it. Zagler's parting gift was going to be very useful to him for a very long time. "Go," Zagler said after a while, and Simon nodded. He turned and took 2 steps toward the spatial crack, but then he stopped and froze on the spot. Standing right in front of the portal was a cloaked man in bandages and a mask. The man was a Volari, but unlike the others, he didn't cover his face with the hood of his robe. The Volari was sitting with his legs crossed and his eyes closed, And the moment Simon saw this Valari, his entire being froze on the spot. This was out of utter disbelief and his body's instincts in front of an apex predator. Black moon. Black moon. Run. Zagler stuttered in fear and with extremely wide eyes as he looked at the man in front of the spatial crack. But Simon did not dare to move a single inch. In fact, his breathing subconsciously became extremely quiet. Where do you expect me to run to when there's a demon lord right in front of me? Demon lords. Back when Simon was a hero, there were certain demons who were like walking catastrophes to humans. Demon lords. Demon lords were demons who were a step below demon kings, and a demon lord was a demon who had the power to destroy half a continent if he so desired. Before reaching a certain level of power, Simon was extremely wary of facing a demon lord. They were a step below demigods, and even some talented demon lords could kill a demigod. Demon lords could completely destroy countries with their powers, and if not for the gods and the weak bridges which prevented the demon lords from entering Earth, every single human would have died or would currently be slaves to the demons. Lesser demons, fiends, archfiends, greater demons, demon lords, and demon kings. These were the 6 ranks of demons, and although there was just a single gap between a greater demon and a demon lord, this gap was an unfathomable chasm. Unless a demon had a bloodline, an ability, an item, or innate talent that could bridge this chasm, a demon lord could kill more than a dozen greater demons. And Simon? What could Simon do or where could he run to in front of a terrifying being like this? Simon dared not to move as he stared at the Valari, which was a demon lord. The demon lord's eyes were closed, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy and tense. Only the sound of the slowly closing spatial crack could be heard, and Zagler could not help but curse. Damn dash. Clang. Poochie. Drip. 3 successive sounds resounded in the surroundings in the span of 2 seconds, and Simon barely registered what happened. He saw a flash pass by his face, then he heard the sound of metal hitting against metal, then he heard the sound of metal hitting against metal, then he heard the sound of blood dripping on the ground along with the sound of the wind being sliced dangerously close to his right ear. Then he saw a metal object in the hand of the demon lord. Is that a shuriken? Simon stared at the shuriken in confusion, but then he heard a cough behind him. He looked back, and his eyes widened slightly when he saw Zagler clutching his chest and coughing out copious amount of blood. Golden light cloud be seen flowing throughout his body, and his body began cracking apart. Damn it! Simon's expression became deathly grave. Meanwhile, Zagler was cursing the demon lord of the Valaris with immense hatred and anger as his body and heart was being torn into pieces. Unlike Simon, who could not see what had happened, Zagler saw everything but he couldn't react. The demon lord had thrown his shuriken into the divine dagger in his heart. The shuriken's impact pushed the dagger deeper into his heart, and unfortunately for Zagler, that was not all the demon lord did. At the point of contact, the demon lord's demonic energy also came in contact with the divinity on the dagger, and the result was like pouring water into hot oil. He had been trying to slow down the movement of the divinity in him, but after the demon lord's demonic energy came in contact with the dagger, he could no longer do such a thing. The divinity in him was now violent and chaotic, and Zagler knew that he was mere moments from meeting death. Damn you, Valaris! A few moments later, Zagler fell face flat into the ground with wide-open eyes that were filled with regret, hatred, and anger. The lantern, which had been suppressing the shadows, and the 2 Valaris fell to the ground because it no longer had an owner. Zagler was dead, and Simon could not help but stare at the dead Daegrin in a daze. Although Zagler was the reason his tribe was no more, the reason his mother betrayed him, and the reason he was currently in this predicament, the demon had wanted to save him. Although it was purely out of Zagler's selfish interest, the core of the matter remained that Zagler wanted to save him. Simon also had a feeling that if both of them had been able to survive the situation, he would have gotten himself a sponsor if Zagler was true to his words that Daegrins only wanted wealth, not power. To have a Daegrin as a sponsor would drastically increase the pace at which he advanced on the path of power, but that was no longer possible. Zagler was dead, and he knew that his situation was about to become a whole lot worse. The demon lord definitely heard their conversation, so he knew that he was with the Devourer's blood essence. He would not be killed on the spot right now, but he would definitely be killed in the near future. I don't know if I should be glad and relieved that I didn't directly absorb the blood essence, or if I should be worried because of what they do once they realize I don't have the bloodline of the Devourers. I can't believe I'm wishing for the demon who ended my tribe and made my mother betray me, to still be alive. The sound of footsteps drifted into Simon's ears. Then he looked to the side. The greater demon Valari approached the demon lord and knelt on one knee. The Valari he had been fighting also got one knee and bowed before the demon lord. Grave Lord. They both addressed at the same time, and the demon lord finally opened his eyes and looked at them emotionlessly. Disappointing. The demon lord only said one word with a cold and emotionless tone, and both Valaris trembled in fear. Simon could guess why the grave lord was disappointed, and it was because two greater demons had died facing a single Daegrin who was a merchant, not a warrior. It was surely disappointing when one thought about it. The two kneeling Valaris said nothing. Then, after a tense moment of silence, the grave lord spoke. We'll wait for this spatial crack to close. Unfortunately, only the master has the power to deal with space. I don't. The grave lord then shifted his gaze toward Simon, and Simon felt the hair on his back rise at the Valarius gaze. Then we'll take this kid with us and get what is ours. The two Valaris said nothing and remained kneeling. Then the grave lord closed his eyes and continued meditating in front of the spatial crack. As for Simon, his gaze and expression was still calm despite his situation. Part of him was worried, but not truly afraid. Fearless ensured that he knew no fear. However, he knew that his future was extremely grim, and he could also feel the blade of death's scythe grazing his neck. If many were given the opportunity to have a second chance of life, a second chance to start all over from the beginning, many would take it. Simon had been given such an opportunity, and he planned on making the best use of it. However, his life had been nothing but difficult ever since he reincarnated as a demon. He was born into a family with no father and no money. He was born as a demon with a lesser bloodline. He was born into a dying tribe. He was born in an extremely dangerous and barren region called the Wildlands. He was prevented from hunting demonic beasts to make some money and to also improve his skills and power. He was forced to steal, something he has never done in his entire life. He was betrayed by his own biological mother. He was taken as a prisoner by a greater demon, and now he was in the cell of one of the 6 major clans. His life as a demon has been nothing but shitty, and as he was chained to the walls of the prison cell, he could not help but wonder if his acts in his past life was the reason behind his suffering. He was the greatest demon slayer of Earth, and many demons hated and feared him to the core. How could he expect to have an easy or peaceful life after all the demons he had killed? Maybe everything that was happening was karma. Simon had no idea. Maybe the demon realm knew who he truly was, and it was trying to ensure that he suffered at every moment. Once again, Simon had no idea. But what he did know was that he needed to change his story. He needed to change his situation. He needed to survive. But the main question was, how? Clang. The sound of the metal doors of his cell emerged echoed in Simon's prison cell, and Simon raised his head slightly. His long midnight white hair covered his entire face, and one could only see the glow his vertical indigo pupils emitted in the dark. Simon's eyes reflected the sight of a demon with folded bat wings and a bat-like face staring at him with an indifferent gaze. A bat-winged demon. I guess I shouldn't be so surprised though. The bat-winged demon had a humanoid body, but its legs were bent backward like that of a goat. The bat-winged demon said nothing. The only thing he did was to approach Simon indifferently, and then it removed the chains binding Simon's hands and feet. He was chained to the ceiling of the cell, and tip of his toes were barely touching the floor, so he was actually extremely uncomfortable and in pain while in this position. And what made it worse was, fuck! His right arm was still severely injured. The Valaris did not care one bit about his right arm. After bringing him to this prison in their clan, and they chained both his wrists despite the severe injuries to his right arm. Simon stumbled slightly after the chains on his wrists were removed. He was extremely weak and hungry, and the Valaris was not intent on feeding him. "Move!" The Batwing demon pushed Simon, and the sound of the chains on Simon's feet echoed in the cell as he stumbled forward. Simon glanced at the demon, but he didn't say anything. He calmly walked forward, and the Batwing demon walked behind him with an indifferent expression. As Simon walked in the narrow and extremely dim corridor of the prison, he glanced at the cells he passed. Some of the cells he passed were empty, but some were filled with several types of demons. Some of these demons were archfiends or even greater demons, and the state of many of them were extremely horrible. Simon could see signs of some who have been tortured, and he could also see some who were barely breathing. They were on the verge of death, and Simon got a chill seeing some of them. He nearly stopped moving when he saw a human in one of the cells, but the Batwing demon pushed him when he slowed down. "Keep on moving," the demon said coldly, but Simon's mind was on the human he saw. The human was chained to the wall without any single cloth covering his body. His body was also riddled with injuries, and Simon could not help but wonder if the human was alive. "Unfortunately, I don't know how strong that man is." Although Simon was surprised when he saw the human, it was not so surprising for a demon to have a human in their prison cell. A few moments later, Simon and the Batwing demon reached the end of the corridor where a black metallic door could be seen. The Batwing demon stood in front of the door and brought out a key to put inside the keyhole. The door opened, and Simon entered the next room before the Batwing demon could say or do anything. As the Batwing demon closed the door, Simon took one last look at the prison cells before he turned and followed the Batwing demon. A minute later, Simon and the Batwing demon stood before a wooden door, and the Batwing demon knocked thrice. "You may enter." The Batwing demon bowed. Then he turned and left without saying anything. Simon looked at the Batwing demon. Then the door in front of him opened. The moment he saw what was on the other side, his lips twitched slightly and his heart skipped a beat. "Come in." A voice drifted into his ears, and when he looked at the source of the voice, he recognized the owner of the voice. It was the same demon lord who killed Zagler. Simon exhaled deeply. Then he walked into the room. The room was large with 6 crimson pillars forming a hexagon, and a single dark pillar at the center of the hexagon. The dark pillar had chains around it, and Simon's heart could not help but skip multiple beats as he stared at the ominous pillars. Although Simon's knowledge about demons was little, he could connect the dots and make guesses about what the pillars were meant to be used for. There were crimson engravings on the 7 pillars, and he recognized these engravings the moment he saw them. Chaos runes. Simon could not understand or decipher these runes, but he knew that they all had a single goal: extracting the blood essence from him. Although he was worried, he was not truly afraid. He calmly observed the pillars and the chaos runes, much to the annoyance of the Grave Lord. "Don't waste any more of my precious time. Stand beside the central pillar." The Grave Lord gestured at the central pillar, which was vastly different from the others. Simon glanced at the pillar. Then he shifted his gaze to the Grave Lord, who was standing beside an altar that was not too far away from the central pillar. He had missed the altar because the pillars caught more of his attention. He observed the altar for a few seconds before he began approaching the central pillar. He could feel the annoyance and impatience the Grave Lord had, and Simon had a feeling that he'd be making things worse for himself if he tested the Demon Lord's patience. He stopped when the distance between him and the central pillar was less than 20 meters. He looked at the Grave Lord. "What will this do to me?" The Grave Lord was about to turn and make some last-minute changes to the altar beside him. But when Simon spoke, he froze and his eyes flashed with annoyance. He turned and calmly looked at the Grave Lord, who was staring at him with a cold gaze. Simon's expression was utterly calm. Fearless made him feel no fear, and it was cases like this where one truly appreciated a skill like Fearless. If he didn't have Fearless, he was 99% certain he'd be sweating buckets of trembling subconsciously because of the gap between him and the Grave Lord. Meanwhile, the Grave Lord remained silent and didn't say anything. He merely looked at Simon with the same cold gaze, and when Simon realized that the demon did not plan on answering his questions, he spoke again. "How are you so certain I have the Devourer's bloodline in me? You haven't even tested the quality of my bloodline to know if I have it." The grave lord remained silent, and Simon stared at him calmly. However, the worry in his heart was growing. He wanted to avoid being chained to the central pillar by all means. His instincts were seriously warning him about it, and Simon was extremely wary of it. He did not know why, but his instincts wanted to avoid the central pillar by all means. Even if it meant making the Valaris to be more suspicious and confused about why he doesn't have the Devourer's bloodline after everything that said otherwise. He was about to speak, but the grave lord suddenly spoke. "There's no need to test your bloodline. I not only heard the conversation between you and Zagler, I also saw you absorb all the fluid in a corpse, and your strength and speed experienced a massive boost afterwards. If I still need to test your bloodline after all these irrefutable proof, then I'd be a fool. But what if I don't have Dash?" "Enough!" The grave lord cut Simon off with a cold voice, but Simon still wanted to speak. However, the grave lord was having none of it. He waved his hand, and Simon's shadow flew toward the central black pillar at an extremely fast speed. Before Simon could react, he felt himself being dragged by his shadow, and then, bang! He crashed into the pillar with his spine nearly cracking in several places, and blood nearly spilling out of his mouth. Garg! A groan escaped his bloodied lips, and in the next second, the black chains around the pillar coiled and tightened around his body like snakes. Arg! Simon screamed as his body was pressed tightly into the pillar. His arms were spread apart and they were forced to go behind the pillar, causing Simon's shoulders to feel like it was about to pop out of its sockets. He was about to scream again, but a chain coiled and tightened around his neck, preventing him from screaming. Sweat could be seen on his face along with a million thoughts he was currently having. He looked at the grave lord while desperately trying to shake his head. The grave lord also stared into his eyes with an indifferent expression. "Another reason why I believe that you have the Devourer's bloodline in you is because ever since I saw you, you have never for once shown no sign of true fear. It might have come for a second, but you always regained your calm very quickly. You were not truly fearful when you suddenly saw me in front of the spatial crack. In fact, Zagler was even more fearful compared to you. Even now you're calm. You're in pain, but you're calm. I can see it in your eyes. You are not truly afraid, and the only reason why a backwater demon like you would have this trait is because of the Devourer's bloodline. I don't know much about it, but what I do know is that you're not worthy to possess such a bloodline. You're but a speck of dust before the might of that bloodline, and will do anything to get it back, even if it means killing you before your coming of age." The grave lord suddenly placed his hand on the altar, and a needle suddenly pierced through his palm, causing blood to drip from the hole in his palm. However, the altar suddenly lit up with a crimson light after it was fed the blood of the grave lord. The crimson light spread across the entire room, causing the sixth pillar to emit a crimson light. The crimson light suddenly spread toward the black pillar, and then the black pillar released a hum along with a dark light. In the next moment, Simon screamed in immense pain as 30 black needles pierced into his spinal cord at once. The method by which the Shadowgrave clan was using to extract the Devourer's blood essence from Simon was a dangerous method. The moment Simon's spine was pierced by the black needles, he experienced so much pain that the veins in his eyes nearly burst open and his body began trembling uncontrollably. If not for the chains that bound him, he would have fallen to the ground while screaming. Blood began to pour out of his orifices, and it was slowly drawn toward the chaos runes of the dark pillar in the form of a mist. A few seconds later, Simon's head snapped to the sky with blood streaming down his eyes and nose. His eyes became murky white, almost like he was blind, and he lost consciousness. However, the chains that bound his neck caused his neck to remain in that position. There was no more scream, no more sound aside from the blood-red mist that was being drawn toward the pillar he was chained to. Before he lost consciousness, there was just a single thought he had. "I hate my life as a demon." Simon really hated his second opportunity at life, and he could not help but wonder when it would all get better for him. But what he did not know was that it would only get worse. The grave lord watched Simon with an indifferent expression, but there was a flicker of confusion in his eyes for a moment. Shouldn't the blood essence of the devourer be black, not red? For a moment, the grave lord could not help but think back to the words Simon said about not possessing the devourer's bloodline. No, that can't be true. I know what I saw. The grave lord shook his head, and he decided to keep on observing. He believed that there would be a change very soon. Meanwhile, Simon was experiencing something entirely different after losing consciousness. He found himself in an utterly dark space. There was no source of light and no sign of any other thing aside from Simon. "Where am I?" His voice echoed in the surroundings, and in the next moment, the hair on his entire body rose and his entire instincts screamed at him. He felt a presence that was so powerful behind him, and the presence was as powerful as him when he fought the demon king of death. He turned, and his body instantly forgot to breathe. Behind him was a pair of colossal dark green eyes. The eyes had serpentine slits as pupils, and Simon instantly knew that these were the eyes of a serpent. He could not see the body, but he knew that these were the eyes of a serpent. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he could not even move a single muscle even when he wanted to. He could feel that his body was fearful, and the feeling of fear was bombarding at his mind, clawing at it to make him experience true fear. However, fearless was like an impenetrable barrier that prevented him from feeling true fear, especially from something like this. Although his mind was not in a state of fear, his body was. He could feel the immense fear his body was feeling, and after making some guesses, he knew that this fear was truly coming from his bloodline. The serpent's eyes he was staring at was the manifestation of a powerful demonic bloodline, and his bloodline, which is most likely of a very low quality, was immensely fearful of this serpentine bloodline. What Simon did not know was that the method the Shadowgrave clan was using to extract his bloodline depended on another powerful bloodline. The bloodline he was looking at was the bloodline of a basilisk, one of the most powerful bloodlines of the demonic serpent race. Assuming Simon had the devourer's bloodline in him, the provocative gaze of the basilisk bloodline would have stirred the devourer's bloodline and caused it to fight back due to its pride. Although the devourer would win at the end of the day, this would cause the devourer's bloodline in Simon to become more active and obvious. Instead of being dormant, it would want to showcase its powers, and then the black needles in his spine would absorb the bloodline as this occurred. But the issue was, Simon did not have the bloodline of the devourer in him. So, his mixed bloodline of a one-horned demon and a demon cat was facing the basilisk bloodline on its own. And both bloodlines were like ants before the basilisk. Both bloodlines were trembling, and they also wanted to run for their lives from the basilisk, and this made it much easier for the needles and the central pillar to absorb his mixed bloodline with ease. Simon could feel himself dying at a rapid rate. His bloodline, a core part of himself, something he was born with, was being extracted from him. He was dying, and he could do nothing to stop it. Simon did not know what was happening in the real world, but as he stared at the dark green eyes of the basilisk, his body just froze on the spot, and if not for Fearless, he would be on his knees, screaming. "I honestly hate my second life. It has been nothing but suffering ever since." Simon wanted to close his eyes, but he could not even do that. His body was just frozen on the spot. He could not move at all. Just as he was about to give up, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Is this how I die? Especially after I was betrayed? Not just once but twice? I have not even accomplished anything in this life. Despite having spent nearly 16 years as a demon, my hatred and disgust for demons still remain. I really hate demons. I want to kill every single demon there is. Simon chuckled with a wry smile as he suddenly had this thought. Oh, you pathetic fool, called Simon. I have been betrayed and hurt by both demons and humans. Both are just evil, and I currently a weak demon who is struggling to survive in this pathetic second life I've been given. I don't want to die. I especially don't want to die like this. I don't want to waste my second opportunity like this. I want to live. Simon resolved in his heart that he was not going to go down without a fight. Sure, his bloodline was weak before this serpentine bloodline. His mind was not. Aside from fearless, which helped him to feel no fear, his decades of experience as a demon slayer also helped him to remain calm as he faced the gaze of the basilisk. He noticed that he could move his neck and his fingers now, and this made his eyes flash with numerous thoughts. I just might be able to overcome this. Although Simon was not certain why he was suddenly able to move, he guessed that it was probably because of his refusal to give up. Willpower, they call it. Simon knew about the power of will because it had saved him so many times as a hero. There were times when he was facing an enemy far more powerful than him, or he was in an extremely dangerous situation, but his refusal to not give up and not die would be what saves him. Simon closed his eyes, then he exhaled softly. When he opened his eyes, a cold and sharp light was reflected in his eyes as he stared back at the basilisk. His fingers moved, then he took a step forward. Boom! The world trembled the moment he took the step, and Simon felt a ripple travel across his entire being. I don't know what type of a demon you are. Step. Boom. But. Step. Boom. I have slaughtered countless demons, and I refuse to die without even putting up a fight, especially in this manner. Step. Step. Boom. Boom. I fear no demon. Step. Boom. Demons fear me. Step. Boom. I might be a demon now, but. Step. Boom. I was once called the Halo of Earth, the Demon Slayer. Step. Boom. I am not going to die to a mere projection of a demonic bloodline. Step. Boom. The entire world shook as Simon stood a mere meter in front of the basilisk's eyes. Blood could be seen streaming down his eyes, nose, lips, and ears, but he still remained standing. He was in so much pain as he stood before the basilisk's eyes, but he stared at it with an unflinching cold gaze. The basilisk also stared at him with the same indifferent gaze, but for a moment, Simon believed he saw a flicker of emotion flash in the eyes of the basilisk. Simon knew that he should have died, but for some reason he had not. He did not completely believe that it was because he walked toward the dark green eyes despite the immense pressure bearing down him. He survived. He believed there was another reason, but he just couldn't put his finger on it. It was then that the basilisk suddenly looked at the space behind Simon. Then it looked up. Simon frowned slightly. Then he forced himself to turn despite the pain and pressure. When he saw what the basilisk was looking at, his eyes widened. Behind him was a faint mirage of a human wearing armor and a sword in his right hand. There were no colors, only white lines, and Simon instantly recognized the figure. Me. The image was of him as the hero of Earth, the demon slayer and the Halo of Earth. Simon was immensely surprised when he saw this, but his attention was placed more on what was above the faint projection of him. Eyes. Directly above the faint projection of him was a pair of eyes. These eyes were of a sky blue color, and they were similar to that of a cat's eyes. The faint projection of Simon was 10 times his size, but the sky blue cat eyes were the same size of the basilisk's eyes. They were colossal, and the eyes were staring straight at the basilisk. What the hell? Simon was stunned, but not only by the appearance of the eyes in him, but the faint feeling of fear he could feel from the basilisk's eyes. What is going on? Simon suddenly felt an urge to do something, an urge to shorten the distance between him and the basilisk's eyes, an urge to not only do that but to touch it and then claw at it. Simon could feel a sort of change in his physical body as he stared at the sky blue cat eyes. Unlike the basilisk's eyes, which looked real and solid, the cat eyes were faint and looked like they were going to vanish anytime soon. Simon pondered on this strange feeling for a few seconds before he made the decision to approach the basilisk's eyes. He looked up at the basilisk's eyes with slightly furrowed brows. I don't know what demonic beast you are, but I have a feeling that you just changed something about my bloodline, and I have a feeling it was completely unintentional. Step. Boom. With every step Simon took, the world kept on shaking the more, and the cat eyes behind him also solidified the more. The cat eyes was not the only thing that became clearer and more solid. The projection of his past self also became clearer as he got closer to the basilisk's eyes. For more steps to go. Every step he took was not an easy thing to do, and he felt like he was walking while carrying a mountain on his back. However, he was not an ant carrying the mountain but a titan. Step. Boom. 3 more steps to go. Simon's eyes shone with intensity and determination as he walked. He didn't know what was happening or what would happen, but he had a feeling that if he was able to reach the basilisk's eyes themselves and do as his instincts were telling him to do, something incredible would happen to him. Step. Boom. 2 more steps to go. The world shook violently the moment Simon placed his feet on the ground. The pressure he felt multiplied by over 100, but he got stronger and could handle it. His will could handle it. Step. Boom. 1 more step to go. Anticipation flashed in Simon's eyes as he raised and lowered his left leg. But just as it was about to touch the ground, the basilisk's eye turned to mist, and so did the cat's eyes and his projection. What? He was stunned. Then he saw himself also dissipating into mist, and he instantly knew at that moment that he lost a massive opportunity. No! He screamed in immense rage and fury as his body completely dissipated into mist. He hated his second life as a demon. A few minutes prior, while Simon was approaching the basilisk's eyes, there were changes that occurred to his physical body, and the Grave Lord saw everything. The major change that occurred to Simon's physical body was his blood. His blood was previously red, causing the mist that was being absorbed by the central pillar to be blood red. But now, his blood had faint traces of an indigo hue to it. At first, the indigo color was very faint and it seemed like it would vanish, but then it deepened and it looked like Simon's blood was going to change from a red color to an indigo color. The Grave Lord was extremely baffled for several reasons. The first and most important one was that the color of the Devourer's bloodline was not indigo but black. He was 100% certain of this, so why had no black blood being extracted from Simon's body? The second thing that baffled him was that his bloodline felt threatened by the indigo blood he was staring at. His bloodline was of the noble grade, and Simon, who was a mixture of a one-horned demon and demon beastkin, should possess a lesser bloodline. So, how could Simon's blood make his noble bloodline to feel threatened? The Grave Lord was extremely baffled and lost for words. With every passing moment, the indigo hue of his blood deepened, and Simon's hair became ironger and was turning white. His nails began to turn into claws, and his body became slightly bigger and taller. As the Grave Lord watched all these changes with a baffled expression, a sound echoed in the hall. Crack! The Grave Lord's head snapped to one of the crimson pillars, and he saw a crack run across the pillar. It went from the top of the pillar to its bottom. If it was a little bit deeper, it would have split it in two. What? Crack! 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 Before the Grave Lord could even comprehend what just happened to the first crimson pillar, the 5 other crimson pillars also developed cracks and fragments of the pillars fell on the ground. The Grave Lord looked at the pillars in disbelief and worry. What the hell is going on? Crack! A second after the Grave Lord spoke, a loud crack echoed in the hall, and the Grave Lord's demon heart skipped multiple beats when he saw a deep crack that nearly split the central black pillar in two. I have to end this. Without hesitation, he removed his hand from the altar and appeared directly before Simon. The moment he removes his hand from the altar, the chaos runes dimmed and the chains that bound Simon loosened. Thud! The 30 black needles receded back into the pillar, and Simon fell to the ground with a loud thud. He was completely unconscious. The Grave Lord stared at him with a complex and also grave expression, but Simon remained unconscious with blood pouring out from the 30 holes in his back. But later on, the holes closed by themselves and the length of his hair reduced along with his claws and the indigo hue of his blood. His blood still had an indigo hue to it, but it was no longer as deep as before. What just happened? The Grave Lord mumbled with a frown as he stared at Simon with a million thoughts going through his mind. He looked at the black pillar, then he traced the crack with his finger, and his frown deepened. Did he? No.
Impossible.
The Grave Lord shook his head vehemently. Then he closed his eyes and the chaos runes on the pillar lit up and a ball of blood came out of the pillar. This ball of blood was the same size as a tennis ball, and it was red with an extremely faint purple hue to it. This. He squinted his eyes. This is not the Devourer's blood essence. What is this? He shifted his gaze to Simon. Then he looked at the central pillar. Did he use the pressure of the basilisk's will to force his bloodline to evolve? Or did he awaken something completely unexpected? The Grave Lord's frown deepened when he noticed something else. His foundation was not harmed but strengthened. How could this be? He has not awakened his demonic heart, and his bloodline should have been a lesser bloodline. He's also just a kid. But the basilisk's bloodline is a royal bloodline. It should not be possible for him to survive the basilisk's will, talk less of using its will to evolve his bloodline. How could a kid from a place worse than the slums of a kingdom accomplish such a thing? The Grave Lord gritted his teeth and clenched Simon's blood in anger, causing it to burst and pour on the ground. I don't know how he did this or if he has some talent. What I care about is the Devourer's blood essence. Where is the Devourer's blood essence? The Master needs it. The clan needs it. Not some unknown bloodline or talent. Although the Grave Lord had the urge to wake Simon up and ask for the Devourer's blood essence, he knew that if he did such a thing without at least letting Simon's body heal could cause Simon to die. And if Simon died, so would the location of the Devourer's blood essence. Damn it! The Grave Lord cursed. Then he turned and walked away with a dark expression. Take him back to the cell and find out where the location of the Devourer's blood essence is. Find out what he knows by all means. I don't care if you torture him or break him. Just make sure you bring me the location of the Devourer's blood essence. He is just a child, so I don't expect any complications. Do you understand me? There was silence for a moment before a robed dark figure rose from Simon's shadow and bowed. I understand. Good. The Grave Lord said nothing else. Then he walked out of the hall, leaving behind Simon and the robed figure. Simon could not recount how many times he cursed his life as a demon. It had been nothing but terrible, and even when there was a flicker of something wonderful happening, it was taken away from him. One more step. Just one more step was all he needed so that his bloodline could experience a drastic change which would grant him more strength and a greater chance of survival. He was so close to experiencing something wonderful, and although it would definitely not have helped him in his current situation, it would surely increase his chances of survival. However, when he was so close to obtaining this opportunity, it was taken away from him. It would have been better if he was not given this opportunity instead of the opportunity being snatched away from him just as he was about to grasp it. The pain he felt could not even be put into words. But after waking up a few days later, the pain he felt back then was something he now wished for. Bam! He seriously hated his second life as a demon. Bam! Splatter! A fist landed on the left-hand side of his face, and blood splattered from his mouth and nose onto the wall. Simon's head fell to the side limply, and blood slowly dropped from his swollen, broken, and bloody mouth. His face was completely bruised and swollen along with cuts and blood. His eyes were swollen and he could barely see a single thing. His vision was blurry and all he could see was red. A hand grabbed his head and made it stand upright. A second later, slap! A loud slap echoed in the room and more blood fell out of Simon's mouth. He could not even make a sound because he was exhausted. Where is the Devourer's blood essence? A dog beastkin demon asked with a cold expression as he stared at Simon, who was chained to the ceiling with his arms spread wide apart and the tip of his toes barely touching the ground. Simon looked at the demon, who had a dog face but a humanoid body. One of the demon's eyes had a cut across it, and Simon could also see another scar across the demon's neck. When he woke up after getting unconscious, he found himself back in his cell and in chains once again. He didn't know how long he was unconscious for, but he noticed that he felt better. The injuries he had were healed, and even his right arm was also healed. He was certain that it was the Shadowgrave clan that healed him, and he could guess why. After whatever happened to him in that strange hall in space, his body needed time to rest and adapt to the changes it was experiencing, and if it was not able to adapt, he could die. And if he died, the Devourer's blood essence they wanted would also die with him. Although it was a good thing they healed him, what happened an hour after he woke up was anything but good. In fact, his condition worsened and he was having a difficult time thinking. This demon dog came into his cell and asked him where the Devourer's blood essence was, and his response was, "I don't have it." The moment he said this, the demon dog landed a powerful punch on his face that nearly shattered his jaw. The demon dog was an awakened demon of the supreme grade, and whenever he looked at Simon, there was always a flicker of innate hatred and disgust in its gaze. Simon had no idea, but even if he asked, the demon would definitely not answer. The demon asked him for the location of the Devourer's blood essence, and his answer was always the same. This led to him receiving numerous punches on his face, stomach, and chest. He was punched, slapped, and spat on by the demon dog, and the demon dog did not even give him the opportunity to rest for a minute. "Where is the blood essence, cat?" The demon dog asked the same question he had always been asking, and Simon's answer was always the same. "I don't know." Bam! Another familiar punch landed on his face, and his face was so battered and bruised to the point that he could not even feel anything anymore on his face. He wondered if he would even be able to have a proper face and not a disfigured face if he eventually survived this torture. "Damn you, cat. You're just a bloody kid. So why are you making this difficult for both of us?" Simon remained silent, and the demon dog released a frustrated sigh. "Tell me where the blood essence is and this would end. I'd have no reason to beat you up anymore and I can go on with my life. I don't want to spend any more time with a damn cat. You sicken me." Simon remained silent, and the demon dog clicked his tongue in anger. He pulled Simon's hair to the back, causing his head to hang backward. "Hey Dash!" The demon dog stopped speaking when he noticed that Simon was unconscious. He scoffed and slapped Simon on the cheeks softly. "And who said you could sleep, huh? Pa, pa." Simon was forced awake, and when he saw the smirking face of the demon dog, he groaned. "I already told you. I don't know where it is." The demon dog's left eye twitched. Then he let go of Simon and took a few steps to the back before landing a powerful kick on his ribs. Crack! Simon gasped loudly in pain as the sound of his ribs cracking echoed in the cell. He gritted his teeth and groaned loudly. Then the demon dog approached him and looked at him straight in the eyes. "If you want to make this difficult, just know that I can do this all day, cat. You can, but the higher-ups want results as soon as possible, so I'll be taking it from here." An unknown voice drifted into the ears of Simon and the demon dog, and the moment the demon dog turned and saw the source of the voice, he trembled uncontrollably. "You!" A demon walked into the cell, and the moment he perceived the fear from the demon dog, he calmly looked at the newcomer. When he saw the demon, his eyes could not help but flicker. The demon was tall and bloated, and it stood on thick digitigrade legs. His skin was a dull, bruised pink that was stretched tight over heavy muscle and fat. A broad snout jutted from his face, and it was constantly twitching as if savoring invisible scents. His small black eyes gleamed with childish excitement as he looked at Simon. A butcher's apron hung from his waist, and the apron was stained, worn, and proudly displayed. The demon smelled of iron, smoke, and something sweet that had gotten rotten. A pig demon, as a torturer, Simon thought with raised brows. "I'll take it from here, dog. You may leave." The demon dog gritted his teeth in anger at the way the pig demon spoke, but in his eyes was immense fear as he stared at the pig demon. Simon saw this, and he could make a few guesses. Apart from the fact that this pig demon is an archfiend, the demon dog is probably more fearful of the pig demon because of what it does. "Can my life get any worse? A pig demon is torturing me." Simon sighed internally. Then the demon dog walked out without saying a single word. Simon looked down and calmly closed his eyes. He was truly exhausted, and all he just wanted to do was to sleep. You're just like I heard. Always calm and not afraid regardless of the situation. That's good. It should be fun breaking you." The pig demon walked to the metallic bench that was in the cell. Then he began bringing out tools from his apron. As he placed the tools on the bench, he spoke. "People call me by different names, but I love being called Game Master Pellin. I love games, and I hope you love games too." Pellin paused. Then he looked at Simon. By the way, what's your name?" I don't think anybody knows your name. Simon remained silent. Then Pelin chuckled softly. The quiet type, huh? Well, I've dealt with many like you, and all I can say is. He placed the last tool on the bench. Then a few seconds later, he grabbed a knife from his tools. They all sing and beg in the end. Pelin approached Simon, who said nothing in response to all Pelin said. His head was hung low, but Pelin held his head and forced Simon to face him. Simon's gaze was calm and indifferent, until Poochie! Slash! Pelin suddenly stabbed and cut Simon's stomach, causing copious amount of blood to pour on the ground. Simon's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Pelin would stab him and nearly split open his stomach. Does he want to kill me? Don't they need me alive? Simon's pupils shook. Then he saw Pelin having a light smile on his face. He brought his lips closer to Simon's face. I just want you to know that the pain you're currently feeling is the least amount of pain you're going to feel while you're with me. You'll soon beg me for this pain. Pelin said softly and calmly, and the gears in Simon's head spun. Before we begin, I'm going to ask because the higher-ups want me to. Where is the Devourer's blood essence? I'm only asking once. Simon stared into Pelin's eyes. Then he shook his head. I don't know. I've been telling you guys that I don't know where it is and that I'm not with it. Pelin shrugged. Then he put his hand inside his dirty and bloodied apron. He brought out a vial of crimson blood. Then he poured it on Simon's bleeding stomach. Arg! Simon nearly screamed as he felt a burning sensation on his stomach. It was like somebody placed a red-hot metal on his stomach, and Simon did not expect such. He looked down and he saw that the cut to his stomach was closing up. What was that? Simon wondered as he stared at his healing stomach. Now, I said I'm a game master. So, let's play a game. Pelin smirked with a mischievous light in his eyes. Then he approached the tools on the bench table. The first game we'll play is a game of guessing. Pelin gestured at the tools on the bench. What you'll do is simple. You're going to guess what tool I'm going to use next. If you get it wrong, I'll use the tool, but if you guess wrong, then. Pelin shrugged nonchalantly. You should know the answer to that already. Simon furrowed his brows in confusion. He looked at the bench, then shifted his gaze to Pelin. I should guess. I don't like to say the same thing twice. Pelin said with a light smile. Then he gestured at his tools. Simon glanced at the table, and he saw several torture tools like a thumbscrew, a plier, forceps, hammer, and several other tools he couldn't even recognize. He stared at the tools for some seconds before looking away and saying nothing. A pig demon wanted him to play games while he was being tortured? A pig demon who was nothing but a useless demon in his eyes wanted to play games with him who spent decades as the demon slayer, as the hero of Earth, as the halo of Earth? Simon was not going to entertain this demon by playing his stupid games. If the demon wanted to torture him, he should just get on with it. A score of 0 out of 10. That's bad, sad, and boring. Do better next time. Pelin shook his head disappointedly. Then he picked up the plier and approached Simon. Without saying anything, he sat on the floor and grabbed Simon's right foot. He placed his hand in the pocket of his apron. Then he sprinkled some white dust on Simon's feet. Simon felt a tingling sensation in his feet, and it suddenly felt 100 times more sensitive, and at the same time, it felt like his toenails and flesh had hardened. Pelin hummed. Then he grabbed his plier, placed it on Simon's big toe, held the toenail. Then he pulled backward and twisted. Simon's eyes instantly widened, and a loud scream tore out of his throat as Pelin tore and twisted out his toenail. Pelin did not just stop at one toe, he pulled 3 of his toenails, and Simon was having a seizure with spit dripping from his mouth. There was one thing Simon ignored and forgot before he was tortured by Pelin. He had never experienced true torture before. Due to his past life, Simon was not new to pain. Although he was in a new body whose body had not experienced pain for 15 years until a few days ago, he could make his brain to have an idea of what pain was. As a hero, he had been stabbed, cut, punched, and kicked during battles. Each of these might seem like minor things where the pain one received was little, but it was not. If a boxer were to land a punch on an average human's face who has never been punched before, The pain they'd feel after would be something they'd never expect. It was the same thing for him when he began his journey as the Halo of Earth. He had not been used to pain at first, but then he got used to it. However, he had never been tortured before. The worst that had happened to him was some people punching his face and beating him up like the demon dog did, but a slow, methodical, and cruel torture? Simon had never experienced, and he was not ready for it in the slightest. After Pelin twisted and pulled out 3 of his nails, he just kept on humming and didn't say anything else. He then went to another tool of his and took a thumbscrew. Simon had never seen a thumbscrew before, and Pelin did not seem to be in the mood to explain. He merely hummed and held Simon's right hand with a light smile. He then placed his ring finger and his middle finger in the thumbscrew, and the moment he did this, Simon's eyes widened in realization. 1. Above his finger in the holes were tiny spikes, and on top of the thumbscrew was a literal screw which Pelin turned while humming an unknown song.
No.
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 Simon shook his head because he could already see just how much pain this would cause him. But aside from the pain, Simon did not want this for one major reason. His right hand was his sword-wielding hand, and if his fingers were permanently damaged or lost, it would severely affect his ability to wield the sword. Stop. I already told you that I don't have the blood essence. Wrong answer. Pelin grinned with excitement in his eyes. And then, the holes closed right on Simon's fingers, and the spikes tore into his flesh and bones. Simon screamed as his fingers were being crushed and torn apart by the spikes and the thumbscrew itself. His screams echoed across the corridors of the prison cell and into every other cells, but some of the prisoners who were familiar with Pelin merely shivered while wishing Simon death. From the moment they saw Pelin walking down the corridor, they knew that the best gift Simon could ever get was death. They didn't know Simon or why he was in this godforsaken prison, but they knew he was a kid, and that in the hands of Pelin he would forever be scarred. Simon's screams lasted for some seconds before it stopped. Beneath Simon's feet was a pool of blood mixed with the bones and flesh of his fingers. Pelin kept on humming as he loosened the screw of the thumbscrew, and Simon groaned in pain as the spikes were removed from his fingers. His fingers fell limply with blood dripping from it, and Simon glanced at it before staring blankly at the floor. Now, are you ready to play my games, boy? Pelin grabbed his hair and forced Simon to look him in the eye. There was immense pain in Simon's eyes, but Simon remained silent, despite having 3 of his toenails removed and his fingers crushed. His pride as the hero of Earth and the slayer of demons refused to bow down and play to the whims of the pig in front of him. Oh, how life is so funny and full of surprises. If anybody ever told me that I'd be tortured by a demon pig, I'd have slit the throat of the person who told me such disrespect. How could I, the slayer of demons and the halo of Earth, be tortured by a lowly pig? But here I am now. Is it because of the countless demons I slayed in my past life I'm in this situation? Does the world naturally hate me? Or is it because my life as a human was full of advantages from the start, but now it's just full of disadvantages? I guess one can't expect to enjoy their first life but still expect to enjoy their second life. You can't eat your cake and have it. But a major part of why I'm in this situation is because of my greed, honestly. What if I had not stolen the Devourer's blood essence back then? Sure, it might have been difficult for me to advance in the path of power, but I would definitely not be suffering like this. Every day is for the thief and a day is for the owner. What a fitting description for the reason behind my current situation. I see. You really are a strange boy, and I'm going to make sure you break. Pelin chuckled with malice and cruelty in his eyes. Then he grabbed a hammer with spikes on it, and slammed it on Simon's remaining 2 toes on his right foot. Bang! Bang! Every single toe on Simon's right foot was destroyed, and Pelin laughed loudly in madness. Let's play, boy. Let's play and have some fun. Pelin placed the hammer on the bench, then he carried a whip filled with thorns. Simon trembled when he saw this, and his breathing became uneven. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, but it went as quickly as it came. Fearless made him to feel no fear. Pelin did not see this, and even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. He was in a state of both euphoria and madness. With a wide smile, he struck Simon with the barbed whip. Twack! The sounds of the whip hitting flesh and flesh tearing apart echoed in the corridors and cells of the prison of the Shadowgrave clan. In the beginning, this particular sound was always followed by screams of pain and mutterings of, "I'm not with it. I'm not with it." But now, there were no more words or screams that followed this sickening sound. It was just quiet whimpers that only those with the sharpest of ears could hear. Once in a while, the voice of the demented and mad game master Pellin would echo loudly in the prison. "You still don't want to play? I'm having so much fun. Play, 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 play my game." The prisoners who already knew that Simon was just a kid all closed their eyes and wished that death had pity over the boy and took him away from the mad pig. They were not in his cell. They could not see what was going on, but they could vividly imagine the scene of what was going on in Simon's cell. After an unknown amount of time, the wicked sounds stopped and all the prisoners looked in the direction of Simon's cell. Was he dead? This was the question every single one of them had. Meanwhile, inside Simon's cell was a terrifying scene that would even cause some demons to puke out their intestines. Simon was hung to the ceiling with chains binding his wrist, and the tip of his toes were barely touching the blood-filled ground. Drip, drip. Blood fell on the floor from his back and entire body, and if one looked at the wall behind him, they would be shocked to see that it was stained with so much blood. But if one were to look at Simon's back, there were no words that could describe what his back had turned to. That is, if it could still even be called a back anymore. There was no part of his back that remained intact. Every single part was torn off, his internal muscles and bones could be seen, and one could even see a little bit of some of his internal organs. Simon's head was hung low, and Pellin approached him after dropping the bloodied whip on the bench. He licked his lips, which was stained with Simon's blood. His entire body was drenched in Simon's blood, and the demon pig seemed to relish the taste and smell of Simon's blood. "Nice blood," Pellin said. Then he held Simon by his jaws and shook him awake. Hey, don't die yet, all right? We still have a lot to do, and besides, you've not answered my question. Where is the Devourer's blood essence?" Simon's bloodied and dirty lips struggled to open, and when his lips began to move, Pellin brought his ear closer to Simon's lips. "I don't know," Simon said with everything it took him, and Pellin's left eye twitched in anger. He stared at Simon for a few seconds, then he let go of his head, allowing Simon's head to fall limply. "Unbelievable. Even after everything, you still won't give up the blood essence? Is it that important that to you that you're willing to die for it?" There was no response from Simon, and this was not because he did not want to answer, but because he couldn't. There was literally no more strength in him, and if he was a human not a demon, or if his body had not gotten stronger after devouring the corpse of the mercenary captain and also after his bloodline experienced an advancement, he would have died with how much Pellin struck him. "I hate this life." Although a part of Simon wished for death to grant him rest and peace, he still did not want to die like this. Ever since he was betrayed by his friends and wife, his life had been difficult in one way or the other. How could he die when he had not even gotten revenge for those that betrayed him, his friends, wife, and mother? How could he die without killing this damned pig? How could he die without getting revenge against the Grave Lord and those who were in support of this torture? How could he die without even awakening his demon heart? How could he die without having even taken a step on the path of power? Without having even climbed the ladder of power? How could he die when he had not accomplished a single thing in this life? He refused. He refused. He refused. He refused. He refused to die so pathetically. You know, when they told me that I was going to torture a kid, I was greatly disappointed because why should I, the greatest artist of the Shadowgrave clan, torture a mere kid who has not even awakened his demon heart? How could it be fun when a mere kid could break so easily? But you've surprised me greatly, kid. You've truly surprised me honestly. You are not even afraid of me after all I've done. You're still so calm. Pellin glanced at Simon. Then he shook his head with a flicker of excitement and madness in his eyes. He shifted his gaze to his tools, Then his fingers hovered above the tools as he contemplated on which one to pick next. Now, which one do I use on you next? Pellin's eyes flashed as he picked up a collar. He looked at Simon with a light smile. When you first came here, you had a slave collar of the Dagryns on you, but one of the great grave lords removed it. Now, Pellin approached Simon with a wicked and cruel smile. You're going to have a collar round your neck once again, and this time it's going to hurt a lot. Pellin stood before Simon and was about to place the collar round his neck. But then he stopped. Wait! He rummaged inside his apron. Then he brought out a jar. Inside the jar was a centipede with a screaming human face. I nearly forgot my new toy. I nearly forgot my new toy. Simon did not even bother raising his head when he heard the words of Pellin. Even if he was not too weak to raise his head, he would still not bother to look at the new toy Pellin was talking about. He just wanted to sleep for as long as possible. And obviously that was not possible in his current situation.
Papa.
Hey kid, don't die on me. We've not gotten to the good part yet. Pellin gently slapped Simon's face and shook his head so that he could wake up. Simon's swollen and bloodied eyes struggled to open, and when it did, he frowned when he saw the unmoving screaming human-faced centipede in a jar. What's that? As Simon had this question in his mind, Pellin spoke. I'm sure you're wondering what this is, right? Simon shifted his gaze to Pellin, but he didn't react to the pig's question. He merely stared at him, and Pellin did not mind since he already expected such a response from Simon. This is a parasite called the human-faced centipede. Simon raised a brow, and his expression said, No shit, Sherlock. This human-faced centipede loves to eat the beating heart of a demon. Once it's not in the vicinity of a beating demon heart, it would hibernate and won't move a single muscle. Somebody might even think it's dead. Simon stared at the human-faced centipede, and sure enough, Pellin was right. The centipede was not moving, and even the eyes on its horrifying face were closed. These little demons are actually feared by every demon that knows about it, even demon lords. Simon looked at Pellin with a slight furrow of his brows. He couldn't speak, but Pellin understood what his expression meant. Disbelief. Ha 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 ha. You're in disbelief, right? How could demon lords fear this tiny little thing? Pellin began to open the jar, and Simon felt his heartbeat quicken. Well, the thing is that, for demons who know about this little creature, don't call it a human-faced centipede. We call it a soul-eating centipede. Because Pellin brought out the centipede and brought it close to Simon's right ear. Simon's eyes, which were blank and not full of any emotion, shook violently. His instincts screamed at him to not allow this insect, which even some demons regarded as vile and evil, to enter his ear. When this beautiful little thing enters your body, it would chew its way into your heart, and every single bite of this thing feels like a part of your soul is being ripped out in the most cruel manner. I promise you, I'm not exaggerating. Even demon lords want nothing to do this creature. But a demon lord can use their demonic energy to kill the insect before it gets to his or her heart. But you have not even awakened your demon heart. So how could you possibly kill this beautiful and lovely insect? As Pellin whispered into his ear, Simon's body trembled slightly because every instinct in his body was warning him against the human-faced centipede. Simon could feel that it was more or less coming from his bloodline, and not just him. What in the world is this damned thing? Simon gritted his teeth as he stared at the human-faced centipede, which was still dormant and unmoving. I'm giving you one last chance, kid. Where is the blood essence? Tell me where it is, and you won't be scarred for life by the human-faced centipede. I've told you so many times before. I don't know where it is, and I don't have it. Simon forced himself to shout, and Pellin looked at him with narrowed eyes before chuckling softly. We'll see about that. Without saying anything else, Pellin placed the human-faced centipede in his ear. Stop. Just stop. Is it not enough? I already told you I don't have it or know where it is, for fuck's sake. Just fucking remove it. Fucking remove it. As Simon spoke and cursed with what little energy he had left, the centipede suddenly stirred. It sensed Simon's demon heart, and although it was unawakened, It was still the heart of a demon, and it had not eaten for a long time. The sound of baby wailing resounded in Simon's mind and ears as the centipede rose. Simon's entire body trembled. Then the centipede crawled into his body through his ears. First, there was no pain. The only thing Simon was discomfort, as he could feel the centipede moving slowly and calmly in his body. But then, the pain came as Simon felt like a part of his mouth was being sliced open by a serrated knife. Pellin had not lied. The pain he was feeling was 1,000 times worse than every single thing the pig had done to him. It felt like a piece of his soul had just been torn off, and the pain was so much that he felt like dying right in that moment. But there was no moment of rest for him. He just kept on screaming and screaming as the centipede slowly crawled through his body and chewed on any obstacle that was in its way. His screams were so loud that it nearly escaped the prison itself. But these screams were like music to Pellin's ears. Clang! Clang! Stop! Stop! I don't know where it is. I don't fucking know where it is. I'm not with it. I don't have it. I don't. Stop! Simon shook, twisted, bent, kicked, roared, curled, and made so many movements in the span of a minute, but Pellin merely hummed in excitement and ecstasy. Simon's screams continued for nearly 6 minutes. Then Pellin tapped several acupoints on Simon's body, completely restricting the movement of the human-faced centipede. He stood in front of Simon and raised his head by the chin. Where is the blood essence? Simon stared into Pellin's eyes with an unfocused gaze, and at completely random times, there was a flicker of a completely strange and unknown emotion in Simon's eyes. Pa pa pa. I said, where is the blood essence? Simon's gaze became slightly focused. Then he said slowly and with immense difficulty, I don't know. Pellin frowned deeply. He stared at Simon for some seconds before letting go of his head. He was about to allow the human-faced centipede to roam free, but then a voice drifted into his ears from behind him. That's enough. The voice that resounded in Simon's cell was that of a female, and Pellin instantly turned with wide eyes. He immediately went on a knee and greeted, Veilmaster. The Veilmaster was a fellow Valari, but she was not wearing a robe that covered her entire body. She wore tight-fitted black pants and a tucked-in black shirt. On her face was a black metal mask with a veil hanging beneath it, and at the top of the black metal mask were 4 red dots. The Valari who was referred to as Veilmaster stared at Simon through her mask, and despite Simon's present condition, there was only pure indifference in her eyes, though there was a hint of respect and approval in her eyes. She shifted her gaze to Pellin, and disgust flashed in her eyes. We've been watching him from the very beginning, and we believe you've done enough. Pellin shivered slightly at the cold voice of the Veilmaster, but he didn't dare to raise his head. If I'm given more time, I should be able to make him dash. There's no need. The Veilmaster cut him off, and Pellin saw the flat shoes of the Veilmaster by his left. There was no sound as the Veilmaster walked, and Pellin didn't perceive any sign of movement either from the wind or the Veilmaster's demonic energy. Sweat appeared on Pellin's forehead, and his heartbeat quickened in fear of being killed. The Veilmaster noticed this, but her gaze was utterly indifference. However, the disgust she had for Pellin deepened. We believe that if he truly knew where the blood essence was, he would have said so by now. Especially after all you've done to him. We've made our inquiries about him, and we know that he has not been trained in any way or form to withstand torture and to not reveal secrets even after being tortured. He's just a child. A truly unfortunate child. The Veilmaster shook her head. Then she turned and walked to the door of the cell. Bring him to the hall of the pallbearers. The lords want to see him. Pellin trembled the more at the mention of the lords. Then he quickly bowed. Yes, Veilmaster. He stood and was about to approach Simon, but the Veilmaster spoke. No, not you. Send somebody else to bring the child to the hall. Somebody that's clean. Pellin looked down at himself, and when he saw the blood on his apron and body, he instantly understood. Yes, Veilmaster. He bowed once again. Oh, and don't bother to dress his wounds or cover him up. It'll be better if the Lord saw his present state for what it is. Pelin bowed once again. Yes, Veilmaster. The Veilmaster was about to leave, but then Pelin quickly spoke. But permit me to ask a question, Veilmaster. The Veilmaster paused and looked at Pelin from the corner of her eyes. What is it? She asked coldly and indifferently. Pelin attempted to put on a smile, but with his pig-like face, he just looked disgusting and horrifying to look at. Do the Lords plan on killing him or recruiting him? This was a question Pelin genuinely wanted to know, and for a genuinely good reason. The Veilmaster shifted her gaze to Simon, then back to Pelin. She instantly understood the true purpose of Pelin's question, and she could no longer hide the disdain in her eyes when she looked at the pig. The will of the Lords is known only to the Lords themselves and the Master. If they want to kill him, he would die. If they want to recruit him, he would be recruited. Pelin's expression became grave, and he could not help but sweat in fear and anxiety the more. But if they plan on recruiting him, then wouldn't he desire revenge against me? I have tortured him greatly, and I doubt he won't resent me for it even if it was just part of my job. The Veilmaster scoffed in disdain and disgust. You're more pathetic than I thought if you're so worried about a child who has not even awakened his demon heart. Pelin was about to speak, but the Veilmaster walked out of the cell. Enough of this pointless chatter. Do as I say and don't keep the Lords waiting. The Pelin's mouth opened and closed, but at the end of the day, he knew that asking any other question or saying something else might cause him to lose his life. Yes, Veilmaster. The Veilmaster gave no response, and Pelin had no idea if she was still in the prison because he could not sense her in the slightest with his pathetic senses. He looked at Simon, and he could not help but frown deeply with a grave expression. The Veilmaster might have been right that he was pathetic for fearing a demon child who had not even awakened his demon heart or whose bloodline rank was not even known. However, Pelin had a feeling that Simon was not normal, and that if he was allowed to live, he would come for his life the moment he had the opportunity. And this feeling did not just come from anywhere, it came from the fact that despite everything he had done to Simon, the child had not even shown a single sign of fear and he was still alive. How could such a child not turn out to be a terrifying individual in the end? I might have to take things into my own hands and call on some favors of those that owe me. I can't let him live. Pelin's eyes flashed with malice and killing intent. He brought out a white stone with chaos runes on it, and then he whispered into it. A few minutes later, the familiar demon dog who beat up Simon entered the cell. Pelin left the cell without saying a single word, but his expression was grave and solemn. Meanwhile, the demon dog shivered when he saw Simon's condition, and he could not help but glance at Pelin with fear and disgust in his eyes. Despite his disgust, he dared not to say anything. He picked up Simon and carried him to the Hall of the Pallbearers. The Shadowgrave clan had a hierarchical structure that consisted of 6 positions. The demon who was at the top of the Shadowgrave clan was called the Night Sovereign. After the Night Sovereign, the 6 pallbearers had the highest level of authority. The Night Sovereign was usually referred to as Master by every single member of the clan, and the 6 pallbearers were referred to as Gravelords by the lower members of the clan. After the 6 pallbearers, the next group of people in the structure of the clan were the Veilmasters. And after the Veilmasters, the Shadowblades were next, which is then followed by the Whisperers, and last and lowest position in the clan were the Initiates. The Night Sovereign is an elusive figure in the Shadowgrave clan, and even some members of the clan believed that the Night Sovereign was just a myth and was not real. Some believed that the true leaders of the clan were the 6 pallbearers of the clan who everybody had seen at least once and everybody could recognize. No member of the Shadowgrave clan had ever seen the Night Sovereign, and the Night Sovereign had never addressed them physically. Whenever an order was passed from the Night Sovereign, it was often given to the remaining members of the clan by a pallbearer, so a lot of people believed that the Night Sovereign was actually not real. And they could not be blamed, even with something that was extremely important as the Devourer's blood essence. The Night Sovereign was absent as Simon knelt at the center of a round table in the Hall of Pallbearers. Around him were the 6 pallbearers, with each wearing a tall crown-like black mask. On the masks of the pallbearers were crimson dots, and the number of crimson dots on a pallbearer's mask represented their position and power. 6 crimson dots meant the pallbearer was the weakest pallbearer, while a pallbearer with a single dot on their mask meant the pallbearer was the strongest pallbearer. Each pallbearer had their title based on their strength. First dusk represented the weakest pallbearer with 6 crimson dots. Second dusk represented the second weakest pallbearer with 5 crimson dots, which was then followed by deep dusk, black midnight, still midnight, and true night, which represented the strongest pallbearer. Simon took subtle glances at the pallbearers as he knelt. He was extremely exhausted and just wanted to sleep for a year and more, but the Shadowgrave clan just would not allow him. He looked down with the gears of his mind turning rapidly. Do they believe me now? Have I been tortured enough in their eyes? Simon closed his eyes as he could feel his mind wanting to just sleep, but he forced himself not to. He obviously needed to be awake while in the presence of the 6 pallbearers. Meanwhile, the 6 pallbearers all stared at Simon with hidden emotions behind their masks. Simon could not see their expressions or gaze, and neither could he sense their intents, but he hoped that at least 1 or 2 of the demons would show sympathy because of his terrible condition. Black Moon of the Duskfang tribe. Simon looked up and saw that the demon that called him had a single crimson dot on their mask. The voice was like that of a male, but it sounded off and fake to Simon. A single crimson dot. Does that mean he's the weakest compared to others that have more crimson dots? No. I doubt they'd allow the weakest to speak first, so he must be the strongest if I'm right about the crimson dots signifying their strengths. And the demon with 6 crimson dots must be the weakest. The true knight of the Shadowgrave clan observed Simon for a moment, and although he was quiet, he noticed when Simon glanced at the crimson on his mask with a thoughtful expression on his swollen and battered face. He was slightly impressed. We have decided to give you an opportunity to live. Are you interested? Simon raised a brow, then he nodded. I am. Though he had the urge to make a sarcastic remark, he didn't have the strength to do so, and neither did he want to gamble or play with his life in such a dangerous situation. One might think that no harm would come upon him because he was in the presence of 6 demon lords, but to him, his life was in even more danger. Pelin could not kill him because these 6 demons did not want him dead, but if any one of these demons killed him, he doubted the demon would be held accountable or be severely punished with death or crippling, unlike Pelin. He had to be careful, especially because of how much the demon world hated him because of how bad his luck was. Good. Your coming of age rite is in 3 days, and we believe you can be used. After you awaken your demonic heart, you'll undergo a test with other demons. Depending on your performance, we might decide to turn you into an initiate and train you. But if you perform below expectations, you'll become a servant of the clan. You'll be amongst the bottom rung of the Whisperers. Whisperers. Simon frowned. Do you understand all I've said, Black Moon? Simon nodded, then he asked a question. Can I request to be healed of my injuries? I would definitely fail with these injuries. The true knight nodded. Definitely. You'll be taken to a place where your injuries would be treated in time for your coming of age. Simon bowed slightly. Thank you. The true knight nodded. Then he pointed at Simon's chest. I'm sure you've noticed, but I've sealed the soul-eating centipede in your heart. It would serve as a warning to you. Simon frowned and looked at his heart. A warning? Yes, a warning. The true knight lowered his hand. Your purpose from now on is to serve the clan. No matter what we ask for, you'll give it to us. If you ever betray the clan or attempt to betray the clan, the soul-eating centipede would kill you and cause you a more unimaginable pain than what you experienced. Unlike before where it ate other parts of your body, this time, you'll experience the pain of it devouring your heart, and I promise you, it's worse than all the pain you've felt combined together. Simon stared at his heart for a few seconds before he calmly shifted his gaze to the true knight. Understood. The true knight nodded. Then he gestured at the door. That's all. You may leave. Simon nodded. Then he stood while clenching his teeth in pain. He walked toward the door, but before he could reach it, the voice of the true knight drifted into his ears. By the way, just because we believe you don't know where the Devourer's blood essence is, does not mean we've given up on it. If it's ever found out that you're actually in its possession, we'll make you beg for death. Then we'll grant it to you, drag you back from its embrace, and make you beg for it once more. Do you understand me? Simon paused and his body trembled slightly as he felt the auras of not only the true knight but of the 5 other pallbearers. He glanced at them from his shoulder, and his eyes landed on the pallbearer with 3 crimson dots on his mask. It's him. Simon showed no change in his expression despite this realization. He calmly nodded at the true knight and answered with a calm tone. I understand. There was silence for a few seconds before the pallbearers retrieved their auras. The true knight nodded. Good. Now leave. Simon said nothing, and with calm steps but an hunched back filled with pain, he walked out of the hall of the pallbearers. I guess I'm now a slave of the Shadowgrave clan, Simon thought with a cold expression. To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to join our Telegram group and listen to the latest audio.